You do when your favorite creator, YouTuber, TikToker, they just stop posting. They disappear. There is no warning. There's no community post. They're just gone. And you think that maybe they're coming back next week, or maybe they just need a 2-week break maximum, but they're gone forever. They make no updates on any other platform. I mean, are you convinced that they're dead? Are you convinced that they've been kidnapped? Or do you think that they're just off in the middle of Montana joining a cult? Usually I would say the first two are the natural internet reactions, especially when the creator has gone missing for too long. But sometimes the real explanation is much weirder than all of that. A YouTube channel run by a father and son by the name of Mac Adventures. Their main thing is going on their motorcycles and exploring places that they really should not be exploring, like Area 51, the restricted areas. The last video ever uploaded to their channel is titled Area 51, Camo Dudes Held Us at Gunpoint Again, Extended Version, which they're just straight up vlogging themselves committing crimes. It's showing them trespassing past the point of the signs that read, "Warning, no trespassing, maximum punishment $1,000 fine, 6 months imprisonment, or both strictly enforced." But they do trespass. They upload the video and then they vanish. They disappear completely. For years, they're just gone before they finally come back with a video. And this time it's just the son talking and everyone thinks that his entire behavior is unsettling. It's bizarre. He has suddenly changed his mind completely to stating that there really is no reasonable reason in which anybody should be going to Area 51 past the gate. In fact, it's actually boring. There's nothing to see there. There's nothing there at all, which are all very fair, valid points. But the way that he's expressing it is very odd because their entire channel was about exploring Area 51. It's not like he's saying, hey, listen, when we got in there, we got fined, we got in trouble. And if you're watching this, we just want you to know, don't be dumb like us. We didn't even see anything cool in there. It was boring and we lost money and we almost went to jail. Don't do it. There's nothing behind those gates. That's not what he said. He says,
if there were actually people planning to do something, anything past the gate, like, that's just dumb. Like, I never really understood that. And like, I don't really understand this whole raid Area 51 thing, you know, whether my or any of the videos that are out there in the world on Area 51 got, you know, that dude to want to do a raid or whatever. Like, who cares? You know, like, I'm not trying to be mean, but like, who cares what's back there, you know? Like, it's a military, it's like going to Camp Pendleton and like saying, let's go raid Camp Pendleton, you know? Like, it's just a military base, and like, I'm sure that they have like testing for like equipment and like whatever, like, cool, you know? Like, that's cool, but like, why? Maybe because it's out in the middle of nowhere and there's like a lot of, you know, science fiction and like movies about it. I don't know, like,
it feels evasive and vague. The whole time he's recording this video, he keeps glancing to the side. People say that he just seems not normal. He seems not like the son that they remember in all of the videos when they would explore Area 51.
It's gonna be great, and we forgot to get dinner. So
luckily we have some granola bars
we're gonna have some
protein bars.
Yeah, Cliff.
How old is this son?
He looks like he's in his mid to late 20s.
And how long was he gone for? They were gone for?
2 years.
Okay.
They're gone for 2 years, and then they upload this very strange, hard to put your finger on video about Area 51 and how it's boring, and then they disappear again. And like I said, sometimes when creators go missing online, it's nothing. Sometimes they're just mentally burnt out, or it's just worse than all of that. Like July 3rd, 2023, Mama Guy posts what appears to be his very last TikTok for a long time.
Okay, before Mama Guy,
Yes.
are they just gone? The other
Yeah, they're
channel?
just gone.
That's it?
Mac Adventures is just gone.
Nobody knows what's going on? There's conspiracy theories and that's it?
We assume that they're safe. We assume that they're fine. They said that they sold their motorcycles because they just weren't into it anymore. So that was their main method of transportation and exploring and the basis of their videos. But they got rid of the motorcycle. So there's really no point in making videos, which then just made everybody even more suspicious. But I don't think that they're in jail. I don't think that they're being held by aliens or any of that. I think they're okay. But just what happened in that 2-year span, everybody's got a lot of questions. And the same thing is happening in real time right now. July 3rd, 2023, Mama Boy, Mama Guy, whatever you want to call him. And this guy is going to be very familiar to you once I start explaining what he does. But he is someone who has over 50 million TikTok followers. 50 million. And he posts what appears to be his very last TikTok for a very long time. This is in 2023. If you don't know Mama Guy, Mama Boy, he's one of those TikTok reaction guys. You see someone doing a hack, like putting a popcorn kernel in the middle of a hair straightener and then watching it pop. And then it's a stitch to a creator testing it out to see if it works. But his whole branding, his whole trademark, and why he's called Mama Boy, Mama Guy by people is when he's scared, impressed, excited, he screams like, Mama! 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 Koreans call it like a really 느끼한 way. Like it's very perverted sounding. I don't know. I don't think it comes across as perverted to people who don't speak Korean. But like I guess in like the Korean humor sense, it's kind of like that
I can see it.
느끼 humor. Very oof. Like
Yeah, but he's famous.
very famous.
Was he the number one followed or no?
He was the number one followed on TikTok in South Korea aside from celebrities like BTS and Blackpink.
So he was number one influencer in Korea.
Yes.
You can say.
But what's crazy is no one in Korea knows him.
Really?
Yeah, nobody knows who this guy is. In fact, he was invited to this massive award show with Korean celebrities, Korean actors, A-list actors, Korean idols, and everyone is confused about who this guy is and why he's acting a mess on stage. It was weird.
That's just so crazy to think like how big internet is now,
Yeah.
like TikTok and stuff. You can have 50 million followers and nobody knows you outside of it because I've never heard of this guy until this.
Really? You haven't heard of him? I think I
No.
came across a few of his videos before. The way that I would describe his videos is it's feel-good content. It's the epitome of brain rot. If your FYP is as depressing as mine can get, where it's just like a dark hole of political dysfunction and what's going on in the world, you see his video and you're like, oh, okay, I guess a straightener does pop a popcorn kernel. And then you move on. But it's not necessarily riveting. Like, you're not going to go and look for his videos, or at least I don't. He's one of those people. By 2023, he had over 50 million followers on TikTok. He was one of the bigger creators doing this type of content before he just vanishes. There's no goodbye. There's no hiatus notice, no mention of a mental health break. He just straight up vanishes. His last video uploaded is another reaction video. Like, there's no reason for anyone to believe that Mama Guy has been kidnapped by aliens or that something sinister happened to him at Area 51. He just is gone after a very normal post. His fans naturally think maybe it was mental health struggles. But 2 years later, in 2025, he comes back with a statement. It is a long-winded, confusing statement.
The statement is in text, right? He's not
Yes.
talking. Okay.
No, there was like a brief TikTok video that he uploaded, but then it got deleted. But it wasn't lengthy. It was him like bowing an apology. It was a mess. It's just text in Korean and in English. He writes, "Hello, to everyone who knows me, I want to express my deepest apologies for the disappointment and hurt that I've caused. I should have shown you only my best side, but due to my poor judgment and mistakes, I caused discomfort to many of you and hurt those involved. I deeply reflect on my actions and offer my heartfelt apologies." In short, he writes, "Since July 2023, I have fully cooperated with legal proceedings related to this incident. After a long and difficult process, I was found not guilty of the major charges that were widely reported." A lot of people are confused at what's going on even. Like, this is a very vague statement. Like, what do you mean that you were found not guilty? And like, what were the charges? You're being very vague. He says that the legal process was long, arduous, terrifying. At first, I was overwhelmed by fear. Some people advised me to admit to the charges, saying it might result in a lighter sentence, even if they weren't true. But after long and difficult contemplation, I realized that what I feared most was not being able to tell the truth. Trying to prove something I haven't done was extremely difficult. I'm truly sorry. And I respectfully tell you that I am not the man who kicked a woman in the video. He is a different person. The video that Mama Guy is talking about is the viral CCTV video from a South Korean essay case. It's called the Busan Roundhouse Kick case, and we've actually covered it. In the lobby of an apartment building, a guy stalks a girl all the way home. They just made eye contact on the street. He stalks her home, approaches her. Before she can react, he spins and kicks her straight in the head. Straight to her skull, knocking her unconscious. He then drags her to the stairwell area where there are no cameras so that he can try to assault her. If you're putting all the information together based off of his statement, it sounds like he was accused legally of being the guy in the video that kicks and essays that woman. He's basically being framed for it. He fights the charges legally, the main charges are dropped, and he fought to prove his innocence, but regardless, he's still very sad at disappointing his fans for not being more transparent and for being gone for the past 2 years. That's the message that sounds like it's being delivered, right? If you know nothing about him or if you know nothing about the case, it would be understandable that that's exactly what happened. Except when you look just a little bit further into it, you realize nobody really thought that he was the guy in the CCTV video kicking that woman. Maybe a few TikTok accounts, but this was not a widespread belief.
Because that guy was caught, correct?
Yeah.
Like we talked about it. He was caught and everything.
He was caught.
Yeah.
And even if you just look at the figure of both of them, it's not him. This is not a widespread belief. Nobody really thought he was the guy in that video until he posted the apology statement. I found more comments saying, hey guys, remember when everyone thought he was the guy in the video? He's not. Versus, this is the guy in the video.
Yeah.
I would say like 95% of them are these clarification comments.
Crazy.
And that's when the videos start popping up of people saying, see, look, this guy has a tattoo on his arm in the CCTV camera of the elevator bay and Mama Guy does not. It almost feels like Mama Guy is the one spreading this rumor that people thought that he was the one in the CCTV video. Which, why would he do that? State a rumor that nobody really believes and then disprove the rumor that, again, nobody really believed in the first place? Why would he do that? It just doesn't make any sense. Why bring attention to it if it's not even true to begin with and nobody was talking about it? Well, maybe it's because he's hiding something bigger. Maybe what he did is worse than being accused, falsely accused, of being the guy in the viral CCTV video. This is the case of Mama Guy, or Seo Won-jung, the Korean TikToker with 55 million followers, who was found guilty of sexual assault and has now come back online and convinced his followers that he's innocent. He's convinced people to support a fully convicted rapist so that he can go back to posting TikToks.
And it worked.
And it's working. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation. They're working to transform society's response to SADV and CA. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support our growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Today's case involves mentions of SA. Please take time if this is too much for you. And we had help from our professional Korean researchers who worked on this case, but sometimes things don't translate perfectly with figures of speech, so please let us know if anything is missing or mistranslated in the comments. That said, one big thing that I want to clear up is that there's a rumor that Mama Guy was acquitted, and that is completely, entirely false. That is not a true statement. He was charged and he was convicted. This is someone that has a charge of sexual assault against a woman on his record. He was convicted of it. He has been found guilty of it. There's no question about his innocence because he is not innocent.
I think the case is crazy because everyone thinks he's innocent right now. The whole internet thinks he's innocent.
It's so infuriating. I feel like they've got to be bots or something.
No,
Or
I think
who
people are just
genuinely-
taking whatever, because you said the information is so limited and nobody knows anything about this case. It's so hush-hush. Right? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, and he's such a blatant manipulator. He has no shame. He has no shame at trying to twist words and twist his apology statement to make it seem like he's innocent. I genuinely have a personal, deep-rooted disliking for this guy, and I don't know, it's definitely not just me, because my Korean researchers and the whole RM team have made it our second hobby now, aside from RM. If he ever is trying to do merch, if he's ever trying to have a video game, because this is what he was planning to do before he got convicted of SA, oh, you better believe we will be on the front line saying something. The way that he is so blatant about his lies and manipulation is something that I haven't even seen before. I feel like you see celebrities who are accused of crimes all the time and they try to make all these stupid statements of how remorseful they are. And it's kind of annoying because you can tell that they're not remorseful in any sense of the word. The statement itself is like, oh, I feel so remorseful and ashamed. But his statements are so blatantly, it makes me so angry.
Yeah.
With that being said, let's get started. There are a few dozen people out there that may have quietly changed the trajectory of the entire country. Nobody really knows about them. Maybe they do, but they have no idea how they've impacted history, if you will. These handful of people just have weirdly specific skills that change history of the entire nation, and we barely know about it. They are the sparring partners for potential presidential candidates to practice for the big presidential debate. So before each presidential debate, even the vice presidential debate, the candidates will have around 12 mock debates.
Wow.
Fake debates. And the sparring partner is the same person for all 12 of them. These debates are, I mean, you see them highly publicized. These are big moments, although I think the statistics on how much the debates actually sway the voters are very limited. It's just a big moment in the campaign, but I think by that point, most people they're decided on which party. It's party divisive. These sparring partners, they're usually politicians or senators who are well versed in the opponent's viewpoints. They will become that opponent for the candidate. They will mimic the opponent's cadence. More importantly, they will study all of their talking points, deliver them in a debate in an effort to win. They cannot be people pleasers. They cannot be yes men. They have to truly be the opponent and try to tear down the candidate. By doing that, they're trying to help the candidate win. It's a very interesting idea. Mitt Romney, who is going up against Obama, stated about his sparring partner, "I wanted to kick him out of the room. He was so good." Other candidates have taken it even further. They want to replicate the exact debate room down to the positioning of the podiums and how close they are to the opponents. They even recreate the ambient temperature of the room to make sure nothing goes awry just because it's a little hot or a little too cold. They say for presidential debates, you spend at least half the time doing these mock debates. And then you leave the rest of the time for the murder board. That's what they call it. The murder board consists of subject matter experts. They're the board. And they come in just to murder every single one of your talking points, to disprove you, to argue with you with science and facts that you probably don't have because you're a presidential candidate and you're not well versed in every single aspect of the world and politics. It is to kill all of your inadequate statements before it reaches the public. You've got the mock sessions, the murder board. You have to be careful of all of your microfacial expressions. That can dominate post-debate coverage. Smirk, eye roll, all over the news. That's it. But one person who has been an advisor for many debate states, ultimately it doesn't really matter because the greatest politicians do better in the real debates than the mock ones. The greatest come alive when the stakes are high. They want that pressure. That's when they actually do their best. But other than that, some other small things that they have to worry about is you probably have to know every single logical fallacy in existence. No place breeds fallacies like the world of politics. This is their true home. This is their humble abode. Logical fallacies are little tricks your brain makes or people make on purpose to make you believe and think something is true even when it's not true. Basically, it's an argument that when you hear this argument, you think, you know what? Valid. That's a good point. But at its core, it is pretty much entirely flawed logic. Because they appear to be correct, people get tricked into accepting them. The most common being an ad hominem fallacy, which ad hominem in Latin means to the man. So instead of attacking the opponent's logic or reasoning, you just attack the person. You see this so much in politics. It clearly has nothing to do with the opponent's argument. It's just about them. When logically speaking, even an unethical, even an idiot can make sound arguments. A quick example would be, Margaret says, we should consider implementing stricter environmental regulations to reduce pollution. Jacob argues, why should we listen to anything you say? You're not an environmental scientist. When have you ever cared about the environment? I heard you can't even keep a house plant alive. And I guess you could argue, if you really must, that subjectively maybe these are good points. However, it's ad hominem fallacy. Margaret never claimed to be an environmental scientist, nor is expertise required to make a valid argument here. There is no proof being brought up that she doesn't care for the environment, and her affinity for overwatering her succulents has no correlation to her statement, so this is just kind of a dumb argument. It's kind of like if you say, my friend tells me to eat clean every day, but she never eats cleanly, therefore her advice is not worth listening to. Is the friend annoying? Yes. However, the friend's failure to eat cleanly does not really negate the evidence supporting benefits of eating well. Or there's a straw man fallacy. This is when someone's brain shuts down at the idea of processing even an ounce of nuance or context. Someone who will go empty behind the eyes when something is not black or white. It's I wish you could help me more with housework. So you're saying I do nothing around the house? Then why are you even dating me? I don't want to go to dinner tonight. You never want to do anything with me. You literally hate spending time with me. We need to increase funding for public schools. I mean, how do you disagree with something like that without seeming like a education hater or a certified dummy? So you say, my opponent wants to throw unlimited money at schools with no oversight, no accountability, and he wants to do that with taxpayer money. That's not at all what they said. Essentially, you're exaggerating someone's point and then disproving the exaggerated point or finding issue with this exaggerated point. The position being attacked is not the position the opponent actually holds.
But these things work,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what they do.
Mama Guy is going to employ multiple of these. His favorite is going to be the red herring fallacy. Red herring is a type of fish that has a very pungent odor. It's believed that when hunters were training dogs back in the day, they would get foxes and they would rub red herring all over their tails to confuse the dogs. Before releasing the foxes to be hunted down by the dogs would smell the red herring, they wouldn't get the foxes, and then they would eventually have to learn that they need to go for the original initial weaker scent of the fox. That actually turned out to be a myth, like a red herring, okay? I think they actually used red herring or, unfortunately, dead cats when training horses for war back in the day. It was to train them to be able to withstand chaos and the scent of death while everyone's dying in war. Regardless, a very depressing origin. But to put the red herring fallacy simply, it's when irrelevant information is introduced into an argument to divert attention away from the actual issue that needs to be discussed. For example, let's talk about Chris's misuse of campaign funds. Oh, really? Well, what about your voting record? You're just distracting the audience and making them go down a second rabbit hole. And what's bad is that most of the time, the second rabbit hole is pretty valid. But you're just taking the attention away. You asked me about X, but instead I'm going to answer and talk about Y. Or just changing the subject to something that sounds more important to avoid answering the question that you wanted me to address. That's the red herring. Or the weak man fallacy, otherwise known as the cousin of the straw man fallacy that we went over. The weak man, another one that Mama Guy loves to use, is finding the weakest point of the opponent's argument and only defeating that point, therefore pretending like you have won the war, that you are defeating their entire position. Let's say person A believes all food except pizza should be banned. Person B believes all food except burgers should be banned. And person B is explaining their burger theory. For 10 minutes, they're bringing up nutritional value, nutritional facts, the cost of making burgers, the way that it can be manufactured and made in a production line that's much quicker. And lots of people love burgers. All of these things, and at the end, they make a comment, probably more as a joke, that burgers just have a lot more fun ring to it than pizzas. Burgers is more fun to say. Person A, instead of arguing nutritional aspects, starts making fun of person B. Burgers have a nice ring to it. What about nuclear warfare? Doesn't that sound like a fun phrase? Imagine if we just did things because they sounded fun. Are we letting a toddler run this country? Get a grip. This is insanity. We're just gonna do something because we like the sound of burger? They never address anything else. Or these days, the weak man fallacy is more centered around the weak man in the group. It's like when you see a badly written, horribly misspelled, grammatically abhorrent comment made by someone who has the opposite political view as you, and you take a screenshot and you repost it saying, see, if you're on that party's side, that means you're just as dumb and ridiculous as this person. That kind of falls into the weak man fallacy, but by all means, go ahead. I mean, who are we to get in the middle of a political showdown on social media about grammar, right? But you find the weakest part of their argument and you treat it like the whole argument, when in reality, they probably have a lot of strong points that you just don't want to touch on. You expect people to use these fallacies when they talk about politics, but you don't expect them to come from a random comedy skit TikToker with 50 million followers in his apology statement after being gone from the internet for 2 years. The problem just comes down to the fact that people just don't care enough about Mama Guy to fact check his information. Seo Won-jung was one of the most followed South Koreans on TikTok. Most South Koreans have no clue who this guy is. They would see him on the street, they would not know this man. Summer of 2020, he starts his TikTok account. I will say, like most creators, myself included, he has very limited amounts of talent, relatively good Wi-Fi connection, and moderately high tolerance for embarrassing himself. That's pretty much it. There's nothing particularly skillful about his videos, but it ends up working. The first video he ever uploads gets 200,000 views. The next one, over 1 million views. And naturally, this convinces him that he is God's gift to earth and he must grace our measly presences with his infamous mama videos. In just a single year, he grows to have 40 million followers. So maybe he does have some sort of reasoning to believe that he's extraordinary. He was at one point one of the top 10 most followed TikTokers in the world.
Wow.
Yeah. Additionally, he secures a spot in the Forbes 30 Under 30 list for Asia. He has a video with Jason Derulo that has 3.1 million likes. You know that trend where it was greeting people in different countries? And you greet people in Korea and both sides are bowing. And then they greet in America and they're clasping hands.
Oh
they're
my
shaking.
gosh.
And then the third one is just Mama Guy greeting in Korean and Jason Derulo greeting in the American style. And then he slaps him across the face because he's bowing.
Oh my god.
A lot of the comments are positive. You know, people are commenting on Mama Guy's videos. Today, I found out about your videos from my siblings. And after I watched a couple of them, I subscribed to your channels. I haven't really smiled or laughed like that. I mean, that was like the first time in years. It's not particularly my style of video that I like watching.
Like, so he doesn't talk a lot, right?
No, he doesn't talk a lot. And I will say that sometimes Koreans, myself included, can have slightly bigger facial reactions. I know that in China, the recent Koreans reacting to food at dinner tables went viral. Your sister was showing us videos of like...
the way he eats, the CEO eat.
Yes, yes. But his is probably more over the top than all of that. It just feels more catered to younger demographics, maybe, I guess. Like very exaggerated screaming. Like he'll open something and go, "Wah!" And it's just like a box, you know? I think his main audience either just watches his videos when they show up on his FYP and they're light, they're not politically dense or heavy, so it's a nice break from the depressing world. Or people will just casually watch, or perhaps it's young kids that are following him. He makes viral videos that go viral, but he's not someone that people really know much about. They don't really know his life or his personality, but judging based solely off his mannerisms, he has a way of presenting himself to come off almost naive. He's shocked by everything. He is amazed by everything. He's entertained by everything. Therefore, it almost presents him as this slightly more innocent guy.
I see.
People were under the impression that this is just a nice guy on the internet making funny videos. And like, you know how people make those edits of influencers I would trust with my drink? I feel like he would have ended up on a lot of those lists. Like that's the energy that he gives off. We are getting closer and closer to the reveal of our new special project. And if you have been listening closely, you might have an idea of what we've been hinting at. After being able to share Grandpa Mango's limited edition art with all of you, it was through Shopify that we were able to make his lifelong dreams come true. It was such a good handful of years ago when we basically had zero experience in small business and online sales. It was overwhelming to even get into it, to see how we can make this happen for Grandpa Mango to fulfill this life goal of his. And then we found Shopify. They were just able to make it happen, and they can do that for you too. Shopify is the leading complete commerce platform that lets you start, grow, and manage your very own business. You can create and customize an online store, sell on the web, online, social media, pop-up shops, and even brick and mortar locations. Not only that, you can also manage your products, your inventory, your payments, and shipping all through Shopify. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many of you guys whenever we travel or go to New York, and I just want to say some of you guys are literal artisans. I couldn't even dream of making some of the one-of-a-kind pieces that you guys spend so much time making. You guys make stickers, stationery. I've seen clay figurines. I've seen one of you guys out there makes like the most beautiful plates, and you guys DM me pictures of plates that were inspired by like my dog. And I have been on this kick of seeing what you guys are able to create. And I'm just telling you, I wouldn't recommend Shopify if I didn't mean it. They are so user-friendly and great for anyone looking to start an online business. Get all the big stuff for your small business right with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. Shopify.com/rotten. In Korean bookstores, there is probably not anymore, but there was a book with a very poorly thought out title. It's called My 15 Seconds. Nobody told the author about any of the references or memes that could arise in having your face plastered on the front cover next to the words in bold, my 15 seconds. 15 seconds of what? You know what? Or it could mean my 15 seconds of fame. Both could be applicable because this is Mama Guy's book that was sold in Korea. My Korean researchers actually translated the entire book into English so that I was able to read it. All I know about this entire book now is that it's a very lengthy, self-congratulatory, affirmational book that is only interesting to Mama Guy under the disguise of wanting to teach everyone how to start their own TikTok accounts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he writes in the book, people around me often ask what secret method I use to become a global TikToker. As soon as I meet them, many ask, how? And countless inquiries come through my DMs and comments. What about me allowed such rapid growth as a TikToker? I even received questions about whether I was a child of a TikTok executive. But of course not. When I started TikTok, I was just an ordinary college student. He says that a 15-second video can take him 24 hours to film. If I had to sum up the entire book in one phrase, it would be the written variation of try being an influencer for a day. Like that's pretty much the whole entirety of the book. It's hard work. That's what he's telling you. He writes in his book, I actually spent a whole week examining my face, my facial angles in front of my phone. Through repeated practice, I studied which angles made my face look good, which expressions were funny, how I appeared in natural light, how images were produced under standing lights, what hairstyles looked best, and what should be in the background.
Really?
Yeah, because if you watch his TikToks, you would not believe that they're that highly produced.
Doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up.
Yeah. He says that starting TikTok was a very lonely endeavor. He says he didn't have anyone to talk to about his struggles or someone to give him advice. He says, at those times, I would tell myself inwardly, the lonely you are, the more successful you will be. You need to know how to endure when you are lonely and struggling. You can't just give up because things are difficult. He has one chapter in his book that's just titled, I want to create a good culture and environment. He writes in that chapter, the role I want to take on is being someone who exudes joyful happiness. I want to share friendliness and healthiness that makes anyone want to hang out with me when they see me. Whether on TikTok or in daily life, I know that followers and friends who watch me, they can only feel that joy if I'm genuinely enjoying myself wherever and whenever I meet anyone. I want to be someone who delivers joyful energy. He also just randomly throws into his book that his ideal type is someone who is cute and is very petite. The book has just way too much information that nobody necessarily ever cared about, and it doesn't particularly sound honest either. I was trying to put my finger onto what type of writing this is because I don't know why it is irking to a lot of people, because even my Korean researchers were like, hey, so you know how it's bad in English, it's worse in Korean, so just letting you know. It's annoying, but in a way that you almost feel like you can't point your finger to why. And then I discovered why. It feels like when billionaires start writing memoirs and they romanticize all the obstacles that they had to overcome in their life, and it's somehow annoyingly pretentious and also simultaneously, if I can do it, you can do it too energy encapsulated into one fucking annoying book that you want to throw across the room.
So he's writing his little origin story, how much he grinded and that kind of writing?
Exactly. But it's not truthful. It doesn't feel honest. It doesn't feel like, hey, no, I was having a mental breakdown every single day and I read a hate comment and I wanted to jump off the roof of a building. It's like, I persevered for success because I want to at least change one person's life who's watching this. And it's like you're doing reaction videos. None of us do videos that are that important ever in any context of this world, so it's just not that serious.
Yeah.
He writes in his book that when he has to relieve stress, when the anxiety and the stress of being a global TikTok star starts to get too much, you know, he has levels to what he does depending on the stress level. If he's moderately stressed, he will go to the gym and work out. If he's very stressed, he will walk in circles. He will pace his room. If he's very stressed beyond comprehension and function, he will go out drinking with his friends. He writes, when my mind gets complicated, I share soju shots with my friends. It will help clear my thoughts. And drinking doesn't solve problems, but I gain the courage to try and solve complex issues. And I'm grateful for my friends who are by my side. I don't have particular drinking habits. At most, I just get the urge to go home when extremely drunk.
He said, when I drink alcohol, I'm solving problems inside.
Yeah, that's also an annoying thing in the book. No, it's
You're just drinking alcohol. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
you're
you're-
just like hanging out with your friends,
and like maybe that does help you, but
Yeah.
like it's weird.
but you're
to
not
say.
solving anything.
Then July 2023, Mama Guy vanishes from the internet. July 8th, 2023, in South Korea, the police get a call to an apartment. There is an emergency. It seems like someone is being held captive, is trapped, maybe not legally speaking, but it would make sense considering when the police get to the apartment in question, the people inside refuse to open the door. They have to call in the fire department to come, and when they get there, whoever is inside still is refusing to open. They have to force their way in, and they find two people, two men. What happened to the girl that called 911 or 112? The court document, which we were able to get a hold of in South Korea, states the defendant who is just identified in court documents is a famous influencer with over 10 million YouTube followers. The defendant goes to the bar and ends up meeting with a girl. So the court documents, we were able to get them, and they say that July 8th, Mama Guy, defendant, goes to a bar, meets a girl by chance. Coincidentally, they exchange Instagram and they start DMing each other. 2 weeks later, they run into each other again at a different bar. And this time, maybe it feels like fate, like maybe they should be friends. So they start drinking together, and then eventually they end up going to a second bar. They have 2 bottles of champagne and 4 bottles of soju. Then they go to a convenience store, buy 2 more bottles of soju.
Two people?
Initially, it was another friend of the victim that was there, but she decided to go home early. So I'm not entirely sure at one point in the beverage consumption she ends up leaving. But regardless, it's a lot of alcohol.
That's a lot. Soju is like, what is that?
Oh, soju, I equate it
not
to like rubbing alcohol. I know it's not. It's not as strong as vodka, but it's not a light time.
It's not a beer.
No.
Yeah.
So they get 4 bottles of soju, 2 bottles of champagne, and then they go to a convenience store and buy 2 more bottles of soju, snacks, and other drinks. And the defendant, Mama Guy, is like, hey, do you want to go to my friend's house? The victim probably is feeling safer around this guy because she's seen his Instagram. She knows that he's a very famous influencer. And there is a sense of safety that I think comes with interacting with people that have a large public presence.
Yeah.
Because you're like, you're not going to risk your career and your whole life online to do something crazy. In fact, like, I feel like I would feel a little bit safer, right? So
Yeah.
she's like, okay, fine, I'll go to your friend's house. They get there, continue drinking. It's a small studio apartment. There's really just a bed in there. It's about 4 feet wide, 7 feet long.
4 feet wide,
Yeah.
7 feet long.
Yes, it's wider.
That's a bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a tiny apartment. So they just put a little bed in there. That's pretty much it. They're all cramped in there. It's stuffy. The victim says she's way too intoxicated. She just wants to close her eyes for a second, take a nap. She can sober up and then they can leave. Like, she just wants to go home, but she's so drunk, it would not be safe for her to try to go home right now. So she's like, I'm going to close my eyes for a second. She knocks out, and the friend, the owner of the apartment, he brings over 2 pieces of protection from the sink. He starts groping the victim before fully essaying her. Then the defendant, Mama Guy, gets into the bed, starts groping her, removes her clothing down there completely, and essays her. He claims that he used protection, but later it would turn out not to be the case because at the hospital they found his DNA inside of her body. The friend, the owner of the apartment, is still groping her from the side of the bed while Mama Guy is fully essaying her. This is around the time the victim starts waking up, and originally, the way that she reported it was, because in Korea, you cannot record a video or take pictures without a loud sound. The silencing feature for camera taking pictures is disabled on all Korean phones because 몰래 camera, like a hidden camera, hidden picture, up the skirt pictures, were becoming a nuisance, were becoming a very big problem. You know, these manufacturers, they disabled it. So she starts hearing these sounds and it wakes her up from her intoxication, and she sees Mama Guy on top of her. She pushes him off and straight up tells him, this is SA. She calls the police, she gathers her belongings, and she runs out of there. The police get there, the 2 guys do not open the door, and the firefighters are forced to break in. The news slowly starts spreading in South Korea that a famous influencer fully essayed a girl with his friend after a night out of drinking, but it's not until months later that this is all connected. This happened July of 2023. Mama Guy stops posting July of 2023. He just leaves the internet without any explanation. So there were a few people that were wondering, is the defendant Mama Guy? There were a few people in Korea that were very much into the case, that were trying to be internet sleuths. But because of Korea's privacy laws, it's very hard to verify. Even the court document we received, it doesn't list him by name. His only identifying features really is that he has a YouTube channel with over 10 million followers, and that this happens around the time that he stops posting.
So in July, was he taken to the jail or?
Yes, he was arrested.
So okay.
Korean mainstream media news outlets, they were either told more or investigative reporters were able to figure out who this guy was, and they decided that they were going to broadcast his YouTube page and his TikToks on their news channel while talking about this case, but with a blur filter. So you see someone's TikToks and YouTube videos playing in the background while the news anchor is saying, a man in his 20s with tens of millions of subscribers on YouTube and TikTok recently suddenly suspended all of his activities. Our investigations have confirmed that he has been brought to trial on charges of sexually assaulting an intoxicated woman with another man. He has even appeared on TV programs as his subscribers reach tens of millions of followers. Technically, it could be anyone because it's blurred footage, but only technically. You can clearly tell that this is Mama Guy, even through the blurred footage. His hair, his video style, his head shape, pretty distinct. His hairstyle is the butt crack hair, is kind of like how you call it. The butt crack hair where it just splits perfectly in the middle, like butt curtains. His hair is like pretty distinct. He has curtain bangs looking like windows into his empty skull. And the way his body moves, his mannerisms in his videos, people were very quickly able to cross-reference the blurred videos to the real videos, and it's very much him. Coupled with the fact that he's on hiatus, it is certain that the essayer is Mama Guy. Subsequently, and pretty swiftly, his TikTok account is banned, but his YouTube channel, the original one, is still up. The comments read from that time, he's the person I would least imagine to do what he did. He's a monster hiding behind that innocent face this whole time, bruh. Another one, this dude took never judge a book by its cover to a whole new level, skull emoji. Imagine him in prison yelling, Mama, LOL. No, now he's saying daddy in prison. One comment in Korean just reads, live long and always be sick. Nobody thinks that this guy's ever coming back. That's pretty much the end of the Mama Guy lore. He's essayed a girl while she was too intoxicated to consent. He's been convicted. Long live justice, and may he rot in the Korean prison system. Until he does come back. 5 months ago. May 27th, 2025, he posts a long-winded statement almost 2 years after disappearing. And his full statement reads in full, and see if you can spot out all the ways that he's framing the story to make people believe that he's innocent, because it's a masterclass in shameless manipulation of facts. The statement is translated to English to read, hello, this is Ox Jung, so Seo Jung. To everyone who knows me, I want to express my deepest apologies for the disappointment and hurt that I've caused. I should have shown you only my best side, but due to my poor judgment and mistakes, I've caused discomfort to many of you and hurt those involved. I deeply reflect on my actions and offer my heartfelt apology. Over the past year, I've spent a lot of time looking back on myself and facing the consequences of my actions. I was able to grow because of your love and support. Thanks to you, I was given many meaningful opportunities and experiences, but I brought everything down with my own hands, and I let you down. Since July 2023, I have fully cooperated with the legal proceedings related to this incident, which he has, by the way. He argued in court during the original trial that the victim consented to the essay because he saw her open her eyes.
That's crazy. So he say eyes open. She consented.
Yeah, and she made noises.
Was she drugged or was she just drunk?
It seems like she was just drunk, but overly intoxicated. But there is suspicion. We're not sure. That suspicion has not been proven in the court of law, though, legally speaking. He continues, after a long and difficult process, I was found not guilty of the major charges that were widely reported. Can you see why that's a weird sentence?
Yeah. First of all, what major charges is he talking about?
Exactly. Okay, so the major charge that he's talking about, when he says, I was found not guilty of the major charges, that makes it sound like the worst charges, the essay charges were dropped because those are the most major charges, right? But then he adds, that were widely reported. So in the very beginning, when this case erupted, it was reported that he was filming the assaults. So a lot of the attention was on, and he filmed it, because he's a content creator, and he's filming things like this.
See, that's what I thought.
Yes, that was dropped. The SA charges are still there, and he was found guilty of them. But
I
because
thought he only was charged for filming. I didn't even know that he was assaulting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it gets crazier. It gets crazier. So he's saying, I was found not guilty of the major charges that were widely reported. So it's not the major charges in general, it's that were widely reported.
Wow.
He says, I never filmed the other party. The investigation was closed without charges. And again, the investigation was closed without charges only pertains to the filming charge.
Wow.
Only the filming charge. He says the claims about unlawful confinement. So originally, like I was saying, it was reported that some media outlets were also based on misinformation of they wouldn't open the door for the police. So a lot of people thought the victim was in there with them. So they're like holding her captive and won't open the door. He's saying, well, that was misinformation. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's just pointing out all the things that's the rumors that are false.
Yeah. I mean, technically she left before they refused to let the police come into the apartment, but that's not why people hate you.
Yeah. You know, this sounds like this has to be crafted by a lawyer too.
Yeah, so we reached out to his agency for comment. Our Korean researchers are incredible. I love them. But they didn't respond. We've been like hounding them.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
it seems like every wording is legally correct.
Yes, it's legally correct. And I say this with as much disrespect as possible. I don't think that he is anywhere near competent enough
Yeah, to
craft a statement like this.
Yeah. And then don't you think like the way that he handled this whole case
Yeah.
from the beginning, it's like so well
Yeah.
prepared. Like he basically got away with
Yeah.
everything.
And a lot of Koreans hate him, even though they didn't know him. They hate him now because they're saying this is another case of money buys innocence because this guy was making like $40,000 a month and he was bragging about it. He probably used a lot of that to get a really good attorney. And in Korea, I think there's a little bit more context. I think in America, we have the same sentiments of money gets you a good defense, but in Korea, it's even worse because connections are even more important in Korea. So if there is a really good defense attorney who used to work at the prosecutor's office, they will charge a premium because it's not even about how good they are. It's about the connections they have with the system.
Yeah.
He says, well, I did my best to present the facts. Not everything was accepted. Basically, you were found guilty. And I received a suspended sentence for a part of the charges. He says a part of the charges as if the charges that he was found guilty of was not the most important charge. He says, I was also able to communicate with the other party. He doesn't say victim. And bring the matter to a respectful close. So again, in Korea, another thing is it's so hard to get SA charges concluded that victims will settle to get any sort of financial compensation because at that point it's like, what else am I getting out of this? It's not like you're going to go to prison for a very long time because the justice system is the way that it works. So you might as well get something to help with your trauma and healing, maybe for therapy, maybe for health checkups, like whatever it is, right? So this is a very normal thing, but he acts like I was able to bring it to a respectful close. Like we both agreed upon something. Once again, I want to express my sincere apology to everyone who is affected by this situation. At first, I was overwhelmed by fear. Some people advised me to admit to the charges, saying it might result in a lighter sentence, even if they were true. But after long and difficult contemplation, I realized that what I feared most was not being able to tell the truth. But I did everything to clarify the truth, including voluntarily requesting a polygraph test and even preparing a reenactment video. Side note, polygraphs are notoriously inaccurate and that's why they're not used in the court of law in the States. But he continues. During the appeal trial, a cross-examination was scheduled but couldn't proceed due to the other party's absence. Because the victim of SA did not want to show up to be cross-examined. Still, I did my best to prove my innocence. It was a long and disorienting time, so much so that I even began to question my own memories. Throughout it all, I had the chance to reflect. I was careless and my actions led to all of this. I failed to live up to my own standards and hurt many people along the way. I take full responsibility for the consequences of my poor judgment and thoughtless behavior, and I deeply regret them.
This is so crazy.
Poor judgment is a very low-level word to place on something as devastating as essay. He continues, I take all your criticism and disappointment to heart, which again makes it sound like he's being canceled online for a social issue rather than a literal crime against women. He continues, when I first started creating content, my only wish was to bring comfort or strength to even just one person. I once met a student who told me that at a moment when they were considering self-exiting, they happened to watch one of my videos and laughed. And that laugh gave them the will to keep going. They told me that I had saved their life. I now understand more than ever the weight of the responsibility I should have carried from the beginning. This experience has truly helped me rediscover what truly matters. From now on, I will live with greater responsibility and do everything I can to ensure something like this never happens again. To everyone I've hurt or disappointed, I offer my sincerest, heartfelt apology. I am truly sorry. And I respectfully tell you that I'm not the man who kicked a woman in the video. He is a different person. What's crazy is this part where he says that he's not the man in the video that kicked the woman, the Busan roundhouse kick. He doesn't say that in the Korean version of his statement. It's only in the English
So
one.
everything else is exactly identical except that final statement.
Because if he put that in the Korean one, every single Korean would go, what the f*** are you talking about? Shut
Yeah.
up. Like, no one was thinking that. They would be genuinely upset. And that's what a lot of Koreans who also understand English are writing in the comments. Like, shut up. What are you talking about?
Wow, he is really good at this.
He's throwing in the CCTV video of the Busan roundhouse kick.
No way.
Yeah, well, he didn't link it, but he's throwing that in saying, that's not me, to make that the red herring of the conversation.
Yes.
This video was never even tied to this case. We did an episode on that video a long time ago. At no point ever did anyone say, wait, is that influencer with 55 million followers on TikTok that screams mama?
Yeah.
Even when Mama Guy's sexual assault case came to light, nobody thought it was him in that video. Maybe like one or two people that were making like AI generated slop content on TikTok that just wanted to get random, like, you know how those weird videos have been going viral recently? I didn't even see one that went viral. I couldn't even find many of them or any of them. All I see are people saying, hey guys, he clarified it's not him.
Why would anybody even think it's him? This is so random. Roundhouse kick was such a big case too by
Yes.
itself. People already knew all about it if you do one Google search. So how could anybody connect that to him? I will assume he probably did it himself because nobody would think that they're related.
In fact, the roundhouse kick situation, that case itself, it went viral for the reason that there was another YouTuber involved who released his identity without the court's permission because his identity was protected information. So everyone was like, oh, we know his information because it got leaked. And so his identity is even more talked about.
Yeah.
So no one would ever equate that to being him. It doesn't even look like him in the CCTV camera. It's just two Korean guys.
Yeah.
Like, for someone to genuinely believe that, even before he made this statement, you'd have to be not a great fact checker or a Googler, and you may be racist a little, okay? Like that, there's just no way. It's very much, hey, this random thing that nobody thought was me, let me tell you it wasn't me, so that's all you talk about. And it's working. People are fighting in the comments. Okay, there's lots of people in the comments saying he's innocent. And when people say, no, he's not, he's literally not, people will fight back and say, the guy in the video has a tattoo on his arm and Mama Guy doesn't.
Wow.
Then you have the weak man fallacy. He's boiling down his entire essay charge just to the fact that he didn't film the assault. And he's acting like that's the main point. He's choosing the weakest charge that he was not convicted of and disproving it. It does not mean that he wasn't charged and convicted with essay. Just the wording itself, I think, are terrifying. Like these phrases, I was found not guilty of the major charges that were widely reported. I never filmed the other party. I take full responsibility for my poor judgment. I received a suspended sentence for a part of the charges. I did everything I could to prove my innocence.
So if he was found guilty, did he serve time? What was it?
Okay, that's another reason why I think that a lot of people are genuinely believing that he's innocent. And okay, my thing is, if you read his statement and you believe he's innocent, I think that's a reflection of his shameless morality. I think that's on him and everyone should hate him for it, is my opinion. However, I think if you are going there and you keep defending him in every comment section, and when people are informing you, you need to look into it. And then I see some of his fans, I guess, that are like, no, but he's innocent, he said so. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't mean anything, you gotta look into it, right? But they're like, no, he said so, and he doesn't have a tattoo. Those people, I don't understand. The reason that I think from the surface level he appears to be innocent is because in America, you typically don't get a suspended sentence for SA charges. Whereas in Korea, you do. A suspended sentence means, hey, I'm going to give you a year and 6 months. However, it's going to be suspended. Meaning in the next 2 years, you're going to be free. But if you commit any other crime, straight to jail for a year and 6 months.
That's crazy too.
So because he's free, people think that he is innocent. It worked so well that the top comments on that post are, this has to be the most incredible apology someone could ever make. Another one reads, bro, crazy. We were all hating him for the thing he didn't do. After reading this, I don't know why. I'm crying though. Don't know how much, how bad he felt by everything. Another one reads, for 2 years, you fought to claim yourself not guilty. Wow. And this apology post is way more better and personal than other apologies. You wrote it in 2 languages. 2. And I also couldn't believe that you were not guilty. I think this is the most honest and respectful and responsible apology ever. Another one says, the guy who kicked the girl in the video has a tattoo while you don't. He's not guilty, guys. I missed you. I'm glad you're back. Out of every YouTube apology I've ever seen, this is the most honest and most sincere, good job, man, apology accepted. No, you don't have to be sorry. Social media does. We all owe you a big apology, and you shouldn't have been treated this way. There's very few Korean comments, but the top ones in Korean read, let's crack open the indictment, shall we?
Oh, so Koreans do know what he was charged for.
Yeah, they know he's guilty.
So the international viewers have no idea. They just took his statement and nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying I don't blame a lot of the people that read his statement, take it at face value, and they accept his apology or they think he's innocent. I do, however, take problem with people that are getting responses of like, hey, let me link you very few articles, because there's not a lot of articles out there, but like the very few I could find in English, and they still keep posting. Like, no, he's not. And I'm like, are you not reading? What's going on?
Yeah.
But another comment in Korean just reads, all the comments are f***ing foreigners, haha. Because they're like, how are people falling for this? And again, it's just the lack of information in English that's available. But some people just don't care about the truth. I see some people, they keep commenting on every post. It doesn't matter how many people respond to him telling them the truth. There's someone who goes around commenting on like every video. Why do people not forgive him? He was found innocent. He is not guilty. The man who kicked the girl had a tattoo on his arm, but Wanjung does not have a tattoo on his arm. Plus, he is sorry for scaring people, even if he didn't do anything wrong. I hope you guys can all understand. And I'm like, okay, Wanjung, is this you? Another comment is, they're passionate. They write, dang, if you look at the comments from back then, people really thought he did it. They act like he was not a human being. People took this way too far. People said LOL about him going to jail. Some people probably even sent him death threats. We should all apologize to him for what we put him through.
Wow.
Other people are commenting, Wanjung, you look so sad. You were so happy in your older videos. What happened to that happy smile? Please stay happy. Do whatever you want. Fly around the world. Eat your favorite foods. Eat the famous food you missed out on, but just do something. Please don't be sad. You can be sad, but not all the time. He goes on to like that comment.
Wow.
I will say, I think, again, for the people, the mass population who didn't really dig into it more and they trusted him to tell the truth, I don't think it's their fault. It is very confusing, and I think there's a few elements to it. So during the first trial, there were 2 trials. During the first trial, both defendants, Mama Guy and his friend, they tried to argue that this was all consensual. They never wanted to commit a crime. So there were 2 things. They were charged with special quasi-essay. Now, this is very important, okay? There's also a translation error that makes a lot of English speakers feel like it's not essay. And this is true. Okay, we're going to get into that in a second. But they had to prove that this was essay, the prosecutors, and they had to prove that there was a conspiracy to commit a crime, which would be like aggravated essay. It would be like gang essay, if you will. That gets dropped. The aggravated part gets dropped. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty much everything about it is just asinine. They argued to the judge that the victim definitely consented and was conscious because she made noises and opened her eyes. At one point, she made eye contact with them. She also did not actively resist or fight them off. That's what they argue. They also argue that this is not gang essay because while the friend, the owner of the apartment, was essaying the victim, they argue Mama Guy was asleep, so they were not gang essaying her. They're both individually rapists. You know, they didn't plan to be rapists together. That's pretty much what they're arguing. I mean, the court clearly thinks all of this is about as sensical as a squirrel operating heavy machinery. They procured protection together. Also, moving her eyelids doesn't mean consent. We don't even have to like go down the path of pointing out how ridiculous their whole defense is. During the first trial, Mama Guy was found guilty and sentenced to 3 years and 6 months in prison. He appeals it. Then he goes to a second trial, and then he's sentenced to 1 year and 6 months and a 2-year suspended sentence, meaning he doesn't have to go to jail anymore.
That's crazy.
But there's really barely any international updates on this case. And if there is a huge translation discrepancy.
And you say
Yes.
like he was a closed court or something?
Yeah,
He requested
it.
like everything's private or something like that?
Yeah.
So that's why even more limited information out there.
Even in Korea. Yeah. Wow. Most articles state that he is convicted of quasi-rape. In English, the word quasi means seemingly, apparently, but not really. Being partly or almost. So in some sense or degree, that's the meaning of it. So people are taking that as, oh, it wasn't fully essay. Like maybe it was harassment.
Right.
Like maybe it was something else, but like it can't be fully essay because the definition of quasi in English means not completely or just seems like it, but is not really it. It's just miscommunication. Like that's not at all what happened. So in Korea, what it means is technically the term quasi-essay, when you translate it in Korean and the way that it's used in his court case, is that it just means there was an essay that takes place, but essay, that charge in Korea, typically is intertwined with force, physical, or threats. So the word quasi in front of it means the victim did not resist, because they were incapable of resisting. So if you just charge them with, in Korea, the legal definition of regular essay, then they would have to prove that the victim resisted. So this is just their saying of, hey, it's a different charge where we don't have to prove that the victim resisted because we can prove to you that they were not in a state of resisting. So whether that means that they were too intoxicated, whether they were blacked out unconscious, whether that means they were mentally incapable of resisting at that time, whether they were in a coma, whether they were not at the developmental stage of being the age that they are on their driver's license, like there's all these different factors. Or they could have been on drugs like prescription medications. So they're saying it's just essay where someone is incapable of resisting. But because it gets translated into the word quasi, which means not really in English, people thought that he was not really charged with essay.
Yeah, that's what I read back in the days.
Yeah, but that's not at all true. And then he goes on to argue that the major charges that were widely reported were dropped. Those are the filming charges, because remember, she had originally stated to the police that she heard some sort of recording noise. They took their phones, but they couldn't find a recording. But even the defendants admit, Mama Guy tells the judge that he thought that when his friend was essaying the victim, he says he thought it was consensual and he wanted to film it as a prank. I don't know how that's a prank.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But
That's
he
crazy.
himself stated that in the court. Then there's an argument that his charges were lowered, which they kind of were because initially he was convicted of, I guess, the aggravated version of conspiracy to commit. But that gets very complicated in the court of law, and they were already going to get him for the essay charges. So they do end up dropping that. But still, it's full-on essay charges, like full essay charge. Making this entire situation even more unfortunate is that there is a lack of media coverage on the case, even in South Korea. Nobody really knows him in South Korea, and if they do, they don't really care about him, which seems to have always been a sore spot for him. He writes in his book, I'd established myself as a TikToker with the third largest following in Korea after BTS and Blackpink. With the title, Korea's representative TikToker, feels somewhat burdensome to me. I clearly feel pride and responsibility as a short form creator in Korea. And then he gets kind of uncomfortable when he goes on these reality shows and nobody knows who he is. So because of that, the lack of coverage and the mistranslation of the words and the fact that South Korea does offer suspended sentences to convicted essayers, he uses all of this to trick his audience into thinking that he's a good guy. Something to note is that he is restricted from working in facilities that deal with children, youth, and people with disabilities. But I would say that a lot of his TikToks are targeted towards younger kids, which is terrifying considering how hard that is to regulate. And just generally speaking, this is not particularly a defensible person. He's just not that special. And again, I mean that with so much disrespect and rudeness. I disliked him even more after reading a book that he had written to showcase how good he was. And I end up disliking him more. So much of this book was just a back-patting session. It's subtle. I mean, one or two, you won't notice it, but it's practically on every page. And maybe it's a cultural thing. I think if you're familiar with East Asian culture, you can see the annoyance perhaps seeping through the pages a little bit better, but it is the worst annoying way of bragging. I would just rather someone come to my face and say, haha, I'm better than you, and spit in my face. That would be more refreshing than whatever this dumpster fire of a book is. He writes, according to my mother, I walked and talked unusually early, but in my memory, I was just an ordinary kid who listened well to my parents. I received quite a few awards in elementary school. My grades were always good, and I had a talent in arts and physical education. So I remember receiving many awards each year that made my parents happy, from excellence awards to writing competition awards. But while doing TikTok, my luck with awards exploded. TikTok Korea gives awards every season based on domestic and international views. Combined with share counts and video upload frequency, they announce top rankings by category monthly and select first place every 3 months. In these TikTok Korea Creator Awards, I have constantly been selected as first place. Nobody knows you in South Korea, but go off. I was a boy with many dreams, from boxer to singer. I never easily gave up on my dreams. Good for you. You are neither a boxer nor a singer, so I guess you did give up. In middle school, I ranked 3rd out of 230 students, and in high school, I ranked 7th out of 550. So I wasn't someone who couldn't study or did poorly, but my dreams were always a little bit different.
Let me guess. To help people.
Yeah. Many people praise me as someone who's achieved their dream as a TikToker, but I'm still dreaming. In my freshman year of college, I hung out and drank with classmates just like everyone else, but they were surprised when I achieved a 4.5 GPA, calling it a plot twist. I was the type to play hard when playing, but concentrate intensely when studying, even staying up late. He also goes on a multi-page tangent, seemingly taking shots at students who take part-time jobs working at cafes and tutoring because that's easy money. He says he wanted to experience hard work, which is why he wanted to build thick skin and take jobs working at construction sites or popping rice crackers on the street. He then goes on to rant about his time during the military conscription that every guy in Korea has to enlist for a mandatory 2 years minus few exceptions. He says that he wanted to, quote, I felt that I should take away something more from military service. I headed to the fitness room. I picked up dumbbells with the mindset of just trying something. I exercised consistently and really hard. And he says the month that he was discharged from the military, he does one of those bodybuilder profile photo shoots showcasing his physique. Even that, he has a very holier-than-thou explanation. He says, rather than taking photos for the purpose of keeping them, I wanted to remember the thrilling experience of overcoming my own limits. People might just glance at the photo on page 148 of this book, thinking, 완전 man, nice body. But to me, it is an intense record of overcoming my personal limits through pure effort.
Bro, what is he saying?
I don't know, but even my dad was jacked after the military service. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Everybody gets jacked after the enlistment.
Yeah.
And it's also like mandatory. It's not really something to write home about or dedicate a whole page for the picture in your book for. I know it sounds like I'm nitpicking, and maybe I am in hindsight.
No, he sounds like a pick-me. Like, so annoying.
I feel like it's...
Especially what kind of person he is. Like, you just know.
That's what I'm saying.
He's full of himself.
He continues to complain. It's always half woe is me to, don't worry guys, I'm saving the world with my TikToks. I do think that his crime is definitely tainting my perception, because had I not known what kind of person he was, maybe none of this would strike me as annoying, or maybe I would just say, oh, it's maybe not my personality type to be friends with him. I just imagine this kind of condescending attitude seeping into the trial, the way he even settles with the
Yes.
victim or was talking about the victim, talking to the victim, his arrogance and not opening the door for the police when they get there. All of these traits, I think in hindsight, make him entirely metaphorically punchable. He says, while my friends say it's unbelievable that I've become a world-class TikToker, they really support me and say it's cool. They say, I knew you would do well at whatever you tried. When I'm with my friends, though, I'm just 27-year-old Seo Won-jung who wants to live an enjoyable life. He says after he won the TikTok Gold Award from the TikTok headquarters, which is like, I guess, like a gold play button from YouTube, which like, it's exciting, it's fun, it's great. But he said, I really felt the weight on my shoulders. It was an unavoidable weight of having to continue to living up to Won-jung and that name going forward. Nobody knows you, dude. Like,
Yeah, he is so annoying.
very applicable, I guess, but like maybe understanding train of thought. Everyone has pressure at whatever they do. However, no one, including myself that makes videos for the internet, should ever, in any situation, take themselves this seriously. Like the weight of the world on his shoulders after getting a gold award from TikTok is... Another one reads, if there's a friend who doesn't know what to do right now, I'd like to tell them to do what they love most. My case isn't a case of success without effort. There were many lonely times. Sometimes it was a solitary work, pioneering a path no one else had walked. But because I loved what I was doing, what I loved, even that loneliness was bearable and that hardship was enjoyable. I didn't really have role models. It's impossible to find role models around me in the process of expanding activities as a TikToker. While I often felt like I was walking a long path alone, it was something I liked it. I developed a desire to pioneer ahead of everyone. It's hard to walk a path that no one else has walked. Which is actually not true. It's not really an uncommon path to have content creators commit sexual crimes against women, so I don't know why he's patting himself on the back. That is a long, frequently journeyed path that a lot of content creators take. He writes in his book under the chapter, The Hardship Beyond Being a Global Influencer. That's the title. He writes, I recently lost weight, and people around me were very worried when I suddenly lost 9 pounds compared to last year. Even I was surprised. I just had become so busy that I didn't even have time to exercise. But you had time to essay someone, so I'm pretty sure that you could make time if you wanted. I think that's the most dangerous thing about him, is that, well, he's free, but also he has no shame. He has no remorse. The way that he talks about himself in the book, the way that he talks about himself in that statement, he clearly thinks that he is a great person gracing everyone with his presence. And that's terrifying. Obviously, if you are someone who gets convicted of SA, you cannot be a good person. But even that statement alone is shocking. There's just no backbone. Like, just get off the internet. What are you doing? This manipulation of his word usage, all of these different fallacies that he's employing in his statement is so terrifying that there are people out there like that. In 2023, before all of this news became public, before the conviction and his morally corrupt wordplay apology, he wrote in his book that he was in the process of launching a video game and a full clothing line because he wants a brand to exist outside of him. And I just want to say, if that does happen, I will be there every step of the way. I don't care if this is 20 years later. I'm going to be there and I'm going to be reminding him of this case because I also like being a nuisance.
He's just back on TikTok and everything?
So his YouTube has never been suspended. He's still actively posting on YouTube. He does not get the views that he used to, but he's still posting on YouTube. And he made a new second TikTok account because his first TikTok account was suspended. So if you ever come across his videos, block it, report it.
Is he like, how many like followers and stuff he has now?
He only has like 50,000, which is not only, but that's a lot.
So he lost his like main account.
Yeah.
He lost all the followers.
Yeah.
And he hasn't gotten any of them back.
No.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. But I'm so annoying.
Yeah, but that,
I don't know why he's even allowed to be talking. And
I think it's most frustrating when like literally you watching him and you see that he fooled every single person.
You know what's crazy? He fooled everyone to the point of when his initial charges were brought to the surface in 2023, there were a lot of TikTokers that were saying, hey guys, this is what's going on with this mama guy. And now if you look at their recent comments, people are saying, oops, this video aged badly because they think he's innocent. And I'm like, it's actually worse.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know why I'm so emotional right now, but I'm so annoyed.
It's like that unjust feeling that's,
Yeah. So he's trying to get away with it. And that is where I leave you with today's episode. Be safe, and I will see you guys in the next one.
There were times I plotted killing my father, thinking of committing murder.
He went to a Diddy party.
So he says that he'd been invited to a white party. Yes, Puff Daddy.
You're walking down the street and you walk past someone. You guys kind of look alike, and it makes you do a double take. Maybe it's the eyes. Maybe it's the way that both of you guys have dimples on the right side that's significantly larger than the left side when you smile. But it could also just be you have similar styles. Maybe you do your makeup the same. Or maybe your parents look alike. It's not that big of a deal, right? Or you consider the other possibility. What are the odds that you have a half sibling out there that you don't even know about? I hope that's not a question that keeps you up at night staring into the abyss. But if one day your dad tells you, hey, I've been cheating on your mom for the past few years, I work as a truck driver, it makes it so easy to meet people on the road, then yeah, you're probably wondering exactly how many half siblings do I have out there? What if you accidentally run into one of them at an airport bookstore and you don't even freaking know it? There are two main ways in which this scenario could likely happen to you. One of the parents, like I said in the previous situation, has an extramarital affair. 2, maybe both of your parents or one of them were donors, sperm or egg donors. That's actually become a huge issue as of late. One sibling group discovered they would go onto these donor websites and they would input the member number, like the donor number of the sperm that was used to create them, and see how many half siblings they have out in the entire world, the universe. And some of these sibling groups would be 150 big, 150 half siblings all conceived by the same sperm donor.
Wow.
Just out there existing. Apparently they'll have meetups and people will get blown away because it's like 150 people who look eerily similar, just in different fonts, and it's kind of unsettling. There are other groups popping up, 50 half siblings, 25 half siblings, 30 half siblings. It's very tricky for them to find each other because it's not like they can just compare birth certificates. That would make it easier. That would at least provide some sort of tracking method for half siblings, but usually some sort of method to track your half siblings. Aziza Kabibi, however, does not really have to look that far. She already knows where every single one of her half siblings are because she has given birth to 4 of them. Aziza Kabibi's children are also her half siblings because Aziza's father is also the father of her children. Aziza's father has been essaying her since she was 8 years old, impregnating her 4 times, forcing her to give birth at home, forcing his wife, Aziza's mom, to help her give birth to his child, Aziza's half-sibling and child, and now to Aziza's mom's grandchild and also stepchild. 4 separate times. Once was in a tent on the beach hiding from the police. Another time was in a Home Depot bucket at home. And every single time, Aziza's father would force her to raise her children, his children, in the house with Aziza's other siblings, whom he was also assaulting. Aziza's mother, who starts becoming jealous of Aziza and her own daughters and her own grandchildren, and he would force them to live in this cramped space and fight for his attention until Aziza finally escapes. This is Aziza's story. So you're 15 when you're pregnant for the first time. Did you know that you were about to give birth?
I did not know I was having labor pains. What it felt like was I was having menstrual cramps, very mild. And then I felt like I needed to use the bathroom. My family, we lived in one room in the house that we were renovating at the time, and everyone was in that one room asleep on the mattresses on the floor. Got up in the middle of the night, to go outside of the room. We didn't have any working plumbing or toilets, so we were using the bathroom on Home Depot buckets. Went and sat on the bucket thinking that I had to defecate, thinking that I had to go to do a number 2. And I started pushing, not thinking that what I was feeling were actually labor pains. And as I was pushing, trying to go, water splashed from between my legs all across the floor. And I screamed out for my mom. She came running out and she grabbed me. Then she screamed for my dad. He came running out and he looked between my legs and he said, "Her head is right there. Aziza, do not push." So they carried me back into the room. By that time, the commotion had woken up my siblings and the dogs. I remember hearing them barking. And my father just kept telling me, "Do not push, do not push. She's coming too fast." And I'm there laying on the mattress and I'm doing my best to try to hold her in, but my body was not cooperating. And I ended up pushing unwillingly, and my baby just shot out of me, and my father caught her. So he said that I had torn because she came so fast. By that time, I was only 16. I got pregnant when I was 15, but by the time I had my daughter, I was 16. And my body just hadn't matured enough. So I tore. My breasts were not developed enough to breastfeed her. So when the milk started coming in, I was extremely engorged. I didn't have nipples to feed her. So it was a whole thing. But looking at her, looking at this baby that came from me, I fell in love with her. She had these big, beautiful, round saucer eyes. And once all of the commotion settled down, my parents and my siblings went back to sleep. I just stayed up with her and just looked at her, and I fell in love and I cried, and I thought about what got me to that point. And even though it was rooted in a whole lot of trauma and pain, you know, I felt like, wow, finally now there's somebody to love me.
When you had your first baby, did everyone in the family know that this was also your father's child?
None of my extended family knew. So my mom knew, yes, my siblings knew. Even before I got pregnant, my father told my brothers and sisters that he was keeping me and I was not allowed to have a boyfriend, and they had to watch me and tell him whenever, if anybody ever tried to talk to me. So yes, they knew by this time. And it was just something that was accepted.
Did anything change after you had your first child?
I would say yes. Well, most definitely yes. I wouldn't just say it. Most definitely yes. I already felt a sense of purpose, I guess, because my father weaponized my brothers and sisters. He told me that, specifically my sisters, he told me that if I did not tell what he was doing to me, if I didn't fight him, then he would not molest my siblings. That didn't last for very long, but for a good 4 to 5 years, you know, my father did not touch my sisters. I kind of had a sense of purpose where I accepted that this was the sacrifice. Whatever suffering I was going through was a sacrifice that I made in order to keep them safe. But then after I had my daughter, that definitely increased because now I was her mom and I was determined not to do to her what my mother did to me, and that was essentially to do nothing. The other thing that changed was my relationship with my mom. Now that my daughter was here and my father had kind of labeled her royal blue blood, right? He put her up on a pedestal. Then my mom became jealous. My father believed in hitting his children for discipline. He would not hit my daughter at all. He completely got rid of that whole belief system with her, but he was still beating my siblings. He was still beating me. And I think that created some animosity in my mother. So that was something else that changed. My relationship with my mother was already strained. But it had kind of reached this kind of plateau of this is just the life that we're living, and I accepted it to a certain degree. But it definitely changed even more after I had my daughter, because then she started expressing more animosity.
The abuse starts when you're 8 years old.
Yes.
Before you're 8, can you walk us through the family setup and what your life was like up until the abuse starts?
So I could go back to as far as I remember, is what I remember, which actually is pretty young. My parents met when they were teenagers in high school. My dad was 18 and my mom was 17 when they had me. Then they got married. So as far as my memories are concerned, we lived in the attic of my grandmother's house. When my mom got pregnant with my first sister, but third child, we moved downstairs to a small apartment that was connected to the house, but it was bigger than living up in the attic. Our life, I remember a very happy childhood. Yes, as I said before, my father believed in punishing his children by beating them. So I definitely remember him beating me when I was little if I misbehaved. I remember that if I tried to go downstairs to see my grandmother when we lived in the attic, then he would catch me and he would whoop me then. I remember tearing up a mango tree that he was growing and he beat me then. So I remember those things. And I think because they were traumatizing even as a toddler. But then as I got older and we moved downstairs, I had a happy childhood as far as I could remember. I was allowed to play with my cousins. I was allowed to go visit my grandparents. And my father was very involved in our life. He was determined to give us experiences that I don't think were normal for Black children in Paterson, New Jersey. So I grew up going blueberry picking and going to visit the Statue of Liberty. And then we were homeschooled. So my cousins, they would complain all the time about going to school and hating school, but they just thought it was so cool that we got to stay home. So all of those things, we turned out to be like the cool kids in the family and really had a lot of fun with it.
The homeschooling, was it your dad homeschooling you guys? And you're the eldest.
Yes.
I think you mentioned like your dad would teach you and then you would teach your siblings.
Yes.
That is a lot to take on.
It was.
What was that like?
It was stressful. The first child that my father delivered was his third child, but my first sister, right? There was a brother between her and I, and she was born feet first. And my father always said that she would be like a problem child because she was born feet first. And I still maintain that my arch nemesis was born into the family as my sister. So I had to teach her how to read. And she gave me the most difficult time. She challenged everything. She would try to tell on me, get in trouble. She refused to do her homework. So yeah, having that stress, being responsible for having to teach her how to read, write, do math, because it came with the threat of my father. If my sister was not at a certain level by a certain time, then I would get punished. Yes, the stress was a lot. I just accepted. I was the oldest daughter. I accepted it as my responsibility, and I just did the best that I could.
Why did your dad decide to do homeschooling? Was it like he didn't think the school curriculum was good, or was it a separate reason? Was it to shelter you guys in?
So what he told us was that the school curriculum wasn't good, especially for African American people. He felt that this public school education did not suffice for his kids. And his experience, he would tell us horror stories of what he went through in school as a child, being bullied and teachers not liking him. So he kind of created this view of school that was just tough and struggle, and then it not being adequate for him, and he didn't think it was adequate for us. So that was the reason that he told us. I feel like looking back, yes, some of it was a manipulation, was a way to keep us sheltered, but that's in hindsight. During, he definitely said that essentially the public school that we had access to was not good enough to educate us.
Closer to when you're 8, you're being homeschooled, you're teaching your siblings everything. You're kind of forced into this role of an adult in the family. How does the abuse start?
I think it's safe to say it started with the physical abuse because as much as I loved my father, I was definitely afraid of him. And he was involved with us. We would play, we'd run around the house, play hide and seek. He was a very hands-on dad. But when he got angry, he took it out on us. He would beat us with belts and take turns with the belt. He taught me algebra holding a Kung Fu slipper in his hand. So if I got the answer wrong, he would slap me with the Kung Fu slipper. But of course, at the time as a child, you just think, well, this is how your parents discipline you. So inclusive of him using corporal punishment, he also grounded us. So if you did something wrong, you couldn't watch TV, you got locked in your room, like all of these things. And even then it progressed to starving. So it's a little fast forward. I wasn't a teenager. I think I was about 13 when my father first bought the house in East Orange. He would take us there to do the renovations. We'd had to clean up slacks, rip down walls, do all of like the hard labor. And we would have to, my brother and I would have to complete a certain amount of tasks by the end of the day. If we did not complete the tasks, the punishment was that we didn't get to eat. So he started to employ now these starvation methods in his child rearing. And I just feel like it got worse and worse from there. So I was already afraid of him. So by the time I'm 8 years old, you don't want mommy to tell daddy if he was acting up because then you'd get a bad beating or get some kind of severe punishment. And usually the punishment just never fit the crime.
Your mom during all of this, she's more of like a quieter parent, like not as involved, or?
No, she was definitely involved. She was there because even with the education was to align it with regular school. It was like my mom was kind of the teacher and my father was the principal. My father taught the hard subjects like algebra and any of the sciences and technology, but my mom focused more on the English and basic math. And she would check all of our work and give us our assignments. So they worked hand in hand.
How did the molestation start?
So one day my mom sent me to talk to my father in their bedroom, and he was commending me, which was rare. He told me that I had been being very responsible. He was proud of me. He was, as far as my schoolwork, my mom would grade our work, so I was getting A's according to her gold stars. And he just told me that he was very proud. And then he told me that he had to show me how to be a woman. And this is what all fathers did with their daughters. And then he took me in the back room, which was a closet area that separated our apartment from my grandmother's house. And he laid me down and he performed oral sex on me.
You're 8, so you don't know what he's doing. Did you believe that this is something that normally happens because that's what he said, or did you have this?
I had an icky feeling, right? I had an icky feeling because from what I understood and what I had been taught by my mom specifically was that no one was supposed to look at my private area. Right, no one was supposed to look at my private areas. Mommy to help clean, and daddy whenever something was wrong, right? Something was wrong because he was the person that kind of diagnosed sicknesses and gave us herbs and things like that. So for this behavior, I was uncomfortable. As his daughter, I can't protest. I can't argue against it. So it more felt like that. I did believe him. I believe that all dads did this with their daughters because he is who I got all of my information from and all of my knowledge from. So when this happened, I accepted it. However, while he was going down on me, I felt very scared. I didn't like the feeling. He asked me, do I like it? And I was afraid to tell him that I didn't like it. So what I told him was that, well, I don't want him to do it anymore. That was my way of cautiously answering him. He kept doing it anyway and then eventually stopped. So yeah, I mean, I knew I didn't like it.
How frequent is the abuse initially?
After that one time, he did not abuse me again for probably about a week. I thought that would just be the only time. In my mind, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I know how to be a woman now. And what's interesting is that my father, he limited what we watched on television. So we were only allowed to watch educational shows like Reading Rainbow, 3-to-1 Contact, PBS, essentially. And he was really into films. He was really into movies. So he would rent movies or we'd go to the movies a lot. And anytime a adult scene or any kind of sex scene would come on, my mom would cover our eyes. And so then to then have this other activity that technically only adults are supposed to be having, here I am now, a kid participating in this activity, but I did not, against my will, of course, I was not allowed to watch it in a film. So that kind of got confusing. He molested me again about a week after the first time. And then after that, it was almost every night. Almost every night.
I mean, if it's every night, was your mom, did she notice at this point? Was this when she notices or is it later?
My father told her. But he had been molesting me for a while before he actually told her. So he started molesting me at 8. He told her when I was 10 years old. But by that time, he was raping me. So what he told her was that he was molesting me to help my skin condition. And though he was raping me as well, he didn't tell her that part. And she believed it.
She did.
She believed it and she accepted it. And I mean, if anything, it made it worse, which is something that happens with children who are being molested. The stress of it affects their health. I had untreated asthma. So even though my father considered himself this holistic herbalist guru, I was sick very often. I had really bad eczema. I had horrible allergies. Every summer I spent a lot of time in bed. But he at certain points, as the abuse got worse, I would be sick, barely breathing. He would molest or rape me, saying that this was getting rid of the negative energy that was causing me to be sick. So when he told my mother that and she believed him, you know, to a certain degree, I was like, well, I guess it makes sense for you to believe him because at different times he was telling me the same thing. As the one suffering and experiencing it, no, I didn't believe that because it certainly was not working. But she accepted it.
Was there some sort of religious manipulation going on? Because I know he would tell you guys that he's the prophet. Is that around this time?
Not for us, not for the kids. For my mom, I suspect that, and you're bringing up some things I probably should talk to her about, but I suspect that he was, because he has always been a spiritual person. He's always considered himself a spiritual person, and a lot of people in the community saw him as that as well. He would go to the local park and just have these talks about Black people in America, what their role is, and God coming and empowering Black people. And, so he had that whole perspective.
Was your dad's choice to be a polygamist also connected to spirituality, or was it?
I don't think so. When my father started practicing polygamy, it actually started with him just cheating on my mom. I don't know if between them, he just decided to switch and said it's easier to say, well, I'm practicing polygamy because Africans practice polygamy. It could have just been an excuse or a manipulation, but he actually started by just cheating on my mom.
Was your mom open to polygamy, or
No, not in the beginning. I could feel the tension. I mean, I was young, but I could definitely feel the tension. I heard the arguments. So initially she wasn't, but then she acclimated. She was in love with my father. I think that that is one of the things that kept her with him for so long. She does come from a Jamaican background. My grandmother is Jamaican, and my grandmother's family is very proud. They love to keep up appearances. Like, that's really important to them. A combination with my mom being ashamed about my father cheating on her and then him loving her. I think those things mixed together then just kept her with him and made her accept what he was telling her in a lot of ways.
I have a question. When you were 8, when the first time he molested you, do you think that was his first time molesting a
child?
child?
That's a really good question. I'm going to say I think so. My mom ran a daycare center in my grandmother's basement, and he wasn't always involved with the children because he worked a lot. And then eventually when my mom became more successful at it and her services became more in demand, he just ended it completely. He told her, well, she could not babysit children anymore for income. And aside from my father being physically abusive to other children, I never got the feeling or witnessed him doing anything that felt weird, or I felt like it was weird. Or even by the time he started molesting me, it was such a new idea. It was just like so foreign to me. And I could understand, even as I got older, there were other things that I experienced just as a child that was like, oh yeah, well, I kind of remember seeing when this happened with, so-and-so, one of my cousins, but this was just so out of left field. So I don't think he did, but with his mind frame, you honestly never know. You honestly never know. A lot of people often ask me, well, was he molested as a child? He never shared that he was. He did tell me about when he lost his virginity. He seemed to be pretty open about that. And it was with someone else that was a couple of years older than him. So I really believe that this was a new thing.
And he wanted your mom to stop the daycare because it was becoming too successful. So like a control thing.
Yes, yes. And this happened with quite a few of her ventures. She also used to do hair. She used to do like hair extensions for women. And when she started excelling in that, then he'd shut it down. She also designed clothes and started making clothes and having fashion shows. Initially, he was fully supportive, but then as soon as she became more successful and things started taking off, he would shut it down. So every time the next step would happen, my father would shut it down. And yes, it most certainly was a form of control.
Meanwhile, he was invited to the Grammys.
Yeah.
Was he always in that line of work? Was he always directing for musicians?
No, he started as an interior designer and cabinet maker for very wealthy people in New Jersey. And then he started his own company. And it was through that company is when he started meeting celebrities and producers. And one of the producers who had listened to his music was on the Grammy board and invited him and my mom to the Grammys. And I think after he got that little taste of being around Michael Jackson and Prince and all of these, major people, he decided to focus more on producing music. And then before you know it, people started asking him to direct stuff for them.
Mm-hmm. He did one really big music video. How did that happen?
So that was in the 90s. It was Killing Me Softly by the Fugees. And he met the Fugees, I think at a party or something. Our house had been struck by lightning and burned down. And through that transition, he met this guy who saw him building up the house and was impressed. And my father did what he normally did. He told him about all of his ideas and technology and really impressed this guy. And he said to the guy, told him that he wanted to introduce him to Wyclef Jean, who at the time had a music studio in East Orange. So he went, met with him, won him over with all of his ideas. Apparently they were about to start a new album. And then our house burned down, and he maintained the relationship with them until it got to the point he pitched them enough that they said, we want you to direct all of our music videos for our album. And Killing Me Softly was one of them.
He went to a Diddy party?
So he did. This was before, I guess, Diddy was super successful. This was late 90s. And my father had already mover and shaker within the industry. He was getting called to do different people's videos in R&B and hip hop. And one day he comes home and he says that he'd been invited to a white party. And it was, yes, Puff Daddy. I think at the time he was called Puff Daddy, right? He was invited. So it was a whole big to-do. My mom made him a new outfit. I had to do his hair. It was a whole big to-do. And he came back home and had very interesting stories. Very interesting. Nothing as severe as the crimes that Diddy's committed, but he found his people. Let's just say that.
While he's out doing that, going to Diddy parties, how often are you socializing with anyone outside at this point?
Not often at all. The only access that I had to people were people that my father was dating, so his girlfriends, which cycled all the time, and people that he worked with. Like I spent a lot of time around the Fugees, but it was under his eye. And the only reason why I was there because I was the caterer. So he had his production company and I did all the cooking. That's why I was then around these people. I could not do any of those things outside of my father's, my mom's, or my brother's presence. So I was always being watched. So yes, sometimes I was around people, but I was always watched by someone.
By the time you're about 10, because you're still so young, do you feel like this is normal still? Or about when do you realize this is not normal?
By the time I was 10, I felt like, I wouldn't say not normal, because my life and my family was my normal, right? So technically me not going to school wasn't normal, but this is what it was. So it didn't feel normal because it was hurting me. That was my measure for it not being normal. I'm 10 years old. My father was in his 20s. He's a grown man. So it hurt. It hurt. It was stressful. My father would keep me up all times of night. And I still had to get up in the morning to teach my siblings and make them breakfast and write affirmations. So I was getting like 2 hours of sleep a day, barely. So no, that was not normal. Those things were, I could not accept those things as normal because they were hurting me. By the time I was about 12, and it was after my father believed that we were vegetarian. But my father loved to eat very rich desserts, cheesecakes, chocolate cake, cookies. And he loved Junior's cheesecake. And he would buy them, but the kids weren't allowed to have them because our palate was not sophisticated enough. According to him, that was his words. Our palate was not sophisticated enough to appreciate the flavor of Junior's cheesecake. Something how I remember that verbatim. So I decided I was going to, in the middle of the night, sneak a taste of his Junior's cheesecake. And when I turned around, after scraping the side of the cheesecake, I turned around and he was standing there. He caught me. I was 11 years old. And he took me by the arm and he dragged me into our bathroom and he sodomized me. And he held my mouth And he hit me across the head and he told me, don't ever take his cheesecake again. So after that, I decided I was going to run away. It took some time. I didn't actually make an attempt until I was 12 years old. And when I packed all of my things, felt that they were distracted enough, and I was very brave. I decided to go out next door, which was the space between my parents' room and my grandmother's house, go through my grandmother's front door. And the reason why is because our front door was in the living room. So I had to put my siblings in the living room to watch TV while I go through another exit. Turns out my siblings saw me. And by the time I got to the front door, I turned around and my brother was there. And he said to me, well, Aziza, if you run away, what's going to happen to us? And I felt so selfish because I hadn't thought about it before. I just knew that I needed to leave. But then it was just, if Daddy was to find out that Aziza was gone, he would definitely blame my siblings because they had already been tasked with having to watch me and making sure I didn't talk to people. So I knew that the consequences of me leaving was going to impact them greatly. Plus, by then, because I did start questioning my father and what he was doing, he had already started telling me that, well, if I did not fight back or I didn't tell anyone, then he wouldn't touch my sister. So those kind of manipulations and grooming tactics was already in place. But I felt like, how could I not have thought about what would happen if I was to leave? So I didn't. I turned around, I begged my sister specifically, who I knew would tell on me, not to tell that I tried to run away. And we continued as normal.
That's a lot of responsibility and guilt for when you're 11.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel like it's unfair that only you were carrying that?
I wouldn't say I isolated that specifically as unfair. I felt that everything was unfair. I felt that the housework that I had to do was unfair. I felt that the fact that I got in trouble more than anybody was unfair. I loved fairy tales. One thing my father would let us do, he would take us to the library and he had to approve all the books that we read. I started to find different versions of Cinderella, the African version, the Asian version, the Russian version, like all of these different versions of Cinderella. I felt like it was me, I felt like I was this girl who had all of this responsibility and was being bullied. And then plus also my mom started blaming me for what my father was doing to me. She told me that I stole her husband because even though he had all of these other girlfriends, she could not compete with a child because she was not a child and my father liked children. So I am the only one who was capable of taking her husband. So our relationship was strained by then. And I started acting out at different points. I was not bathing, taking care of my hair, wearing dirty clothes. That was my way of trying to be less appealing to my father. My dad liked pretty girls. He definitely had a type. So to try to deter him from abusing me, I was like, well, maybe if I'm ugly, then he won't abuse me. That didn't work because then I would get in trouble from my mom for not bathing or for not doing my hair. So there was always this tension and back and forth between them. And yeah, I thought it was unfair. I just thought it was unfair. I remember I asked my mom, did she only marry my father because she got pregnant with me? Because I felt like it was because I was born that all of this stuff was happening.
Did your mom ever show any inkling that she was not approving of what your dad was doing? And not in like the jealousy sense, but in like, this is my child.
She did one time that I witnessed. She found out that not only my father was molesting me, but one of his girlfriends was as well. And it happened to be one that she didn't like very much. So when she confronted him about it, he beat her with a belt. And that was the only time that I saw her stand up for me, so to speak. But after that, she didn't again.
Do you think it has more to do with you being molested or this other woman partaking?
I think it was more about the other woman, because what she said to him was, how could he let her touch me? It was because she didn't like her. So she had already accepted him touching me, but then at that point she was like, well, how could he let her touch me? I mean, my father was abusive to her, to my mom as well. He was also abusive to this woman. So he was just an abusive person overall, even in his romantic relationships. But this was the only time that I have heard my mom like stand up for me, but it didn't go anywhere.
You said there was another woman that was also abusing you. Is she also a pedophile or?
My father, but he was a sexual deviant. He was a sexual deviant, and I know this from personal experience. This woman specifically had, I guess you can say, questionable sexual tastes that he encouraged. When the first time he molested me with her, she didn't do anything. She just watched. He called her into the bathroom. I was using the bathroom. He called her into the bathroom and he raped me. And he asked her, how does it look to her? And he bragged about, and I'm 10, he bragged about the fact that I could take it all. So his words, bragged about the fact that I could take it all. And she just sat there like with this smile on her face and was like, oh my gosh, it looks so good. And then I do remember her touching my shoulder at some point. And then he stopped. And then the next time I had interaction with her was the following weekend. She would come and stay the night every weekend. So then the following weekend, he got me up, brought me into the living room, and she was there as well. And she came up and she kissed me. And that was the first time I had an experience with someone of the same sex. I preferred her over him because he was rough. So as weird as that sounds, it was like, well, if you had to choose one of two evils, I preferred her because she was gentle. He was rough. He was heavy. You know, he penetrated me. So, but with her, it was soft kisses and gentle touches. They were both abuse, of course. I had no choice in the matter. Yes, the fear was still there because I'm a child with two adults doing things to me that I had no say in. But if you was to ask me, well, Aziza, which abuse would you prefer? Definitely her. And that's what it was like. It was like having that confusion and conflict to say, well, I am in this situation where I have no power, but who do I choose? As if I was given a choice, well, which one do I prefer? Which abuse do I prefer? Then it was definitely her.
How long was she abusing you for?
Up until I got pregnant with my daughter.
While all of this is happening, at 13, your dad wants you guys to stop studying?
Yes. Did align with the fact that we were renovating the house. So before we moved out of Patterson, out of the apartment next to my grandmother's house, he purchased the house and we was just going there as many times during the week that he didn't have work. So because he wanted to focus on this, he just comes into, it was my brother and I was in our bedroom, and he just came and said, no more schoolwork. No more schoolwork. Y'all don't need to do any schoolwork. We're just focusing on building the house. Then he came with the threats. If he caught us doing schoolwork, then there would be consequences. If I could not teach my younger siblings anymore, there would be consequences. So the reason that he gave us was because we was working on the house, but I don't believe that that was the real reason. By the time we moved into the house, and the reason why we ended up moving into the house before it was finished, it was long from finished, is because there were things happening on my mom's side of the family, which is where we lived. And they seemed to be more, what can I say? They were questioning a lot of things. There was a huge argument between my mom's brother and my father. He pulled a gun out on him. So there was just more tension and more tension. He just packed everyone up, all of our stuff, and we moved into the house in East Orange. There were, while some places didn't even have a roof, holes in the floor, there were no walls, no windows, and that's where we were, and we continued to work from there.
And then you said there was 10 people total in that room.
It was about 10 people by that time. So it was between 9 and 10 of us. And I say between 9 and 10 because then I had my daughter, right? So then that ended up making it 10. So yeah, it was about 9 of us. So it ended up being 11 of us because my dad's girlfriend, who he was molesting me with, she was living with her mom. But then at some point she came and moved into the house as well.
And when you guys are living in that house, all of you guys are sharing one room. Mm-hmm. Is he still molesting you?
Yes. Now by that time, it was everybody has to leave the room. So he could have sex with whoever, me, my mom, whatever girlfriend, or he would just do it different places in the house. There were even though they weren't finished, but the house was massive. It had like 5 bedrooms, 3 or 4 bathrooms, a huge shape. So it was a massive house. So he would just find places. And even before we moved there were the times that he would take my brother and I only to go and work. And then he would give my brother something to do. And he would take me to the attic and rape me. And it would be freezing cold, like, because my father worked on the house. We worked on the house. Didn't matter. Spring, summer, fall, winter.
After he rapes you, I mean, everyone just acts like nothing happened.
Pretty much. I think a lot of people, when they think of rape, they think of the violent crime of rape, right? But there are different forms, and essentially it's taking a person's right away, right, to their body. You're having sex with a person. I feel like that terminology is so mild compared to what's actually happened. But you're having sex with a person against their will. And whether that looks like molestation or intercourse or some form of forced oral sex, it's against the other person's will. So sure, my father raping me, it took time, it progressed. I was a child. He had to use different things inside of me to stretch me, and there was a whole process. Was that all rape? Yes. I didn't have a say. I didn't have to say. I had to do what he told me to do, or there was consequences. So now, yes, by the time he actually penetrated me with his penis, I didn't have a say still. So then when my mom found out, she continued on. She just continued on. She didn't witness it. So for her, it was something that was just told to her. When it was told to my siblings that my father was keeping me, they already knew what sex was, because as part of our education, he had already been molesting me. And I do believe this was his way of starting to groom my sisters. He exposed himself to all of his children, and he gave us a demonstration of what penis uterus was and the scrotum and the urethra and where the sperm comes out and the penis going. Like, he gave all of that as part of our sex education using himself. He also practiced on Saturdays, and here's the thing. He went in and out of different religious belief systems. He chose to, as his form of celebration, on the Sabbath day we rested, but we did it in the nude. So the entire family walked around the house naked. During this time, no, he was not molesting my sisters, but he was getting every opportunity to molest me. And I believe that he used that as a way to get everyone more comfortable with the idea of being nude around each other. Anytime he delivered his children, everyone had to get naked so we could greet the child in our birthday suit. So, you know, he would come up with these philosophies that seemed to make sense, I guess. But looking back, I was like, all of this was just preparing everyone for this very sordid lifestyle that he ended up having.
And your book is phenomenal. And it's so fascinating how you're able to write where I was going through so many emotions. And there's this one part where you talk about how your dad is on the toilet and he would bring your mother in and go through his philosophies. Was that something that you guys had to do frequently, or?
Yes, way too frequently. Way too frequently. When you think about being triggered by smells, my father on the toilet, and my brother and I would talk about it. My brother, who was no longer with us, him and I were very close. We were only born like a year and a half apart. And we would despise when Daddy would call us into the bathroom for a lecture while he was sitting on the toilet. It was just it was a horrible thing. And sometimes he would have my mom in there for hours. And we only had one bathroom. This is why we still lived in Patterson in the apartment. So no one could use the bathroom until he finished. So I'm laughing now, but it was... He was very outraged. He was outrageous in a couple of ways, in quite a few ways.
When did you know you were pregnant?
I missed 2 periods. The first one, I didn't really pay much attention to. My periods weren't irregular, but it was not normal for me to miss a period. And now, I don't know, maybe I was pregnant then, but just too young to carry the pregnancy. But yeah, after the first month, I missed my period. And then when it didn't come the second month, I said something to my mom. And that's when she thought, she was like, I might be pregnant. And then she went and said something to my dad.
What was your mom's reaction? Was it
indifferent? Yeah, I would say indifferent. She didn't seem like she was upset, or I think by then the abuse and her knowing about it had been gone on for so long. I don't think she would have to expect that I'd get pregnant eventually. And I don't know what conversations her and my dad had about it.
And what was your dad's reaction?
My dad he was a little difficult to read. I felt like initially he didn't really believe that I was pregnant. So he didn't have much to say. I remember standing there and my mom told him that she thinks I'm pregnant. And then he was like, oh, well, we'll see. Maybe for him, 2 missed periods wasn't enough. But then morning sickness set in, and it set in bad. And he completely accepted it. And then the next time I saw that he really had a reaction was because his girlfriend, she was living with us at the time, brought up the possibility of the baby having deformities because we were close relatives. And he had a very strong reaction. He got really angry. He yelled at her and he was like, what the F are you talking about? And she got scared. And then she says she read at some point that if 2 family members had a child together, then the baby would come out deformed. And aside from just walking away angry, that was it. Then the rest of my pregnancy, he was a lot milder, I guess. He was still raping me, but by then I was so conditioned to it. It was just a regular thing. And I would say he was more gentle, but that's how he was with pregnant women. Whenever my mom got pregnant, for the most part, he treated her the best. He did not hit her. He has beaten her when she was pregnant before, and she did lose the pregnancy. But it wasn't a common thing. Like, we knew that if you were pregnant, it pretty much protected you from his abuse, his physical abuse. So he was very catering. He made sure that I had whatever I wanted to eat. He, gave me extra favor, I guess you can say, up until I gave birth.
When he was so upset about his girlfriend bringing up the potential that your child would have complications, where was that anger coming from? Like, what do you think he was angry about?
I think it was something that he didn't think about. I think my father considered himself the authority on everything. So it felt like he didn't think about it. And then for it to be something negative or that he deemed negative, I think that's what angered him. Like, he really felt like a little surprised by this theory, because I don't believe he really did any research or even thought about it much, the fact that I was pregnant or any of the circumstances, or it was just like, I was another one of his women that was pregnant. So when she brought up, I think it was a reality check for him, and that's why he got angry.
You said that you're protected from your dad when you're pregnant. Did the jealousy from your mom get more intense at that point then? Or even from his girlfriends because of, what is the dynamic when someone is pregnant between the others?
So my experience with my mom when I was pregnant, she was just as caring, I guess you can say, as my dad. I think that she became more maternal, right? It's kind of weird, but she became kinder. I don't know if it was pity or she more took on the role as her daughter is having a child kind of thing, but I experienced the most maternal behaviors from my mom while I was pregnant with my first daughter. Our interaction was definitely like, oh, she was my sister wife. So essentially it got to the point where it was like, I didn't have a mother. I had this sister wife. And that changed when I got pregnant as far as her behavior. So, and she was very helpful during prenatal care. And I mean, I was pretty knowledgeable on it, but made sure that I ate and I took vitamins. So she was very maternal actually while I was pregnant.
How many kids does he have at this point?
We've counted 21 so far.
Like today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 21. That includes my children. 2 of my sisters had 1 child each by him. And any of the women that he has had, some of them reached out to us as recently as maybe it was before COVID they reached out. But there is a very good possibility that there's more. But so far we have knowledge of, he's had 21 children.
He was always threatening you that if you didn't comply, he would abuse your sisters. Mm-hmm. But then you realize that he is already starting that abuse. When did you realize?
So it was before we officially moved into the house. I came out of the house. We were there working. It happened to be one of the times that one of my younger sisters came with us. It was my arch nemesis, the third child, but my first sister. And they were by the truck, and I saw him kiss her on her lips in a very romantic way, and he touched her. And they both looked at me, and she looked at me as she got caught, they were caught. And my father yelled at me and was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing here? Go back inside." And that's how I knew That's how I knew. And then after that, the next time was, since we only lived in one room, so now, this is all during the moving process. And then we move into the house. Since we lived in one room, then one of the times my father sent everybody out and kept that sister there. So then that's how we knew.
Yeah, did you and your sister ever talk about it at that time?
Not at the time. Not at the time. And the relationship with that sister, that was strained because she did not understand that any attention my father was giving me was not attention that I wanted. So what she saw as me being allowed to stay up late at night, she didn't know that it was because my father was molesting or raping me at the time. So she became very jealous. She didn't understand that my father taking me places with him, she just saw it as Aziza gets to go out and gets to go with daddy all the time. But he was taking me and abusing me in the car. So when she learned that he was molesting me, I think her immature mind thought, well, I want daddy's attention too. So she would do things like get undressed and walk around him and sit on his lap. And I think that was her way of just trying to get attention from him, because her understanding was, well, this is how you get attention from daddy, using sex or sexuality. So then by the time he started abusing her, her relationship with me was more of a, now, Aziza, you're not the only special one. So there wasn't a conversation, but there were definitely arguments. And then even as we got older, there were more arguments. She started blaming me for what happened to her. She started thinking, oh, well, certain things that happened was because I told my dad to do it to her. And this is because he was telling her this. When my father started molesting more of us, so then he went to the next sister and then the next sister. And he molested 5 of us in total. 4 girls that were mothered by my mother and 1 that has a different mother. And he would pit us against each other. So he would show favoritism, cause tension, tell each other that I'm only doing this to you because so-and-so told me to. And so he made sure that there was always a divide between us so that we would never get together and rise up against him.
And this all happened when all of y'all were teens,
yes.
right?
Yes. Yeah, we were all teenagers.
So you have your first child, your daughter. You guys never take her to the hospital, get a birth certificate.
Right.
There's no neighbors.
So there were neighbors, and my father built privacy walls. So they never saw us. He also had a best friend. He did befriend an East Orange police officer.
That you guys stayed with briefly, right?
Right, after the house burned down. But before that happened, this police officer was impressed by the work my father was doing on the house. So that's how they started talking, and they became friends. But I always found it interesting that he never questioned the fact that he had all these teenage girls that didn't have boyfriends. And then when I got pregnant, my father did limit my interaction. Like, I couldn't be around people. But if I had to be, because we were working or I had to cook then I had to wear really oversized clothes to hide the fact that I was pregnant. So this guy, I don't think he knew that I was pregnant. But then I have the baby. And then, of course, by the time we have to move in with him, he doesn't question anything. So in my mind, he was not an option to tell. He could not be an ally because he was my father's best friend. So I find out later on through my father's other friend, because this person actually died recently, passed away. He actually did suspect something and said something to my father's other friend. So I was like, so all this time you suspected?
But then all you did was tell some other friend,
Right.
and that's it?
Like it was gossip. Like it was gossip. And I learned also that there was more family that lived in East Orange that had seen me pregnant, suspected, had conversations, gossiped, never said or did anything. So, you know, these things don't happen with people not knowing anything. A lot of people see things and they suspect, they just don't do anything about it.
Can you tell us about your dad's obsession with the pure bloodline?
Oof. As I said before, my father was really into African culture, and that extended back to African royalty and connected to European royalty. So I don't believe he thought about this before I got pregnant, but I think because he was such a researcher, I mean, we had books upon books upon books, like everywhere. He was always reading and watching a lot of National Geographic. I think that he made the connection between what he saw as far as like Tutankhamun and Nefertiti and Cleopatra and the fact that they inbred to keep the bloodline pure. He used it to justify what he was doing after I got pregnant. So after my daughter was born, she did not have health defects that we could see, like his girlfriend said. That solidified it. Then his whole philosophy was, yes, he now has to continue to breed me to create these special blue blood children that would repopulate the earth after the human race was destroyed. And that he was ordained by God to do that. I don't know if he believed that himself or it was just an excuse to justify. I don't know. I never had that conversation with him. But that is the philosophy. Then he continued. And then when he went further on in abusing my sisters, and then one sister got pregnant, that was the lecture, constant lecture. Like, these royal blue blood children are going to repopulate the earth.
Nobody really believed it, right?
By that time, it was not my priority to believe it. I was desensitized. I was trying to make sure he did not touch my daughter. I was trying to survive throughout the day from getting punched in the face or worse. So he was already threatening our lives if we were to say anything. So it was really about just making it through the day unscathed.
Because I know that a lot of people have very complicated emotions and relationships with conceiving a child through rape. Mm-hmm. Did you ever have those complicated feelings or no?
No. I saw my baby. That was it. I just saw her. I saw love. I saw a part of me. So no, I didn't. And sometimes I feel bad because I get a lot of people reaching out to me saying that, well, how can you look at her and not see the trauma? Or how do you look at any of your children and not see the trauma? And I'm like, because I accept them for them as individuals. Yes, thankfully, with my first child, it was just innate. Like my love for her as being her mom just came immediately. Though with my son, not my third pregnancy, it was actually my fourth pregnancy because I lost a child, but my third child, my father was physically abusive. So that whole you being pregnant protected you went out the window with that pregnancy. My father beat me, he threatened me. One time he beat me so bad that I blacked out, and that was a very stressful pregnancy.
Why? Was it just like a time thing that he just decided
I think there were a couple of things that were happening. By then, he lost his standing in the music industry, in the video directed industry. A lot of people in the industry, he started being blackballed. He wasn't getting much work. So he had his own stresses. But then I did read somewhere that you'll find more tension between a pregnant woman and the father of her child if who she's carrying is a boy. Because of the extra testosterone, apparently the father picks that up. And there's just more tension between them. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but my father's whole attitude while I was pregnant with my son was completely opposite of my other pregnancies. So he delivered all my 4 children that were fathered by him, 3 of them at home, and the 4th one actually on a beach in Florida.
Oh.
Yeah, in a tent. So I tried to take an opportunity to get away. I was always looking for some form of crack, in the structure. And my son, who was malnourished, woke up with seizures one morning. I didn't know that's what they were. I thought he was like dying, coming back to life. My father would not allow me to go outside with him. This was the most I had been isolated. And he also limited me feeding him. I had to finish all of my work in the house before I was allowed to feed my son.
Why?
This was the new thing that my father adopted. My father would sometimes target one person in the family and make everyone else be against them. So I was the person at the time. So after I had my son, it was like my sisters didn't really talk to me because if you were caught talking to me, then you'd get in trouble with daddy. So at some point, my son gets very sick. He wakes up this one day, he starts having seizures. My father was not home. My brother convinced my mom to let him take me to the hospital, me and the baby to the hospital. We go, and I was given all of these forms that, this is all new to me. But when I noticed that they were asking for my son's father and my father, I decided to take a risk and put my father's name as both of them, hoping that would be like, hey, I need help. So it did. It raised a red flag, but not enough. My father comes back home, gets into the hospital, curses out the medical unit, all the doctors. He starts telling them how they're trying to experiment on his son, all of this stuff, threatens me, threatens the life of my siblings at home, and eventually social services was called in. They take my children out of my parents' custody, but they leave my other siblings there. So now all of my children are in the hospital with me. At the same time, my father's still threatening me. He's talking to the caseworker as well. So there's just like all of this confusion. Long story short, my kids end up in foster care. It was a blessing in disguise. My father rapes me again through all of this. So the whole time, even though now it seems like I have access to somebody that might help, unfortunately, where we were living, it was very racist and very biased. So I tried to reach out for help the best way that I could without putting my father on, but my caseworker was not receptive. At the end of the day, my father is even more abusive. Now he's beaten me. I got black eyes all the time. At the same time, I had to adhere to these different programs from social services to get my children back. Through that, I get pregnant again. I'm close to now my due date, end up in the hospital because it's mandated by social services that I have to get prenatal care. So this is the first time I'm ever getting prenatal care. However, my father's taken me to all of my visits. He's still in control. The abuse is still going on. There was one time he sends my sister to go with me, and it turns out I'm in labor. I don't know I'm in labor, of course, because I don't have labor. My pains are not bad at all. My sister saw me talking to the nurse, and I was getting ready to ask for help, tell her my situation. My father calls, and my sister tells my father that I was about to tell the nurse what he'd been doing. So he decides to come and get me and says, I'm going to take you away from anybody, from any help that you think that you can possibly get. I'm taking you to another state, and I'm going to deliver the baby there. So that's how we ended up in Florida on a campsite, and he delivered my child in a tent. Thank God all of my births were safe. However, Even though the births were safe, so 2 of my children do have inborn errors. One had PKU and spinal muscular atrophy, and the other one has PKU, phenylketonuria, which is a metabolic disorder. It's a recessive disorder where both parents have to be the carrier of the gene. So my second daughter had the condition, but of course we didn't know it. This condition is screened when you give birth in a hospital. You're given a PKU test and they check the blood to see if you have this disorder. But of course, since she wasn't screened because my father delivered her, she started showing the signs of untreated PKU. We didn't know, of course. She broke out in rashes all over her skin. She had developmental delays. She actually does have some brain damage due to it because she wasn't discovered until she was 2 years old. But my father said that the reason why she was breaking out is because my milk was poison and my negative energy. So he always blamed me. And it wasn't until she went into foster care and was tested at the hospital did they find out. So now that when it gets to the point that my last daughter by him, she started losing milestones. So he delivered her, brought us back to Jersey, all of the threats. And by this time, there had been enough things in the family that he made good on some of his threats in the past. So the mental control was still there. I didn't feel it was safe for me to reach out to anybody for help. And eventually my youngest daughter, started losing milestones. She wasn't sitting up. She wasn't crawling at the age she should have been. And finally got her tested. All against, my father was just, of course, blaming me again. But then it turned out that she had the spinal muscular atrophy and the phenylketonuria. So my births were fine. Yes, my births were actually, thank God, safe and successful, no complications. But, my children, 2 of my children did have issues.
I know that Coco passed.
Mm-hmm.
Your other daughter that has PKU, does that affect her life today?
It does. She has to stay on a special diet for the rest of her life, a low-protein diet. So she's primarily vegan, and she has to drink a special formula. So even though she is not eating protein, she still needs some of the nutrients in protein. So the formula provides her these other nutrients. And because of the brain damage from when she was younger, she does have some other you would never know that she has them, but there are some things that she copes with, specifically emotionally. But she's an amazing young lady. She's 28.
5 pregnancies.
Mm-hmm.
A miscarriage, and you gave birth to 4 beautiful children.
Yeah.
Coco passed at 9 years.
She was 9, yes. Yeah.
Was that very difficult?
Was it? Oh my gosh. And the anniversary of her death is coming up on October 17th. Yeah. But, she was a blessing in my life. She was a blessing in all of our lives because she really taught us empathy. And I think an appreciation for life and our abilities, because she was disabled and she depended on everyone else to help her. I did everything I could to give her the best quality life as possible. So we drug her everywhere. We did not go to the movies without my baby. But so it was, and I wasn't even home. I had decided to have a day trip with my sisters. We went to Great Adventure. She was left home with my mom and her nurse, and I got a call that she wasn't breathing. So it was due to complications to her spinal muscular atrophy. However, I feel like I don't have closure on that because the medical
coroner, medical examiner?
Medical examiner, yes, refused to do an autopsy. They just labeled her as it was because of her condition. But I think the nurse was negligent. I think the nurse, because when I came home, her food was wasted all over the place. And I was on the phone at the time. Her and the nurse and my mom were panicking, and the nurse didn't know how to open the oxygen tank. Oh. And this was after I spent the day before with her, making sure she knew everything. So I'm like, I don't know what happened. And the nursing agency took all of the notes. Like, there was just a lot of questionable things. So I feel like I'm still working on having a sense of closure for that, because I think that, well, she wouldn't still be here with us. The doctors, I feel like every couple of years they gave me a new date. They didn't think she was going to live past 2 years old. Then 2-year-old birthday, they told me she wasn't going to live past 5. So it was progressing. She made it all the way to 9, which I'm thankful for. But I think she would have made it a little longer, you know, had I stayed home that day. And so I carry a little guilt about that.
What was her favorite thing to do?
Watch scary movies.
Really?
If you can believe it. Yeah, she loved to watch horror movies. This one movie specifically called The Messenger. And she would actually be scared. Like, you should see it in her face. She'd be scared. But she loved to watch it. That and Justin Bieber. She loved Justin Bieber.
Same.
Yeah, like join the club. But yeah, that was pretty much, and of course, be here with Mom. I was her favorite person. Yeah. I was her favorite person.
Was she always like the baby of the family?
She was, but she acted like she was the oldest. She loved to give orders.
Yeah.
She definitely loved to give orders, and she expected everyone to be at her beck and call.
I love that.
Yeah, she was the sweetest thing. Oh my gosh.
What is your relationship like with your children?
Intense. Just say that. It's intense. It's loving, though. There's so much love between us. When we're all together, it's just so much fun. And I have taught my kids to speak open with me. So communication is a huge thing. We have family meetings.
I love that.
Go over what people's goals are, what are they going to achieve in the next year, week, what their plans are for certain things. So I think all of that really contributes to our relationship. And because my parents were so silencing, like, we didn't have a voice in my house. It was more like shut up and listen. So I have definitely used my parents as what not to do in raising children. So I allow my kids to, oh my gosh, sometimes even to a fault, challenge me. Like, if they disagree with something, they can, like, ask me a question about it. Sometimes it goes on and on and on and on, but like, sometimes I feel like they're just a little kid saying, but why? But why? But why? But, you know, they're grown. Or even throughout their teenage years. But I think that has contributed to how open and how close we are as a family. And we do. We just have a lot of fun. Like, game nights are the best. Cooking is the best. Like, it's just so much fun when we all get together. Watching movies, you know, doing things outside of the house. So
they were taken to foster care, and then how did you get them back?
A lot of work. A lot of work. Essentially, my kids being taken away from me was the push that I needed to then really get away from my father, because I knew I could not bring them back to our life. So my children were separated in foster care for about 1.5 years. After my case was moved from Monmouth County, which is where I had the very racist experience, to Essex County, and I got a caseworker who was compassionate, they decided to work towards reunification. And part of that was to find family to be my children's foster parents. So everything came full circle. My maternal grandmother and my aunt are who was their foster parents. So they actually ended up having their latter part of their foster care living in the house that I grew up in. It was so surreal.
Yeah.
And that's how I reconnected with that family as well. I was able to visit them. It took some time, but I eventually was able to visit them on the weekends. We rebonded then, and then they each came home a month apart. Through that, the whole process with social services, they have to do home visits and check to make sure that I'm taking them to their doctor's visits and things like that. So then finally, 10 days before they went up for adoption is when I got full custody back for them. I felt like that I finally did it. Now it was through all of that process is when I was able to completely liberate myself from my father. And that was because through the process of working with social services, I learned that I was being abused. I learned what abuse was. I learned what pedophilia was, domestic violence. Like, these were all ideas that I had never considered. It was just my life. So now learning about it and learning that what was happening to me was not supposed to happen started to empower me. Mm-hmm. And I began to look for more ways to get away from him. And I finally built up the courage to tell someone who he respected. And that person happened to have some kind of connection with law enforcement, ended up taking my mom to report domestic violence and got a restraining order against my father. So now that process started. I was able to get my children back. A couple of years after that, my sisters and I went and reported my father to the police.
Is it a weird feeling when people reference him as your father? Like, do you prefer if people call him by his name or
no?
It doesn't? Okay.
And it's something that's kind of a topic that gets questioned, me specifically, because I do still refer to him as my father.
I mean, I think it's your choice.
Right.
I just want to respect your choice. Yeah.
Right. I agree, but it's intentional. It is intentional because if I called him, I've heard survivors call their abuser a sperm donor, or especially if it's a parent, they'll give them these other titles. But for me, especially because of the work that I do, I feel that it's important to recognize what his role was supposed to be. And he was supposed to protect me. He was supposed to take advantage of his role. So yes, I do refer to him still as my father because, one, that's what he is. And two, it highlights the severity of his actions, how heinous that the things that he did was, because he was the person that not only contributed, to me being here, but he was given the responsibility of protecting me, and he completely exploited it.
Tell us about the day you leave. Escape. I think
it's not the day that I escaped. So it was triggered. Now here I am, all of these ideas, all of these things happening in my head, already told this other person who actually was his friend or somebody that he really respected and revered, and was the first person he allowed me to speak to outside of his presence or anyone else's presence. So of course, that opportunity came, I took it. I begged this guy, I said, please do not tell him. If there is a way that you can help us without telling him, please, can you do it? This is all happening with in the space of a week. My father was around my younger sister, and he was about to take her into the room to rape her. She was pregnant with his child already. And something just flipped in me. Between the information, I had already started taking steps to get us away, all of these things just stirred something in me, and I went off. I just exploded on him. I called him all kinds of names, called him an asshole. And I also looked at my mom, and because she was there, and I was like, and how could you have let this go on all of this time? You're no better than him. And I just went off, and then I took my sister into the bedroom and locked the door. And by the next morning, my dad was gone. And then that's when the restraining order was put in. And so he did not respond because he was in shock. And I have learned now in my studies that this can happen. You'll have somebody that has been abused for so long that essentially they just break. And then because the abuser is so used to them being compliant and submissive, when they see them now get to a point where they are empowered or they're challenging their authority, they're in shock. So that's what happened. And my father, he just sat down. He said nothing. He looked at my mom. My mom was dumbstruck. I don't know what conversation they had after I took my sister and locked the room door, but I know that that was the last time I saw him. Once I saw him in public in Jersey City, and then the next time I saw him was when I was testifying against him in court.
How did your kids find out who their biological father was?
My oldest daughter was 5. She was raised calling my father daddy. So she knew that was her father, but she didn't know I was her sister. So now when she went into foster care, she was getting these mixed messages. The social worker, the caseworker, told her that who she was calling daddy was really her grandfather. Still no information on me. Then when she got to my grandmother's house, my grandmother reiterated, doubled down on it. This was her grandfather. This was not her father. When I got her back, by the time I got her back, she was 9 years old. She kept asking me. She wanted to know the story. I didn't feel that she was mature enough to really handle. So I told her that I would tell her when she was a little older. She accepted it. She still kind of bugged me every now and then. She was like, oh, mommy, well, I suspect this and I suspect that. I'm like, I'm neither confirming nor denying. That happened when she was 13. And she came and asked me again. She was like, well, am I old enough now? And I told her. She said that she knew it. So I explained to her that the entire dynamic, yes, who she now knows as her grandfather is also her father and is also my father, and that we were sisters. And her words out of her mouth literally was, I knew it. So she had already put pieces together. I told her at that time. I still waited to tell my other children. My daughter and I, we spoke about it. Clearly she was angry, but she wasn't physically upset, I guess, because it more felt like a confirmation of what she had already suspected. And she had come to terms with certain things by that time. But when I told my other children, they were upset. And the reason why I told them was because it was after Coco died, created a lot of turmoil between me and my sisters. And by that time, so many other things had happened. Like my sisters slept with by that time, he was my ex-husband. So, our relationship was already strained. Some of the negative seeds my dad planted had kind of come out, sprouted out. So there was just a lot going on by that time. And my kids didn't understand why. They didn't understand why there was so much arguing and so much blame and fingers being pointed. So I felt like it was time to tell them. My daughter, Moncho, my second daughter, she got very emotional. My son, he didn't really say anything, and he learned about it at the youngest age. I believe he was only 9 at the time. He couldn't have been 9 because Coco died. So he had to be about 11. And he just internalized. We've spoken about it over time. Like I said, my door is open for my kids to ask me any questions, any information. So they know a lot of the details. They know the emotional impacts. They understand the trauma through the work that we do with my organization. Of course, they are like the number one people to go to about that. They're experts on that. And it just required then for us we had to intentionally heal, because the reality of it and how it has affected our lives, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
How has it impacted their lives in just in society, because I do think there's a lot of stigma and shame that could come, I guess, depending on the types of communities of relationships that involve incest. What has been their impact?
Believe it or not, their friends have been really supportive. Yeah, their friends have been really supportive once their friends knew. And their friends, my oldest daughter, started telling her friends before I became public about it. So she had the support from them. My son, I am hearing stuff now. We do family therapy, and he'll come up with some form, like some kind of story or experience where a girl, because I'm public and knows that he's a result of incest, told him that she wouldn't date him because of that. But he has no problem getting girls. So he's like, that's like, went right over his head. He was like, oh, well, you're lost. So they're all very confident in their position. My second daughter, she is very much interested in the topic and incest as it's practiced in different cultures. And she does talk to me about it. So she's more curious in that way. But none of them have experienced, well, except for this one incident from my son with this girl. They have not experienced any serious blowback. My oldest daughter will catch some comments under my videos, and she will go in.
You tell us the comment, we will also go in.
She will go in on people. So
Okay,
their
good.
confidence
Yeah.
levels, and they're very secure within themselves. They're very secure within themselves. They don't feel any form of shame because of it. They're just proud. Like, they are who they are. They're talented. They're communicative. They are witty as hell. Their sense of humors are crazy. But yeah, they don't feel any form of shame or shyness because of it.
You end up escaping. And then a few years later, you guys turn your dad in.
Right.
And then there's a whole trial that you have to testify in. What was that like?
It was nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
It was scary. It was scary because I knew I would have to see him again. It was nerve-wracking because the judicial system is not far from perfect. Oh my gosh, it's so far from perfect. My experience with the detective was scary. When we first reported and I had to give him my account, it was scary. And then when we got to the stage that we were, the prosecutor, judges were being assigned to the case. Some of them was like, well, why did they wait so long? And incest is legal in New Jersey. So, so we got a lot of that. And it was like, we got to wait for another judge because we can't have a judge that has bias. So that process was strenuous. But the prosecutor, she was committed. She was dedicated. We had to prove a lot. I had to prove that my father was my father. I had to prove that my father was also my kid's father. I had to prove that he threatened my life. And then because incest is legal in New Jersey, specifically after you turn 18, you're considered consent an adult. The only way he could be charged with him abusing me after I turned 18 was if it was under violent circumstances. So he would have to be now violently raping me for him to be charged with any form of abuse. So that was just a lot. At the same time, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about the system. I learned a lot about the judicial system. So I'm grateful for that because now I am working to strengthen it, to make it easier for other victims and survivors to report. But the day that I had to testify in front of him, here I am thinking, I'm this far on my healing journey. I'm confident. I have my kids back. I'm working. I'm getting an education. I was putting myself through college. As soon as I saw him, all of that disappeared.
How old were you?
By then, I had to be 35. Yeah, 34, 35. I reverted right back to the little girl that I was afraid of him. But I collected myself, but I became very self-conscious of my body. I don't think that I had fully come to terms with the idea that what happened to me was not my fault. Me being in his presence, I started looking at myself to make sure I didn't do anything that would, trigger him or arouse him in any way. But I took audit of myself. After I did we had a preliminary testifying. It wasn't in front of a jury. It was only in front of the lawyers and the judge. So then the judge can decide which questions are allowed and what shouldn't be allowed. And after I finished, I collected myself. I was able to internalize, do a lot of introspection, and get myself ready for the actual my actual testimony. So, and even that was strained because, of course, the defense attorney has to ask questions.
Oh, yeah. What is the cross-examination like?
It makes you feel so invalidated because they're really trying hard to make it look like that you're either lying or you asked for it or why didn't you tell? So there were things that I was testifying that only my father knew about because he was the only person in the room other than myself, and she challenged every one of those things. Yes, he had a female defense attorney. I mean, that was strategy. Yeah. And I heard that he went through two other lawyers. They started the process once they started hearing what the charges was and started reading the reports that me and my sisters gave to the detective. They decided they couldn't continue represented him. But he did find someone that represented him, and it was really strange sometimes in court because I saw him trying to do the seductive thing that I've seen him do with other women. Like, he'd get really close and whispering in her ear and giving her little touches and stuff. And I was like, this is so creepy. This is his attorney. But she did her job. Another part that was difficult was seeing some of the jury members look like they didn't believe me. That was tough. There was this one woman specifically, every time I described something, she rolled her eyes. Yeah, it was. So, I mean, but I was determined to have him be held accountable. So I powered through. The fear was there, but I did it because it needed to be done. He needed to be held accountable.
So during this trial, your mom receives no charges, likely because she divorced him and was willing to testify against him?
I don't think she even divorced him yet by then. It was because she was still married to him. And she waived her whatever right that is for a spouse to not testify against, for a married person to not testify against their spouse. So in exchange for her waiving that right, and she testified against him.
Her testifying, was there some sort of closure? Did you feel like she was finally coming around, or did you feel like it was advantageous to her situation?
Yeah, no, it was definitely advantageous for her, and I love my mom. I have to love her from afar now. I cannot be around her. She has not healed enough for us to interact. Especially how she feels or how she responds to my children, that started to kind of surface again. Even after we got away from my dad, she was treating my children a lot differently from her other grandchildren. I believe her reasons for testifying there was a lot of selfishness involved. I think that she was protecting herself, but anybody would do that. I am pretty much 100% sure of that, is because when the day for his sentencing for the crimes he committed against me, my mom went on a cruise. She was not there to support.
On a cruise?
She went on a cruise, and I was like, Mommy, are you serious? So I just think there is still a lot of guilt that she has not dealt with, and this is her way by just not dealing with it to avoid it. So my relationship with her is kind of non-existent. I see her every now and then. I still communicate with her cordially, but as far as being in a real relationship with her, she's just not at the place. She's not at the place. There's a lot of things that I think that she has to come to terms with, take responsibility for, that she just hasn't yet.
Do you think she should have been charged?
That's very hard. That is a very hard question. I think I have different reasons for why I would say yes, but I also have different reasons for why I would say no. My reasons why I would say yes is because at the time, New Jersey law did not hold someone who witnessed abuse and did not report it accountable. Right? That has changed. I believe 2019 is when now they changed it. And that has a negative impact on people reporting. As I said before, I found out later on there was a lot of people that suspected, saw things and didn't report, but they could not have been held accountable legally at the time. So I do think that yes, she should have been held accountable. One, as an example to other people. Like if you see something, you suspect something, you should say something. I think that it would have contributed to the efficacy of the system in general in protecting children and protecting abused people. At the same time, I would not want her to be charged because she was an abused woman. And she was severely abused. My father severely abused her. And I don't think that there are enough things in place to manage and support abused women, especially women that are abused in that way and have children that have been abused. So, her life was at risk. She feared for her life. Yes, because I know her and I was there and I witnessed and was on the receiving end of her selfishness. I could say, well, no, she should have been held accountable. But at the same time, as a professional, someone in this field, I think that she should have been shown grace and, if anything, been assigned some kind of counseling and support services so that she can make better decisions going forward.
You started getting molested when you were 8. Mm-hmm. You finally testify when you're 35. How much of an impact do you think being Black in America played in that?
A lot. I mean, one, my father used that, right? He used that to keep us oppressed. It's something to be oppressed within a system of oppression. So he used the fact that we were Black and people on the outside, the things that are put in the position to supposedly protect everyone, is not going to protect us because we're Black. Mm. So there was the fear of, well, I'm being abused by my father. That's a devil that I know. But then if I try to get away from him, then there's this whole other devil that I don't know that will abuse me as well. So he definitely used that. He educated his family on the social issues that Black people face. That created a fear of the outside world. It definitely did in me. I know it did in my mom. We felt like we could not reach out for help. Then there is the gender dynamics and gender biases. My father had friends. He had a friend that was a police officer, but that was his friend. And definitely for me, well, if my father is doing this, and this is how my father treats women, and this is how I was raised, this is how women are supposed to be treated, every man is treating women like this. I also heard his conversations in the music industry with all of his celebrity friends and music professional, how they really dehumanized women and over-sexualized and taken advantage of, video girls. And so all of those things, all of these social issues that we are facing today definitely has a deep impact on the smaller social systems, which are families. And I think abusers definitely take advantage of that.
And I know before Essex County, you had really bad experiences talking to people, to trying to get help. Mm-hmm. That was because you were Black. Is that something you think has been changing, or is that something that's still?
We were in Monmouth County. Mm-hmm. I've only been there to go to the beach, so I don't know what the social systems are like personally. However, I have had women reach out to me and said it's the same. And they've shared their experiences with the systems down there, specifically dealing with domestic violence. They're like, look, if you are a Black woman, do not move to Monmouth County. Now, that could be taken as hearsay, but that's their experiences that they've taken with me. So I don't know. I don't think it's changed very much. But I do think some of that could be lack of education, meaning a lack of education for the social workers and the law enforcement. And because racism it's so ingrained in our society that I think even those people who aren't innately racist, because they are functioning within a racist system, they automatically are going to take advantage of the power that racism gives them. So I think a lot of those things still exist, and that could just take some education and some empathy in order for it to change.
Being a victim of sex crimes in America is already difficult. Mm-hmm. Do you think being a victim who is also a person of color, does that add an extra level of difficulty in getting your voice heard, in authorities taking you seriously?
Yes, definitely. And I think because it intersects with how being a person of color, how people of color are treated within the medical system and within law enforcement. So because Black women specifically, our levels we're expected to have a higher tolerance for pain.
Yeah, that is...
Right. So you have a woman who has experienced domestic violence, her injuries just aren't taken as seriously just because of that alone. So because the abuse intersects with all of these other things, and then with law enforcement, if they're already discriminating against people of color because we have been labeled as violent, right, then it's not so much of a big deal. So all of those things play a role. And that's why even when I do my speaking engagements, I have to bring up the cultural sensitivities that vary between different ethnicities and different races and different backgrounds. Even when you're dealing with a survivor, they may have things within their culture, their religion, that will prevent them from addressing certain things or saying certain things or being forthcoming with the information. And I think that the people that work within the systems that are supposed to help, support, and protect needs to be educated on all of these little elements and nuances.
Yeah. Did you feel like you got support during testifying and during the trial?
Yes,
okay.
Definitely.
Okay, good.
Definitely.
Oh my gosh.
Lisa Scuteri, I tout her, listen, that prosecutor from Passaic County, she was the assistant prosecutor. She was absolutely amazing. That whole prosecutor's office, they were so supportive.
And he was sentenced to 90 years.
90 years total.
Have you gone to visit him?
No. But I plan to. I started the process by reaching out to some of his family, his sister and his brother. I was told that his brother is the only person on his list. Apparently, he has to create a list to decide who can come and visit him. And I would have to go through his brother to get me on the list. So that's a work in process, but I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it for 2 reasons. And it's something, because the second reason I really just came to the conclusion of. Okay. So the first reason is, 1, I want to pick his brain. I want to get as much information as far as his thinking, go more in depth, like ask him questions if he had been abused so I can get a clear answer, not have to speculate. as far as his different stages of when he decided to escalate from molestation to rape. How did he come up with these philosophies and these theories? I'd like to know if he is going to tell the truth, if he's grown, if he's changed, and possibly get some information that would help to bolster my work and create better programs that takes into account how abusers think and what methods of operation that they use to groom and to victimize people. And then the second reason, which is something that through my own introspection I've kind of come up with more recently, is that I really am curious to see how I would respond to him in that moment. Kind of looking back on the time that I saw him after years when I testified against him and seeing how I did not anticipate how I would respond, I would like to feel and experience, based on who I am now, where I have grown to, my life experiences, how would I respond being in his presence? Will there still be a little bit of fear there? Would I trust myself in the moment? Am I going to, go blank on my questions? Or can I really go see him, do what I need to do, and then move on? So that, I definitely plan to go see him. I hope he doesn't die in prison yet before I get that opportunity.
Is there any part of you that's scared? Of maybe just not even scared of him, but maybe like the scared comes from the idea of being triggered back into a trauma
Not that
state?
so much. One thing I do know for a fact is that I don't know everything. So I think I would be just more afraid, if you want to call it that, of just the unknown, of something that I didn't anticipate. I mean, even now, I don't think I have been in enough social situations to tell you for a fact that everything that I've been through would not have an impact on how I respond in that specific social situation. I know that there's still a lot of things undiscovered by me just because I've not been under those circumstances to discover it. And I think that this would be one of them. And I'm curious to see, like I've been ghosted for the first time.
Oh, you have
Somebody
been
ghosted me very recently, and I've only heard of it.
Yeah.
But I was like, damn, this shit hurts.
That's crazy they would ghost you.
How can somebody do this to somebody? But, so it's kind of like that. It's like, I just know there are certain things, and I have such a fervor for experiences in life.
Not that
not negative ones. But right, not that one. But yeah, I'm really curious on how I would respond. Like, am I as strong as I think I am, kind of thing, So that's a new reason. I have decided that I want to see my father in prison since he was sentenced, because even at his sentencing, he was still denying things. He was still denying it. He kept saying, Aziza, you know the truth. And I'm like, well, yeah, and that's why you're here.
90 years.
Yeah. And I'm just like, okay, so I would like an update.
What are your feelings towards your father?
Well, one, I'm very disappointed in him. I don't know if that is strong enough, but he could have been so much. And I don't discount his potential, his creativity. I know I have gotten a lot of my kind of just do it perspective from him. He was successful in his craft and his business up to a point. I think his ego got the best of him and that kind of messed things up. But he was doing very good things. I am saddened that he took his life and made these decisions when he could have made different decisions and possibly helped and inspired a lot of people. So I think that's like a complete waste. Other than that, I feel like emotionally, I don't feel any attachment to him emotionally. I feel very indifferent. He's like another human, you know. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
I mean, no one would blame you if you had strong feelings of hatred. But it seems like you don't have that.
I don't. I think hate takes up a lot of energy. One. Now I can't say that that's my conscious reason for not hating him. I did have my rage, but it was such a lot of it happened during the abuse. There were times I plotted killing my father.
With a hammer, right?
Yeah, once with a hammer, another time with a pillow. He was very sick. That's just how angry I was. And that's how much I wanted what he was doing to me to stop. I was literally thinking of committing murder. Even beyond that, trying to poison his food. So I think that this is the thing with long-term abuse. You go through all of those things at different stages, you know? So I experienced all that. So by the time I came to the end of it, so much of it was about my children, creating a life for them, healing myself, trying to enjoy life because I spent so much of it suffering. And any anger that I had for him just wasn't that important anymore. And that's pretty much where I've been and how it has been. It's just not important for me to be angry at him. But I did experience the anger at different times. I know it probably plateaued that time that I cursed him out, because there was so much stuff just came out, you know, in my head. And I think if I was a little more out of my mind at the time, I probably would have physically attacked him. But since then, yeah, no, I don't have any like moments of anger. Every now and then when I have challenges with my kids, I think maybe I do get a little, that would be the only thing, because sometimes, though I don't want to dwell on the coulda, shoulda, wouldas, I have to acknowledge, like, it's hard not to acknowledge that my daughter would not have PKU had she not been born as a result of this situation. That my daughter who passed away didn't have SMA because of it. And any challenges that my kids have, the fact that they don't have a father, you know, and that they have to deal with everything that comes along with this situation. Yeah, that pisses me off sometimes. But it's not like a personal direct anger towards him. It's more just about the situation. And I do know that if I was to dwell on it, I would probably be miserable. Because there's nothing I can do to change it at this point. So I just do what I can do to change it or stop it from happening to other people.
What is your relationship like with your siblings, specifically your sisters who also were abused?
So right now, I'm only in communication with one. They do blame me. Yeah, they do blame me.
For what?
One, I orchestrated for us to have a group therapy session, and I learned within that session that they felt that had I fought my father harder, then they would not have been abused. So they held me responsible. And the other was that my father did tell them, or had started this narrative, that he was abusing them because I told him to. So they was carrying that. And that affected our relationship going forward. And it got to the point that, we don't really speak. One sister I am still in communication with. We actually have, we're pretty much in touch. We go out, we hang out, we do things, we talk on the phone. So yeah, but yeah, that's what it is. And then I have some of my little siblings that I speak to who have different moms, because even that, my relationship or our relationship with our mom also had an impact on our relationship with each other.
What are your kids' relationships with your sister's kids that were by your father? Because they're half siblings, but also cousins.
Yes.
Are they close? Do they have a relationship?
There's 6 of them, right? So I have 4, and 2 of my sisters each have 1. One is completely disabled. He doesn't communicate. He has some very rare genetic disorder. So he communicated with us, and we were very close. At one point, he even lived with us. But since the communication between my sister and I, his mom, deteriorated, now we never see him. So they don't communicate. And then my niece, she is involved. I would say they definitely have more sibling rivalries than like cousins. So they did, every now and then they're arguing, then they're best of friends, and they're arguing, then they're best of friends. But like she volunteers with the organization and everything. So we're cool.
I know like there's a lot more information, but I just need one little snippet of your sister slept with your ex-husband. What?
Yes.
Which one?
It was 2 of them.
Oh.
It was 2 of them. And I do chalk it up to one, we did not know what a healthy relationship was. Then there is the fact that we was raised in a polygamous lifestyle. Yes, my father was raping us and everything was done against our will, but we had been conditioned to being with the same man. That's how I rationalize it. However, there had been enough time passed, and I felt that we built up a good relationship with each other. I also had the conversation with them like, okay, guys, we can't do this. We can't do it. My man is my man. Your man is your man. We laid all of that stuff out. Then one day, my younger sister, she was actually the one that was a baby when I first started being molested. She comes to me crying, saying how I have the perfect life. Now, my husband and I, we had been together. I think I was pregnant at that time. Yeah, I was pregnant with my youngest son. She's crying how I have the perfect life and blah, blah, blah. And she wants my life and so on and so forth. My baby was 5 months old, and my husband confessed that he had been having an affair with that sister before we even got married. Started before we even got married. Then 3 years later, I found out that my other sister also had an affair with him. And the reason why it came out was because the first sister was suspecting the other sister, and they started arguing about it. And then that's why my ex-husband decided to confess. So, yeah, it was still a lot of drama. I was like, guys, can we just... There was a lot of healing that needed to be done. I understand that. That's most of why I forgave them. I'm no longer with him. I've not been with him for a while, and I definitely felt that my relationship with my sisters was more important to maintain. I was not ready to end my relationship with them over a man who was not going to be around anymore. So
You mentioned in an article that when you go out with your kids, sometimes people will ask you as a joke, are you guys siblings?
yes.
And you guys have a good little giggle about it. What do you guys answer? What is the response?
Well, the response is no, these are my kids.
Yeah.
Like, this is my mom or my daughter. My daughter is usually the one that responds. I think she's my oldest. She usually says, no, that's my mom. But we do. We always we look at each other like, if they only knew. If they only knew.
I just want to say, after this, I don't know how many hours of episode, I just want to say you are one of the best mother.
I like when you
Truly.
walk in, it's like a bubble of compassion that you walk in with. I don't even know how to describe it. I just feel very safe around you.
Really?
And I'm usually very anxious. No, I don't even know how to put into words your energy. Your energy is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Oh
telling
my gosh.
me.
And I think, I mean, I can only imagine that your kids are amazing. Okay, so they're all in their 20s now? Except for
My
them.
oldest is
Yes.
31. Yeah.
What are your kids doing? What are you focused on?
So I'm focused on Precious Little Ladies Incorporated. Our mission is to end sexual abuse, gender-based violence, and incestuous abuse. All of my kids are involved in that. They are all involved in that. Some of them it's like an event basis, but others just on a daily basis. My oldest is the most involved. She loves to sing and write. I think she's still trying to find what she wants to do in life. So, but that's up to her. She's definitely a creative, but she's also an introvert. So, and then Monchelle, my second daughter, she also loves to write. I guess they all took after their mom that they love to write. She also helps with the organization. And then my son, Aloba, he is a dancer. That's Mr. A$AP Rocky number 2. No, I don't really see it. I don't see no, I don't see the resemblance. That could just be because he came from me. I don't know, but I don't see the resemblance. I see. But yeah, everybody says, and he definitely uses it. But he dances. And I'm learning that he actually has a pretty good singing voice. Sometimes him and Arish, my oldest, will have these jam sessions and he's harmonizing and stuff, but he wants to get into acting, modeling, that kind of thing. Right now he just has, a job to pay the bills. And then my youngest, who is my son for my ex-husband, he and it's funny, like his role in all of this, he's so kind of back and forth, but you would never know one that they had different fathers because they're just siblings all the way. So there is no, you're a half sibling or anything like that. He is very active he's about to go to college actually. But everyone is just very creative. They're just very creative. And then they support me, which is a blessing. I did not go out in public with my story without speaking to them about it first. I do check-ins, with them, make sure that they're okay with this. Right now, we are working on a larger project, more like documentary-ish, and Aloba is a natural at it. He definitely loves the camera. My son, he definitely loves the camera. What else? I mean, there's a lot going on.
So you wrote your first book, well, volume 1 and volume 2.
Right.
And it sold out the print copies on Amazon.
Yes.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. And it's something that does that every now and then. It's like, and then it's on the Amazon top bestsellers list.
But it's available on the Kindle version and on your website,
yes,
the physical copy.
Yes. So anytime anybody, it's sold out on Amazon or not, you can just go to my website, azizakhabibi.com, to get it. I also have a podcast that chronicles the journey of me writing my book, because that has its own drama. Like, one of my sisters is the one who started designing the book cover. Everybody agreed. Some people chose their pseudonyms, and then suddenly everybody was against it. So I talk about things like that through the process. I also go into depth on what testifying against my father was like. So there's that. It's called Self-Published, so you can find it anywhere. Gosh, and then Precious Little Ladies is preciouslittleladies.org. So there's a lot of information on prevention. And then Aziza's Law. So as I talked about incest being legal in New Jersey, I'm working to change that.
So what is the opposition of not making it illegal?
That's a very good question.
Because I don't understand. Yeah.
Some people believe, some legislators believe that it may infringe on certain religious belief systems. But New Jersey is only one of 2 states. 48 states, it's illegal across the board. So I'm like, what's the question?
What's going on in New Jersey?
Yeah.
Right. That's what a lot of people ask. I have yet to find out, but so far it's been echoing that it could infringe on some religious belief systems. but I'm pushing anyway. So trying to get as many people to reach out to their legislators, and even if you don't live in the state, sign our petition on change.org, because all of that, having the public encourage legislators that this needs to be criminalized, then I hope would push them to do so.
And there's so much information in your book that we didn't even cover today. You have your own YouTube channel. You have TikTok.
Yes, I do. See, I go where eyes are. It's like, I knew young people who needed to hear my message and feel like they weren't alone. They were on TikTok. So I went to TikTok and
How has that been like? Do you like it?
I do. Oh, I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy TikTok. It's something because people tend to compare TikTok to Instagram because they say Instagram, you have to be like rich and bougie, and then TikTok, you can go on there with your bonnet kind of thing. So, but we'll see. That's where I do my cooking live streams with my kids on TikTok. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
And you're working on a second book?
Yes, I am. I am working on, I guess you can call it a self-help book. It's more like a self-reflection. It's called The Hump. And I use my life experiences as an anecdote on different ways people can get over their hump and get as far along as on their healing journey as possible. But not just dealing with abuse. It could be any kind of life challenges, whether it be the loss of a job or the loss of a child or a loved one, just really getting over the hump to then find your happiness and thrive.
Wow.
That's beautiful. I would listen to a self-help book from you any day. I mean, just...
And that's the thing people have been asking about Unashamed, making it an audiobook. I started recording it.
And your voice is good for an audiobook.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
perfect,
you.
actually.
So, I'm looking to get that done by the beginning of next year.
Okay, poetry?
Oh, yes.
What's going on there?
Yeah. So I am my poetry, man. So I love words. I just love words. Like, you can't put a word in for. I have read the covers of all of these as all of these books as we've been talking. But when I get in a really emotional state, like, I'm a Virgo, so I have pretty good control over my emotions, but there are sometimes they get overwhelming, and that usually comes out in the form of poetry. I use it as an outlet. So anything from like heartbreak. I mean, of course, when Coco passed away, oh my gosh, I was writing nonstop. But a lot of challenges that I've had in relationships. Yes, I've already wrote a poem about being ghosted. But I am going to publish it as a print book, an audio book, and also an album.
Oh, that's so interesting. I love that idea.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so lots of exciting things. We're going to be waiting. We're going to be asking when they're coming. So just watch out. Yeah.
I will let you know. I'll keep you updated. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
If there ever is a book written about overdone tropes, this is going to be on the first page. Housewife in a small southern town, PTA mom to 2 kids, she is going to meet up with a hitman, a contract killer. In between picking up new socks for her kids' track meet to like cutting the crust off of the Uncrustable sandwich, which is like a logic-defying choice, she is going to make time to sit down with a hitman. If this were set in Nantucket, Nicole Kidman is going to be playing the lead role. But this is not Nantucket, and this is not Nicole Kidman, and this is not a freaking act. April 11th, 2025, Angelia Solomon, aka Angie, she's pulling up to this parking lot. It's called the Cool Springs Mall. It's one of those giant beige colored buildings. You're smacking a cheesecake factory on there, a California pizza kitchen. It's basically the American suburban dream in one giant personality-less shopping plaza. But that is completely besides the point, because Angie is pulling up in her car and the instructions are crystal clear. Park a few cars away. Easy. Done. Got it. Then you walk over to the car with the hitman, the hit car, whatever you want to call it. I mean, this is too easy, right? Open the passenger door. Get in the front. This is the front. Get in the front passenger door. Do not look behind you. Do not look around. Do not glance towards the back seat. Keep your head facing forward. Act normal and just talk. The hitman is in the back seat, and this is how you're going to communicate. Without seeing his face, without shaking his hand on the count of like 1, 2, 3, deal, you're just going to stare straight ahead into the Macy's entrance while you tell the hitman exactly why you need your ex-husband dead. Both Angie Solomon and this man, they have a reason to be hiding in this Macy's parking lot. They are talking to each other for the very first time without even making eye contact. And Angie asks him, have you done this before? I'm not talking about what I've done before. And she's just nervous giggling. She's like cackling. She sounds like a housewife and he sounds like a hitman.
You heard it?
Yeah, I'm just intrigued. And she's just like, okay, it's nervous laughter.
Oh, you're trustworthy, right? I mean, that's a stupid question. I mean, there's trust going both ways here. That's why we're sitting in the middle of the parking lot, okay?
Okay, so she's like straight to business, I see. You know, they're both here to take someone down. They're not here to make small talk. Angie gives the backseat guy, backseat boy, backseat killer, whatever you want to call him, the whole rundown. I mean, the Spark Notes version is, he belongs in prison or he belongs underground. That's a direct quote. The slightly longer version is this. Angie has 2 kids with her ex-husband, Grant Solomon and Gracie Solomon. Angie states that she has known that her ex-husband, has been abusing their daughter since she was 5 years old. She claims that Gracie allegedly told her one day that her father puts things up inside of her during bath time, and once it was a soap bar and it was absolutely painful. Angie's horrified. She states that when she confronts her husband about it, Aaron, he admits to it, but he also allegedly tells her, if you tell anyone, I'm just going to take the kids away from you. What are you going to do about it? What are you supposed to do for a threat like that? Aaron Solomon, the ex-husband, is a well-known, well-respected local news anchor. He's on the local TV news channel, and she's Angie. If people don't believe her, then her kids are going to be taken from her. And Gracie will be under Aaron's full control. So Angie, she just has to find a different way. She sends an email to her psychiatrist, Dr. Reed, and she's talking about her daughter. My daughter would beg to not be bathed, and I didn't see the signs. Did I miss all the signs? She claims ever since then, she has been trying to get the kids away from Aaron from, at least 2013, right? She was trying to slowly escape. She was taking detailed notes of abuse on her phone. Then one day, she's rushing out the door to pick up the kids from school. She's in the car, she's passing by the gas station, and she realizes, I left my phone at home. So then she books it, U-turns it back all the way back home, and she's freaking out. She runs inside, and Aaron has the phone just suspended over the toilet, and allegedly he tells her, I told you what would happen if you ever talked to anyone about what's going on in this house. He saw her little notes app with all the logs of the detailed abuse.
Since 2013?
And it was prior to 2013. This happens in 2013.
Whoa. Okay.
And he drops her phone into the toilet, straight into the toilet, just destroying all the evidence. This is what Angie says. And he tells her, you know what that means now, right? You're never going to see the kids again. 3 weeks later, in the middle of the night, kids are gone. Aaron is gone. And now Angie is many years later. This is in 2025. She is sitting in the car with a hitman. She sounds like she's half laughing. She sounds like she's half crying. And she asks, you're trustworthy, right? Is that a stupid question? Mind you, this is still a Macy's parking lot. Mr. Backseat Assassin responds, there's trust going both ways here. That's why we're sitting in the middle of a parking lot, okay?
Yeah, I just don't know you, and I know you don't want anything, and I don't want to know. The only contact we have is through Steve here. That's all I want. That's perfect. You're not recording me or anything, so you can bust me.
Angie giggles kind of nervously. I would be worried about you doing that before me because it could be it for me. Angie says, I'm just a very naive person, but I'm just catching a big leap right here. Yeah, it's a big leap, but like I said, you're not going to see me ever again. Which seems to be exactly what Angie needs to hear because she starts telling him her ex-husband's work schedule, his workout routine schedule, his gym schedule, where he works, his address, how his back gate has a gaping hole in the back that he can probably crawl through. And Angie wonders, so this can't be traced back to me, right? That's why we're going through this now. After you get out of here, you're never going to see me again. Angie asks the backseat guy, are you mean?
Am I mean? I can be mean. You want me to be mean?
She nods. Okay, I can be mean. He thinks he's about 5'8", with shoes on, and he thinks he's God. Okay, so slow is better than quick? Yes. He's a psychopath, At a psychiatrist watching in court and, the way his mannerisms and everything, he's a psychopath. We all know what they are. My daughter says he's like in between Jeffrey Dahmer and, I forget the other one. She forgets the name of the other serial killer that is being referenced, but it's not important right now. The important part is this going to happen or not? Is her ex-husband going to be dead or not? The backseat man asks Angie. Well, they're going to talk to you. You're his ex-wife, and you better not say nothing, you hear me? Angie assures him she's ready to move on with her life. This is about making sure that her daughter is safe. However, she has no money. What?
What? How long was this interaction in the car?
30 minutes?
30 minutes?
Yeah. Well, I was wondering because I don't have anything to pay right now, but I would later. What do you mean you would later? You got life insurance on him or anything? Angie explains, no, it's not life insurance per se, but he has a trust that would go to his daughter, their daughter, when he dies, and that's probably like a few $1 million. But as of right now, Angie doesn't have anything to give Mr. Backseat Man. And he says, well, give me your car registration as collateral. So she's reassuring him that once she gets the trust, she's going to pay him back double than what he's asking. So instead of $5,000, she's going to pay him $10,000. She hands over her car registration, and I guess that's enough for the hitman. He finally asks her, you understand, though, that I'm not going to see you again. We will be going through a third party, and you know that. You understand that when you get out of bed this next time, in the morning, your husband is going to be dead and he ain't coming back. You understand that, right? He will be dead and disappear. Angie starts crying before she agrees. However, a few things from this conversation are just flat out false lies, such as by morning time tomorrow, Aaron Solomon would not be dead. And the two of them, Mr. Backseat Man and Angie, they will see each other again. And this time, they do get to look at each other. Not that it makes it any less awkward. In fact, Mr. Backseat Man suddenly does not appreciate eye contact. He does not want to look Angie in the eye, even though they're sitting so close, facing each other directly. Or maybe the awkwardness is coming from the fact that they're sitting in a room full of people staring at each other while the entire conversation that they had in the car about killing Aaron Solomon has been recorded and has been playing on the speakers in a courtroom where Aaron Solomon is sitting in the back.
So this guy is a cop, or is he an actual hitman that also got caught?
The prosecutor asks him, and what was your role? I was informed that my role would be to go undercover and portray myself as a hitman for hire. Mr. Backseat Man is not a hitman. He is an undercover agent, and Angie Solomon has now been arrested for a murder for hire charge. The Solomon family consists of 4 people. Aaron Solomon, the dad, Angie Solomon, the mom, Grant Solomon, the son, and Gracie Solomon, the daughter. By 2025, Aaron Solomon will be accused of being part of a large-scale, high-powered trafficking ring involving the governor of Tennessee and a megachurch pastor, including being accused of trafficking his own daughter into this trafficking ring. Angie Solomon, the mom, will be arrested for trying to kill her ex-husband. Grant Solomon, the son, will be dead. And Gracie Solomon, the daughter, will post a video expose on YouTube exposing her entire family and accusing her dad of killing her older brother, Grant. This is the case of the Solomons, where it's pretty clear that at least one of the Solomons is lying. We just don't know which one. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Georgia Mountain Food Bank. Now more than ever, with SNAP benefits having been paused and the holidays coming up, their work to end hunger can be life-saving. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers: there are allegations of DV, childhood essay, incestuous abuse, so please protect yourself if this is something that will be triggering. Today's case is also complicated. It's a situation where everyone, even strangers on the internet, including ourselves, everyone's picking a side and they're sticking to that side. As always, we try our best as a team to not pick a side, no matter how tempting it is. But today's case in particular is very messy. There are a lot of accusations. They have not been legally proven in court. But just because it hasn't been legally proven doesn't mean it can't be true. But for the purpose of not needlessly receiving a cease and desist, which tends to make me more passionate regardless, but still, we are going to do our absolute best to just compile and aggregate the allegations made online, netizen opinions, and even conspiracy theories so that you can come to your own personal opinion on this case. Any alternate theories, opinions, and accusations are those of netizens I found online or from the people directly involved. Everything is publicly available. They are not representative of our own opinions regarding this case. A small disclaimer here, any annotations made in any sort of document was done by the original uploader of the document. So more often than not, Angie or someone from Angie's side has been posting screenshots of medical reports or screenshots of court documents, and there's a lot of annotations and highlights and question marks next to things. That was not done by the RM team. That was just done by the original poster. Moreover, we cannot even tell you if that these are accurate screenshots of court documents. Tennessee is very tricky in the sense that we have had to jump through a lot of loopholes. Tennessee is a state. If you live in Tennessee, we need help in Tennessee, okay? Tennessee is the one state where every time we put in a FOIA request, it's going to be weeks of just no. And I feel like I'm harassing court clerks in Tennessee at this point. So if you guys have any sort of advice from Tennessee residents, please let me know in the comments. It's been intense. So there's no way that we can even cross-reference or really check for these documents for their accuracy. And even then, I think it would be useless in this situation, as there has not really been an open criminal investigation until this year, and that is for the murder for hire plot. All of the other things, they happened in family court, which a lot of those times, those are not public information. And since we're covering all of our bases, I have no idea, and I have no way of confirming all of that, just so you know. And sometimes they can be taken out of context. And another thing with this case is every single point has been disputed by both sides. If you were to put the two main parties involved, Angie Solomon and Aaron Solomon, into a room and told them to agree on the color of the sky, you would have to bring in a pee bucket and sleeping bags because neither of them would be leaving that room. Like, they just cannot agree on a simple 2 + 2 = 4. Just to give you an idea, Angie has claimed that Aaron has filed multiple bankruptcies on an Instagram account that Aaron accuses Angie of running, which she denies. Even that is contentious. Then Aaron denies filing multiple bankruptcies. Then he goes back and says, I only filed for one. But that was also with Angie, and I had to file it because we were married and she was spending all the money. So it's like every little thing, they have to be like, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. So it's a lot of back and forth, and like a lot of very nasty divorces, custody battles. It's going to get very, very contentious and heated. So with that being said, let's get into it. May 12th, 2021, a video goes live on YouTube, and you just see a 14-year-old girl holding a stack of papers, and she's kind of on one of those swivel armchairs, and there's a lot of background music that is very loud. And she starts by saying, my name is Gracie Solomon, I'm 14 years old, and I'm here to tell my story.
I just want to say before we get into any of this that it's coming straight from me, it's all me, and no one else is telling me what to do.
A lot of people point out that throughout the video, she'll periodically look off the camera. So, it seems maybe someone is there as emotional support, or if you want to be very skeptical, maybe someone is telling her exactly what to do. But she states in the video, no one is telling me what to do. My father is a monster. It makes me want to vomit. I found my voice to be able to tell you that my father has R-worded me, hurt me, and I'm not going to be a victim of this monster.
He's a rapist, he's a molester, he's a liar, and he's a killer. I hate my dad. I'm absolutely terrified of him for everything he's done to me, my brother, and my mom. I don't want to call him my dad anymore.
He's never listened to me. He has hurt me sexually, physically, mentally. He has caused so much pain for my family. He has tried to manipulate me and has manipulated others and has hurt me ever since I was born. My dad has done awful things to me. First, he never let my mom bathe me. It was always him. So by not letting my mom come in at all, it meant that he could do anything to me. I would always tell my mom that I felt like I was more of a wife to him instead of a daughter. He would always bring his phone into the bathroom with him. At the time, I didn't know it, but I strongly believed that he was taking pictures and videos. I learned how to hide my body from him by flipping my hair over, because he wouldn't leave me alone while I was showering or getting out. He is a sick person. He even tries to convince me that I'm being brainwashed by my mom and everything I remember never happened. He tries to scare me into thinking my mom's house is unsafe. He knows how scared I am of robberies and kidnapping or getting taken from my mom. In fact, he took me away from my mom for years when I was just ending my kindergarten year. Later on, he told me that I was never going to go back to my mom and that she was actually dead. I don't remember when I found out that my mom was alive. But I know Grant, my brother, and I both believe she was dead for years because of my dad. She states that even when they were a family unit, it wasn't great. Gracie says that the dad was always constantly trying to kill the mom, Angie. This video itself is uploaded on YouTube, and it doesn't particularly go viral on a national level, but it has 181,000 views, and everyone in Franklin, Tennessee has probably seen this video. Aaron Solomon, Gracie's dad, is somewhat of a local celebrity. He used to be a news anchor for the local channel, Channel 4. Everyone knows him. Everyone seems to know the Solomons. In the video, Gracie talks about how she had to go out of town for a baseball game for her older brother, Grant, and she went with her dad. He ends up booking a hotel room for her and him with just one bed.
We stopped at a hotel room in Asheville. My dad only got one bed when I had asked for two. It made me really nervous before we even got in a hotel room. When we went to bed, I remember him slowly getting closer to me until I was on the edge of the bed. I kept waking up by feeling his feet rub against mine.
I kept waking up, and then I finally realized that something hard was on my lower back, close to my butt. I felt really scared, and I knew it was wrong. At court, Dad's attorney got inches away from my face and tried to manipulate me into thinking that what my dad did didn't really happen by saying, "Do you really think your dad would do something like that? Do you actually remember that happening?" He was so close to me that I could smell his cigarette breath on him, and his tongue really scared me. Gracie alleges in this YouTube video that it's not just her being victimized, it's everyone. So this is just like a 14-minute video of an expose of like, let me tell you everything that's happened between my family and everything that my dad has been doing ever since I was young. So it's not necessarily in a chronological fashion, but it's just like a very explosive, point by point, all of the big things of why she's scared of her father. She says it's not just me. She states that her dad would come to these high school games, sports games, because he used to be a sports newscaster. He's very much into sports. And he would film up the kids, the teenage girls' homecoming court dresses. That's what she alleges. She says, it makes me sick seeing him or talking about him. I haven't been able to go to school because of how scared of him I am. Ultimately, Gracie states at the end of her video, the only thing that she wishes really is for, quote, "I want my dad gone."
Is there like context on this? Did she just post this and then, because that's crazy allegation. Is there police investigation or?
So she posts this video, and this video in particular does not blow up. But previously, for years before this video goes up on YouTube, there were multiple, I guess, depending on what state you live in, DFACS, Department of Child Services, DCS, or CPS, Child Protection Services. They have had multiple open investigations against Aaron Solomon, and all of them have come up with nothing. Whether that means that he is innocent of these allegations or whether he's just really good at not getting caught, I think that is up for debate.
So she posts this and that's it. No police involvement, nothing going on.
She posts this, and then Angie starts reaching out to a lot of true crime creators. At this point, a lot of people were familiar with the Solomons because something had happened the year prior, but it just seems like this was a big open door. This is when national attention starts getting involved. They're going on News Nation. They have a whole website. They have GoFundMes that have raised close to $200,000. They have a lot of eyeballs on them. This video itself, for some reason, does not get a lot of attention, but all of these allegations are starting to spread. So it becomes a big conversation online.
Where are the cops? Where are the officials?
They're not doing anything. Yeah.
That's so weird.
They're not doing anything. Before you even sit down for the first couples therapy session, the therapist is already figuring out, just gathering intel on the relationship dynamic, and it starts in the waiting room. Sometimes some therapists will even say that they'll check the cameras in the waiting room just to get a little vibe, especially if it's their first time seeing the couple. How much space is in between the couple? Obviously, the surface level observation would be the further apart a couple, the more they hate each other. But it's actually more than that. Therapists have noted it's about attachment style. If the couple is physically further apart, it could mean that one of them has avoidant attachment styles. They would rather run away from the problem than face it. Or they're in a stage of extreme emotional withdrawal, which is also very difficult. Clearly, couples who are in their own worlds, on their own phones separately, not great. But also, here's an interesting thing. If you see a couple and they're both zoning out or staring off into space, but they're staring off in different directions, could also mean that they're not in sync. One's looking left, one's looking right. Or even timing. Do the couples come in together in one car? Or maybe they can't because of work or other obligations. Do they come in separately? That's fine. But if the couple regularly, one person arrives early or on time and the other person is consistently late, big red flag. Maybe it's work, but is it really? Or it could indicate that they don't want to be here. They feel tension and resentment, that they even have to show up to couples therapy. In relationships in distress, couples move independently. They say it's like a coordinated dance, every couple. The way you open a door, you go into the therapy office. Therapist is sitting down and you look at the selection of seating available. And usually the couples who will end up working out, they do a polite little song and dance. Even if they hate each other in the moment. Would you like the chair? Or do you want to, oh, I think maybe we should do the couch. It's like a very awkward, okay, well, whatever you like. Yeah, it's fine.
These are according to therapists?
Yes. But couples who do not care for each other, they just plop down wherever they want. They don't ask. There's no courtesy. There's no like, what do you want to do? Maybe we should both decide together. Maybe we should both sit together. Not that they have many choices. Couple therapists have stated that they will intentionally seat couples at a 90-degree angle. Can you guess why? Sometimes it's side by side on a couch. Sometimes it's one on the couch and one on a sofa facing the other way.
Why? They want them to...
It's the best for eye contact. You can choose the level of eye contact. You can look at your partner to connect, or you can look away when you feel you need emotional space without it being so obvious, without it feeling confrontational, like I can't even look at you right now. It feels more natural. And a lot of these sessions are filled with confrontation. One therapist says, I saw a couple that was doing retaliatory cheating. They were just cheating on each other and then telling each other about it. And then the other person would get mad and then cheat on them and then tell each other about it. When they got through their anger, they decided to call it a truce. They waved the white flag and made peace. With their level of emotional maturity, I doubt it lasted long, but they stopped seeing me. So I don't know if I helped them or prolonged their suffering. I don't know. Another couples therapist said, I saw a couple in the office because the husband greeted the dog before her when he came home from work. And that's why they started couples therapy. But it's actually a very symbolic problem of something greater, you know, a bigger underlying issue. Every day he'd come home from work and he would pet the dog first before he said hi to his wife. Kind of like the couple that wanted to divorce because the wife, she likes to cut her sandwiches diagonally. The husband, when he makes the sandwiches, he cuts them straight in half. They literally come to couples therapy for this and people think they're crazy. Like, what do you mean? Just cut the sandwiches. But this is a symbolic gesture of the fact that the husband is unwilling to do something so simple for his wife. Another Redditor writes, I have a friend who's a marriage counselor, and basically half his job is just helping two people who hate each other come to the conclusion that it's okay to divorce. That's it. Also, couples therapy is like a wrestling match. These couples, some of them go in there with the sole intention
To win.
I'm here to win.
Yes.
And who am I winning? The therapist. They're going to tell me that I'm right and that my partner is wrong. I'm in it to fucking win it. Welcome to couples therapy. But whatever happens in therapy sessions, I mean, it typically does not warrant one spouse trying to kill the other spouse in a slow, painful, long manner via a hitman in a Macy's parking lot. Right? Maybe. Dr. Futrell has been a psychiatrist probably longer than most of us have been alive. She's been in practice since 1993. Interestingly, she specializes in child and adolescent psychiatry. But when Grant is 6 years old, Gracie is 2 years old, Angie ends up in Dr. Futrell's office, and she claims that Aaron has been abusive, sexually violating her since she gave birth to Grant. And the final straw was she was going through his stuff, and she allegedly discovers that Aaron has been cheating on her with workers, but more alarmingly, he has been grooming underage girls. It's not entirely clear exactly how she finds out about this and if she was able to collect any evidence at this point. Not that it would matter much because according to Angie, Aaron would threaten her. If you ever tell anyone about anything, I will make sure you never see our kids again. Who is she even going to tell? According to Angie, Aaron barely lets her talk to anybody, like anyone at all. She can't even go to a haircut appointment by herself to get a haircut because, I don't know, maybe he thinks that she's going to go there and say something to the stylist or even accidentally mention something that would raise the alarms, which means, according to Angie, that both of them are now sitting in Dr. Fortnell's office because even the psychiatrists therapy sessions, he's not letting her go alone. And Angie's probably telling Dr. Fortnell everything, all the way from the beginning. She's probably starting with her childhood. Not great. She says even as an adult, she had to file for an order of protection against her own dad. So clearly, child life, family life, home life, not great for Angie. And it's always been bad, probably worse when she was a kid and living with them. Angie says that she spent pretty much every single waking hour of her life just trying to become a basketball star for her school team, because she doesn't want to go home. She doesn't want to focus on her own life. It's miserable. And then she graduates and she decides maybe basketball is not going to pay the bills, so I'm going to be a pharmacist. She spends all of her energy focusing on her own capabilities, such as pharmacy school, graduating, and then becoming a pharmacist. And it's as a pharmacist that she starts talking to Aaron Solomon again. They knew each other from high school. They're rekindling their love, and it's just like a fast track to marriage. Okay, I will say that rekindling is perhaps not like the exact word. Angie says in an interview, quote, "Back in high school, Aaron saw me then, and as I learned in my counseling sessions, he was stalking me." So she claims that he was stalking her when she was back in high school. We don't really get more elaboration on this, but she says, he was stalking me. That would have been all the way back in like 1988. I didn't hear from him after that. I brushed him off. He continued to stalk me. Angie says that she was kind of rude to him in high school, and she always regretted it. I mean, she didn't know what kind of person he was back then, but she always just kind of thought about it, and she decided as an adult maybe she would reach out and apologize. And it was easy to remember him from high school, considering that she would turn on Channel 4 and he's right there. Morning anchor news, like sports anchor news. He's just right there on the TV. And she says that at that point, she had her own house, her own car. She manages the pharmacy, so she's not just a pharmacist. She's managing other pharmacists. She's got 2 dogs, a good income. She's very happy, very well adjusted. Aaron Solomon comes into her life, and within 6 weeks of dating, she's pregnant with their first child, Grant, and suddenly getting married in Vegas. She said she was very excited to have a kid, though. She said that she was very set on being a single mom. But then both Aaron Solomon and her own dad threatened her because they're both very religious. And they said that she needs to be married before giving birth. So they went to Vegas and they got married. Which is when Angie says, yeah, everything starts falling apart. They get back, he moves into her house, and it's just like a hostile corporate takeover. Aaron starts controlling the finances. He doesn't let her go anywhere without his approval. And he has these mood swings, she says, that was just unpredictable. She claims that he would just go quiet for days. And then out of nowhere, he would go into a fit of anger where he would just berate her constantly for the way she looks, for her capabilities. He would just call her crazy. And sometimes, according to Angie, he would just straight up start physically attacking her, especially once Gracie was born. Angie alleges to her doctors that she found out that Aaron was cheating on her and the family. And he just tells her, yeah, well, I need to have 2 times a day, and that's completely normal.
These are disclosed by the doctor?
These are disclosed by Angie.
Oh, she said, I told this to my doctor.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, obviously it cannot be disclosed by the doctor because that would be a major HIPAA violation. But Angie has posted some doctor's reports.
Okay.
But Angie claims that during her sessions with Dr. Fortnell that Angie was diagnosed with PTSD and Aaron was diagnosed with a sex addiction. Do we have the medical records? No. Did Dr. Fortnell tell us? No. In a lawsuit filed by Aaron against Angie, so Solomon v. Solomon, he firmly denies being ever diagnosed as a sex addict, a narcissist, a sociopath, or anything else that he is being accused of. Even when it comes to therapy, clearly one of them is lying about this.
So when did Angie come out with all of these information? Is it lately, or this was like 10 years ago?
Lately, yes.
And when did the husband sue Angie, the wife?
Lately. Okay, so
this is before the whole murder plot happened?
Yes.
The murder for hire plot?
Maybe this will give you a better continuity. In 2013, they have a very contentious divorce. Mm-hmm. Custody primarily goes to Aaron.
Yeah.
And since 2013, Gracie has been fighting to get the kids back.
Yeah.
They hate each other since 2013, probably for longer than that. And then in 2020, Grant Solomon dies. And this kickstarts a very public round of accusations being thrown out of whether or not Aaron Solomon is involved in Grant Solomon's death. And this is when everything comes to a national scale. The allegations of sexual abuse against Gracie have been kind of spurring up before 2020, but they really start blowing up around this time.
After Grant Solomon, the son, died.
Yes. And this is when Aaron Solomon sues Angie Solomon for defamation.
When did the daughter make the video again?
In 2021. And this lawsuit is more so recent. And then in 2025, Angie was arrested for trying to hire a hitman.
Wow.
So this is, I mean,
This is
more than a decade.
ongoing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Every single person that you ask in Franklin, Tennessee, they seem to have a very different idea, a different opinion about who they think is the lying Solomon. One of Gracie's friends, who's known Gracie since pre-K, she says, well, around the time that the custody battle started, around that time, Gracie gets sent to live with the dad. And suddenly, Gracie is not Gracie. Like, she just starts looking, according to Gracie's friend, quote, tired and began to be very skinny. I noticed that her eyes were just puffy, but as a kid, I just kind of brushed her off as allergies. I would also notice that she had several bruises and other scratches and scrapes almost all the time. I would ask her about this, and the answer was always the same. I fell on the ground. I have only ever been to Aaron's house once, but when I was there, I noticed some strange things. I think we were in the 2nd grade. Gracie had me over for a sleepover, and I noticed there were several dents and other markings on the wall, and that Gracie was very nervous around her dad. As we grew older, Aaron would touch Gracie, even if it's just like placing his hand on her shoulder, she would flinch a bit, and I could just tell that something was wrong. But as a kid, you didn't know that.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Aaron argues this is just not true. This is not true in the slightest. And he states he should have known that something like this was going to happen. Aaron claims that when he and Angie got into another one of their arguments back in 2013, she said something that he just should have known the flags. She said, quote, and this is according to Aaron, so this is alleged as well, my first husband, I never told him I was going to divorce him. But I'm telling you right now, I'm going to divorce you. It was really weird. Aaron thought it was weird. But then, quote, not long after that, I noticed her saying things and doing things that looked like she was trying to make the kids be on her side. He alleges she would accuse him of abusing her in front of the kids. Like, oh, your dad hit me. Now, maybe she did, and maybe it's true, or maybe it's not true, and she's lying to the kids. He says that, for example, after a particularly brutal fight where he claims that Angie was getting violent with him, he leaves to help her de-escalate. Next morning, quote, she said in front of the children that your daddy left in the middle of the night to go sleep with another woman. I said, Angie, why are you saying that? I said, why are you saying that to the kids? Like, I said, do you want me to tell them that I had to leave because you were trying to attack me physically and abuse me? And she said, I only did that in self-defense. So again, we don't know. It's just like couples therapy, but the worst version ever, amplified by 1,000%. Both Angie and Aaron have completely different stories. It seems like both of them want you to believe their version. You tell me which one makes more sense. Remember how Gracie claimed in her YouTube video that Aaron would take upskirt pictures of the minors at homecoming, up their dresses? Well, Angie claims that Aaron has a Snapchat, the username being, who is it, 64? But like, why the hell does he have a Snapchat? Angie claims like
Does he though?
It seems like it. It seems like from the screenshots I've seen, it seems like he has a, but I don't know. I've never been Snapchat. I don't have a Snapchat, but I've never been Snapchatted by him, so I can't confirm to you.
What kind of screenshot are we saying?
Okay, so it was from Grant's phone, and it looked like it was the dad. And then there's also a picture of him shirtless, that he took a selfie shirtless. And it was like something sexual along the lines of, all of your inches want me or something.
Wait, what's the context? He took a Snapchat photo and sent it to somebody.
Yes, but now
somebody screenshotted that.
Yes, but it is believed, I think, that this was not sent to a minor.
Okay. Oh, so he was talking to another woman and he sent the photo to. Okay, so he does look like there is a Snapchat.
What I will say is it does look like he has a Snapchat, in my opinion. I don't know. I've never been Snapchatted by him. It does look like he took a shirtless picture and was maybe hitting on people on Snapchat. He could very well have been sending this to someone of age that is single and does not cross any sort of moral boundary. Or he could have been doing what Angie is claiming he was doing, which was trying to groom underage girls. Angie claims that Aaron would try to talk to high school girls by going to the kids' games, like his own kids' high school games, sports games. And then he would take pictures, and then Angie alleges he would tell the girls, these high school girls, that, hey, I'm going to send you the pictures, just give me your snap. Which I think anyone of a certain age with a Snapchat is a little crazy, especially when you have kids and you have a Snapchat is a little weird.
Yeah. Also, I don't think that's how you use. Is that how you use Snapchat?
I don't think so.
You use it to send photos?
I feel like the photos disappear, so why would you want... Do the photos disappear?
Yeah, but I mean, asking for phone number is weird too. But maybe Instagram.
Instagram is safer.
Yeah, Snapchat is. I don't know. But
Or like an email. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're like, you have kids. You're at a school event.
It's weird.
Or just like text it to the parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I would do. It's just kind of strange.
No, that's actually really creepy. Imagine like
Yeah.
you're at a sports game, like you're doing this at school, and then a parent's like, "Give me your Snapchat."
Oh, that's terrifying.
That's
yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
That's weird.
But also, I can't imagine the other way. I can't imagine being like, what's your Snapchat to someone that's decades younger than you is so bizarre.
Yeah.
Very bizarre. Now, I will say, it does seem like he has a Snapchat. I don't know if he's reaching out to young girls or if he's even telling them that he's going to send them pictures through Snapchat, but that is what Angie is claiming. I would imagine that every single resident in Franklin, Tennessee has heard about these different arguments. There is even a contentious point about, did Aaron Solomon quit his job working as a news anchor, or was he fired? Angie claims that Aaron Solomon was more or less forced into resigning from his position. He was a sports news anchor for Channel 4, and Angie says one day they find inappropriate materials, pictures, videos, NSFW things on his work computer and his work phone, and to avoid a big, massive scandal with the TV network, they basically back him into a corner and they say, you gotta resign, so they don't have to deal with a big fallout for a newscaster being exposed for doing something like this in their organization. That's what Angie says. She does later elaborate, claiming that some of those pictures probably included her, and apparently people from his workplace saw it and told her that she did not look awake, insinuating that she had been drugged and potentially positioned for these pictures.
Wow.
Aaron, on the other hand, argues that is not what happened at all. He says he was working in the sports department. They moved him to the morning news segment, which he loved. He loved telling people about the weather and what was going to happen that day. But then, because of structural changes and new leadership, they wanted him back to sports, and he felt like that was a demotion of sorts. And Angie herself even encouraged him to quit and find a position at a company where he would actually be appreciated for his work. Also, Aaron argued that he thought it was perhaps a good time for him to take some time away from work because Angie's uneasy behavior, he claims, is escalating at this point. That is what Aaron is saying. He states that he was concerned about his wife since around 2012. At one point in 2012, Gracie had to have eye surgery, and according to Aaron, Gracie starts sleeping in their bed after the surgery to recover. And then Grant starts falling a little sick, and he wants to sleep in their bed too. And so now Grant and Gracie are both in the bedroom for like 9 months. And Aaron is saying, we gotta get the kids out of here because this isn't normal, and like they gotta grow up, they gotta sleep in their own rooms. This is not healthy. And Angie is unwilling to do that. He describes her as being reluctant and almost dependent on the children. That's what he says. I'm not sure. I'm not a parent. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. I have no clue, right? But I don't know if that's particularly a great, spectacular example of being dependent on the kids, but here we are. Another claim, an example he gives in his lawsuit, and this is one time, Aaron said that he was trying to get fresh bedding for Grant's bed. I guess they're doing sheets. They're washing the sheets, and Aaron is like, I'm going to put the sheets on Grant's bed, the fresh sheets. Just simple task. Angie, however, according to Aaron, gets very mad at him. And she's like, I want to do it. I want to do the sheets. He's like, okay, it's just sheets. You do the sheets then. He stops. Then all the kids are in the house, and in front of the kids, Angie's doing the sheets, and she's loudly complaining about how she had to go find the sheets. She had to go find the bedding, and now she has to make the bed herself, and nobody wants to help her, and nobody ever does anything. And he claims that he was just shocked because she was the one that told him not to do the sheets. Eventually, Aaron does get a new job because he thinks things are getting better again, but he claims that Angie just started getting upset and reactive to the point where he would come home with paychecks from his new job, and Angie would just start spending them extravagantly. He states one time she went to Dick's Sporting Goods and spent over $1,000 worth of things that nobody needed. He secretly had to go back and return them, and even then she was freaking out. And it's not just that. He claims Angie would just start turning the kids against him and trying to convince the kids that he was abusive. As stated in his lawsuit, Aaron claims that after the divorce, he just wanted Angie to get better mentally. Angie is just constantly criticizing Aaron's parenting to the kids and, quote, mischaracterizing his normal and completely reasonable parenting rules, such as appropriate bedtime and limits on screen time, as controlling and crazy. So he's saying he would make sure that the kids go to bed at a certain time. Then he's saying that Angie would turn around and say, your dad is crazy. I wouldn't do that. No parent does that. That's so controlling and manipulative.
So he's listing out all of these details in the lawsuit. And the lawsuit is for what?
It's for defamation. Yes. Now, Angie's dad, who testifies in court against his own daughter, and we're going to get into all of that. Yeah, Angie's dad takes Aaron Solomon's side. But remember, Angie said her child life was not good. She had to file an order of protection against her own dad as an adult. And now the dad is testifying with her ex-husband, who she is saying is also an abuser. So
Wow.
it's very
this is
complicated.
Yeah.
This is the dad, right? He claims that Angie would convince the kids that their father was being unreasonable and unfair because of all of these things, and she would come up with new claims and new allegations all the time. Angie's dad says that she would just start going around telling everyone that Aaron told the kids that she was dead. But, like, he never did that, is what he's claiming. So Angie would say, he took the kids away from me, and then he told the kids that I'm dead. So the kids are so traumatized, they think that their mom is dead. But I'm not dead, you know. That's what she's saying. The other side is saying, we never told them that they're dead. But Gracie's saying, I thought my mom was dead.
Okay.
Aaron and his side, which includes Angie's parents and her sister, they say that the allegations are obviously very serious, but they say it's not true. They say that Aaron allegedly essaying his daughter Gracie, allegations that Aaron would control their food intake. So Angie was telling people that Aaron was obsessed with them being sports, like athletes. He would control their food intake, make sure that they were emaciated, perfect for performance. And then on top of that, he would even randomly just control their bathroom habits. If you had to use the restroom, you would have to do it in the allotted specific time of the day. If you don't, you cannot use the restroom. If you don't have to go number 2, for example, in that time period from 3 to 4 p.m., you can't ever use the restroom until 3 to 4 p.m. the next day.
Now, does Aaron deny those as well?
Yes.
He denies everything.
He denies everything.
He said this never happened.
Yeah.
And Angie is brainwashed by the mother? Is that what he's...
Gracie is brainwashed by the mother?
Gracie,
yes, he's saying that Gracie is brainwashed by the mother.
How old is Gracie now?
She should be 18 now.
But this happened like when she was a teenager or younger.
This was happening when she was young. Like 2013, she's young.
She's young. Wow.
Yeah. Aaron claims that not only is Angie out here making these really big, despicable claims of abuse, but also, according to his lawsuit, he claims that Angie would bizarrely allege other forms of abuse. Quote, she complained to a close friend that Mr. Solomon had abused the children by taking them to swim in a motel pool while visiting a relative.
That's it?
That's it. Just like taking them to a motel pool was abusive, is what he's claiming Angie allegedly told a friend.
Okay.
But at least in the early stages of this marriage, nothing is as contentious as what happened in the shower on May 9th, 2013. Depending on who you ask, the shower incident is going to sound vastly different. If you ask Aaron Solomon, he will say, it is the day that Angie tried to self-exit. If you ask Angie, she's going to tell you it's the day that Aaron Solomon tried to kill her. Aaron says, that night, it was just the two of them in the living room. Angie's not happy, but what's new? He says he doesn't even remember what Angie is mad about. In the Solomon house, arguments are naturally occurring at any given moment. He's sitting there listening to Angie, and he claims just out of nowhere, she throws out a quick little, I'm going to end it. I've been thinking about it. I know how to do it, and I know what I'm going to do. And she just allegedly calmly walks out of the living room into the primary bedroom where both Grant and Gracie have fallen asleep in the primary bedroom, in the parents' bed. Aaron claims clearly this is making him worried because why is she walking in there after she just said this? She walks in, she locks the bedroom door. Then he can hear her walking into the bathroom, locking the bathroom door. So he says, quote, it took a couple of minutes to get through both sets of doors. When I opened the second door into the bathroom, I couldn't believe it. She had wrapped the hairdryer cord. So I guess a blow dryer, the cord, the electrical cord, around her neck 3 to 4 times. And the hairdryer was like resting there. And the other part, she was like plugged in. It was attached to the shower head. honestly, I was trying to map it out in my head.
Oh, she tied one end to the shower head.
Yes, and she was slumped at the bottom of the shower. And I immediately could tell that she had not snapped her neck. Her hands were turning purple though. Her face was turning red. And so I immediately undid it, the rope or the cord. And it took maybe 3 to 4 minutes for her to come to. She was breathing. She had a pulse. I got a cold cloth. I rubbed it on her head and I tried to get her to come to. When she came to, she became semi-violent. She wanted to push me away, get away from me. She kicked at me. Don't try to help me. We went into the living room where she proceeded to get violent with me and said that she was going to beat the hell out of me for the next 2.5 hours until the kids woke up. She proceeded to attack me, tried to hit me, scratch me, pull me, all of that. At that time, I tried to defend myself, get away, grab my cell phone, which was charging, and I went out the front door. I got in our car, I drove to Kroger, which is roughly about 3 to 4 blocks down Abbott Martin Road. He claims, I never hit her, never struck her. I've defended myself physically. I tried to keep her away from me a number of times, but that's it. He doesn't immediately call 911 that night because he says that he didn't want to upset the kids, which is an interesting thing because he also just like leaves the kids with Angie in this allegedly heightened emotional state. But I'm not a parent. I just thought that was weird. He argues that it's because, quote, she was getting loud. I was really worried that the kids were going to wake up and see this, and that's why I left. So he's saying, like, if I just excuse myself, I know that she's not going to hurt the kids, is what he claims. But I don't know. I just feel like you can never be too sure. He says, that's why I left, to calm the situation, drive down a few blocks. However, Angie presents the story very differently. She says it was another one of those nights. Aaron's eyes were yellow. Yeah. His eyes get yellow when he is very upset. He's the one freaking out. He's getting mad. He's starting another fight, which is very common. It's one of those nights, and she says, quote, he started chasing me. They were fighting in the living room, and Angie says he chases her. So she's running as fast as she can. And she runs into the primary bedroom where the kids are asleep. She locks the door. She runs into the primary bathroom, and, quote, before I knew it, he had the wire around my neck. She says he's simultaneously pushing her down while pulling the rope up, like the wire up, and choking her. And she's trying to fight back. She said, I knew based on prior experience, if I could yell his name loud enough, sometimes he would snap out of it, come back to reality. So that's what I was doing. I was screaming his name over and over again. Angie says that he has 8 personalities, but it felt like that night the 9th one was coming out. She says, quote, and he said, don't worry, this will be quick and painless. But it wasn't the only time that I had survived an attack on my life. It was the first time that I had seen that personality, and that thing was going to kill me. It was monstrous, and it looked like a monster, and I knew immediately that I was in terrible danger. I was in trouble. I look up, and Grant was standing right behind him. He had woken up. The only reason Aaron stopped, according to Angie, his attempt at killing Angie, is because their son Grant woke up and came into the bathroom. Which, okay, Aaron is claiming that Angie tried to self-exit and freaked out on him when he saved her. Angie is claiming that Aaron tried to kill her and only stopped when Grant, their son, woke up. So why can't you just ask Grant Solomon which version is true? Because in 2020, Grant Solomon mysteriously dies. From executive producer Ryan Murphy comes your next TV obsession, All's Fair, starring Kim Kardashian, Naomi Watts, Niecy Nash-Betts, Tiana Taylor, with Sarah Paulson and Glenn Close. A team of female divorce attorneys leave a male-dominated firm to open their own powerhouse practice. Fierce, brilliant, and emotionally complicated, they navigate high-stakes breakups, scandalous secrets, and shifting allegiances, both in the courtroom and within their own ranks, in serious style. In a world where money talks and love is a battleground, these women don't just play the game, they change it. They'll never settle. Don't miss the show everyone will be talking about, and watch All's Fair, now streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply. July 20, 2020. Grant had just turned 18 like a month ago, and he is a star baseball player, which means colleges are already calling. And his dad, a former sports newscaster, wants to make sure that he only gets the best calls, which is why they're driving an hour away to this warehouse turned practice location. It's called the Ward Performance Institute in Gallatin, Tennessee. It is now closed. It's like a windowless warehouse style gym. I imagine that's where like a boot camp gym style would be. It looks cool. The inside looks great, very well done, but it has that hardcore energy to it, and you're just there to focus on baseball and nothing else. It has been debated whether or not Grant and Aaron had an appointment that day, but if it is true, then it would have been at 9 a.m. At this point, Grant and Gracie are living with Angie. It's like back and forth custody. They're constantly fighting to get the kids. At this point, the kids are living with Angie. So Grant is driving separately to meet with his dad, Aaron, both at this 1 hour away practice location.
Why is it debated if there was an appointment?
Both parties argue. So Aaron Solomon and his side argue that there was an appointment, and that's why they went, and they were actually early to their appointment, so they had some time in the parking lot. Angie and her side argue, no, we found out that they don't have an appointment, but the center is now closed, so no one can really, and I don't even think that they would disclose.
What?
So
I
no
feel
one
like that's
knows.
such an easy thing to
Yeah.
get an answer. What?
So it's been debated. According to Angie, Grant really did not want to go to Gallatin that morning. He was not feeling well. He had just recovered from COVID. His lungs weren't doing great. He just didn't even want to overexert himself and make it worse for his performance later on. But alas, he's going. I mean, whether that's self-motivated and not wanting to disappoint himself, or maybe it's not wanting to disappoint his dad, or he just wanted to go, I don't know. It's unclear.
I'm so sorry. Notes on the appointment.
Yes.
It was debated, right?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't there be some kind of record, like some kind of text message or email or something? Or
Yeah, I will say that there's so much online, but especially with this particular incident, everything feels like you see one thing online and you see documentation and you feel like, oh, that looks very legit. But then the other party is like, that's absolutely not legit. And that's not what happened.
okay.
So everything, it's like no one can agree. So we can't even be sure that things are certain.
Okay.
Even the police reports of this incident of Grant's death are pretty sparse. There's like not a lot of public police reports, and they're very thin. Very thin.
Is this strange to you?
It is strange, but also we couldn't FOIA it. We couldn't get a FOIA request. Now, typically, like whatever you can find online for public police reports are very slim compared to when you get a FOIA request. And then you have a typically more dense police report. Sometimes you can get the court reporter to give you court transcripts, and then you get like a better picture. This, it's like so thin. And they're being released by potentially parties involved.
So it can be more specific, selective.
Yes. So it's just really tricky.
Okay. Okay.
Now, Grant drives up to the parking lot, parks next to his dad. And then 10 minutes later, Aaron Solomon is calling 911, stating in a very strange tone that his son is trapped, pinned under his truck. His own truck, Grant's own truck. He is now under his own truck. And he can't get out.
What's going on?
1357. My son's truck backed over him, and it's rolled over him and dragged him into the ditch, and it's on top of him. He's trapped under the truck, and somehow it drug him underneath it. Yes, my son is under it. I'm trying to call 911.
It's almost like he's talking to someone that's also present at the scene. Now, the operator is asking him, okay, what's your name? My name is Aaron Solomon. Okay, how old is the male?
He's 18. He just turned 18 a couple weeks, about a month ago. It's my son. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is not good.
Is he awake and
Oh, please
talking to
hurry.
you?
I don't think so. He's not alert, right? No, he's out. And he's trapped. I got 3 guys here, and he's trapped under the truck.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, it's very strange. It seems vague. It's interesting because, you know, she says he's not alert, right? Which would imply that he should be checking on him, but it sounds like he's not the one confirming. So it sounds like he's not the one visually seeing that his son is not alert. He's getting this information from someone else at the scene, but he's at the scene.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah,
if
he
this
laid-
is your son, you should be okay.
You should be under the truck.
Yeah.
But he's not. And his voice is, a lot of people say, eerily calm. He's saying like, oh my God, this is not good. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Was your son working on it?
very valid question.
Yeah.
Very lack of direct communication in times of panic. I mean, I get it. It's understandable. But you also have to see that it's very vague what he's giving to the operator. Grant ended up under his truck. We don't know how. No. He was just getting out of it. So he wasn't working under the truck. He's getting out of the truck.
We're on an incline, and I guess he didn't have it in park or something, or it wasn't engaged, or... Oh, my God. Oh, my God, I can't believe
still
this.
not responding?
No.
And he's still under
No.
the truck. No one can get
Yes.
out from under it?
No,
We've got units en route to you. I'm just asking you questions for we can update them, okay? Can you check and see if he's breathing?
Somebody's telling me that he's coming to.
Okay.
Maybe.
He is waking up.
Maybe.
Kind of keeping still. So he is
Well, he
breathing?
can't. Yeah, he can't move. I don't think he can move. I don't know.
Okay, I understand.
No, he can't move. He's trapped.
Okay, we got somebody en route. Now, when he wakes up, he might
I'm
be
telling him,
scared.
man.
Can somebody
I'm
get
telling
down
him.
there and talk to him?
Yeah, somebody talked to him. Shit. There's blood. What, is he facing up or down? He's facing up. They said he may aspirate. We need to hurry.
What is going on? This is such a weird call.
It's such a bizarre call. So does he have blood coming out of his mouth?
Yeah, there's blood coming out. Yeah, somehow it drug him down, I think. I don't know whether it wasn't in park or what, or if it didn't engage the brake, or it drug him underneath somehow.
Okay.
They said he's facing up,
Okay.
but he's bleeding from his mouth. So, Grant, turn your face to the side if you can, barely, but be careful.
Don't move him, okay?
We can't move him. We can't move him.
That provides no context. So I am going to try to give you as much context as possible after telling you about this 911 call. The training facility is located on a hill. So it's right off a pretty busy road. I was looking at like the Google Earth view and stuff, and it doesn't seem like a middle of nowhere road, which is intriguing later when you see all of the facts of this case. It's a road, then you turn right. I would imagine you turn right, and it's up this hill. It looks steep. It's a cement little pathway up the hill onto the little parking lot. It's not even a parking lot. There's no parking lot lines. It's just a few spaces you can park on this hill, and there's this warehouse on top. It looks like it's in a more industrial part of the neighborhood. It doesn't look like this very cutesy Barry's boot camp, Soul Cycle type of facility. It looks like you go there just to train for baseball, and that's it. You're not here for a smoothie next door. This is a facility. There's no windows. There's just this garage door that is down at the time and a small black door that has no windows that you can enter through. It's very efficiently done. I mean, no part of this facility was done for aesthetics. Even the parking area. Only half of the parking area is cement. The other part is grass. So you have this strip going up. And on the sides of the strip of cement are just grass and rocks, like giant rocks. I would say they're like watermelon sized. Some of them are fist size. A lot of them are grapefruit to watermelon size. Watermelon is pretty big. That maybe there's like one or two watermelon size, maybe more grapefruit size. Yeah. But they're pretty jagged rocks. They don't look like pebbles or stones. They don't look like someone bought them and put them there. They look like they were already there. So you got all these rocks and then grass on the side. And then once you get past this little driveway, then you just have a little strip of concrete and you can park. That's it. It makes sense that they would not get rid of the grass or the rest of the hill because you couldn't even really park there because of the way that the incline is done. It just wouldn't be feasible. So they did it just where you can actually park. If you want to be very simplistic about it, parking lot is on a hill. There is a ditch at the bottom of the hill with big rocks. That's as simple as it gets. Now, the ditch in pictures sometimes looks short, but videos of people who have gone out there, they say if you stand at the bottom of the ditch where the rocks are and you stand up tall, it's maybe about like 5 feet, 3 inches tall.
The ditch is 5 feet tall, so you're basically in the ditch.
You're in the ditch. Like, I think it would be pretty hard to climb out of that ditch unless you walk to the sidewalk and then walk up the cement pathway, the driveway.
Okay, I
Because
see.
it's just grass.
I see.
Just rocks and grass.
I see.
Now, the medical report states that when emergency personnel get to the scene, they find an 18-year-old man lying on his back on large rocks in a ditch. He is underneath the front of the truck, between the two front tires. So his head, he's facing up, he's on his back, and his head is in between the two front tires. So his feet are facing the street, but the truck is facing the facility. The medical report states the weight of the vehicle was supported by the wheels and was not being exerted upon onto the patient. So it's not like the car is crushing him. This is very important, meaning Grant is laying on his back on the rocks in the ditch. His truck is on top of him, but it's not suffocating him. It's not crushing him. Technically, if he were uninjured, he could maybe crawl out of there. I don't know if he would because of the rocks being jagged, but maybe he could if it was flat land. Upon initial impression, patient is noted to be unresponsive, but breathing, and is noted to have some bleeding from the scalp, nose, and ears. Primary assessment is limited due to inability to access the patient. Patient is with no obvious deformities upon assessment, although assessment is limited. Detailed assessment findings are as noted previously. So they're able to move the truck off of Grant, rush him to the hospital, but he is pronounced dead. And so now everyone has so many questions.
What was the cause of death?
It was cardiac arrest, actually.
What?
Yeah, so even just looking at the picture of Grant's car in the ditch, it doesn't feel right. Even that 911 call, netizens say it's very freaky. Like, why does the dad sound so cold? Why does he sound so distant? One comment reads, he sounds as concerned as somebody ordering a pizza delivery. Like, somebody, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is what evil sounds like. Another person comments, we need to hurry. That's what the dad said. Yet he isn't there to help him. Why isn't he near his son? Also, the part where he's like, Grant, if you can, move your head to the side.
Grant, turn your face to the side if you can, barely, but be careful.
That sounds a little
insane.
Performative,
Yeah.
maybe.
I mean, another comment reads, what the actual heck? I can hold my hand on my heart and swear on the Holy Bible wild horses would not be able to stop me from trying to help my child. He is not the least bit bothered. No emotion in his voice, no words of comfort to his son, nothing. However, some people are defending Aaron. Some people write, conspiracy theorists are so funny to me. The dad is not calm here at all. He's trying to stay in control and communicate. You people are all so crazy. Not everyone is a sexual abuser. Not every female tells the truth. Which I feel like that part, I mean, you can be on Aaron's side. We don't know what happened, but also like that tells me everything I need to know about the commentator. But not every female tells the truth. Horrible accident, but it happens 210 times a year. This exact same thing. Victims are always between 18 to 23. As a mom, it's a very sad tragedy, but it's very disturbing how the internet thinks it's both the judge and the jury. And this dad is not calm at all. As a parent, he's frantically trying to control himself. I will say, there was someone in my hometown that was in a very similar accident when I was really young. This was like childhood times, but car ran over. Car parked on a hill, was not engaged in park, and it ended up killing him. But with that one, there were no conspiracies. There were no whispers around town. It was very clear it was an accident. Like, it was very clear what happened. There were no allegations. There were not even like little bits of people being like, oh, that was weird. Like, you remember that? No one talks about it, but it was weird. Don't you think it was weird? It was devastating and it was a lot, but there was no contention. There was no discourse around the events.
Yeah.
There was more discourse on like, how can we prevent this from happening to others? But this is weird.
Okay, question. Who was there?
Exactly. Aaron says that there were 3 witnesses that were there that were helping him talk to Grant, that were surveying, and they briefly were assessing if they can try to take the car or the truck off of Grant. One of the employees that eventually comes out of the facility, they didn't see anything. Also, there's no security cameras. There's no security cameras in this facility. There's no street cameras. So one of the employees that comes out of the building later on, this is, I believe, after the 911 call, they say that they saw 3 witnesses that were there and they were wearing like construction vests. But by the time that the police get there, the witnesses are gone.
You're kidding me.
They don't give their statement and they have not come forward to this day to say, oh yes, I was there and let me tell you what I saw.
That is wild.
It's wild. It's weird.
That is wild. Who are these people?
We don't know.
What did Aaron say?
That they were just passerbys, and then, yeah, they were there. I mean, they were there. You can hear some voices on the 911 call. Aaron is clearly talking to somebody. And then even the worker at the baseball facility stated that he saw 3 people wearing the construction vest and then just gone. Just gone. We don't know. We don't know their side of the story. They're not really even mentioned in the police reports. The workers in the facility, they didn't see anything. I mean, by the time that they come out, they see the scene as is. They don't see how it happened. They don't see anything. They don't even see them arriving. They saw nothing. And according to a police report, Aaron's statement is given and he says, "My son Grant and I pulled into the parking lot separately, parked side by side. I was still in my car, but I noticed my son get out of his car to get his baseball gear out of the back of his truck. I look down to check a work email, and the next thing I know, I hear and see the truck rolling backwards into the ditch. I get out of my car to try and find my son and saw that he was trapped underneath the truck and immediately called 911. That's his version of events. This version would indicate that Grant either goes to the back seat of his car or the trunk of his car to get his baseball gear, presumably. But the car malfunctions or was not in park to begin with and starts rolling down the hill and dragging Grant with the car before he falls into the ditch, hits his head on the rocks, and the car lands on top of him. There's variations of some people think that he was dragged down the parking lot. Some people think that he was like using force to push the back of the truck, but then it's like it's forcing his feet to move back. But I don't imagine, I mean, none of them make sense. And I'm not like a physics girl. I've never been a STEM girly, but I don't know how that works. I feel like I imagine a Toyota Tacoma coming down. I mean, I guess I could try to ask someone, an expert about it. I don't know who I would ask. Does anyone know, right? But if you were to come down with a Toyota Tacoma, I'm imagining that car is 6,000 pounds. That's a guesstimate. It would have to be coming pretty fast, no?
No, not necessarily at the beginning. At the beginning will be a slow roll.
But then eventually it's fast, correct?
No, if it's like jagged, like there's a lot of friction, but it will be moving. It will be moving, and
do you think that someone could
stop it?
Or like have it slowly?
That I don't know. I don't even know what it looks like in my mind right now. But I think if 6,000 pound is emotion, like if it's decide to, go down emotion, that means it's not going to be easy.
Because even that point is contentious. A lot of people think it makes more sense that he was knocked down by the car and then dragged down the parking lot and then dragged into the ravine. Because they're saying 6,000 pounds. There's no way you can try to even like
stop
slowly walk it down into the ditch.
Oh, that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Walking it down, that's crazy.
Not walking it down, but like still standing upright.
Oh, like go down with the truck at the same time as you're standing.
Yes. Then people are saying it makes more sense that he was dragged across the pavement. But there's no blood on the pavement. There's no indication of anyone hitting the pavement. There's nothing on the pavement.
I see.
You only start seeing blood on very select rocks around where Grant's head supposedly landed.
I mean, he could stumble back really quickly and just like stumble, and then...
So that's the first point of contention. And if it's just one point, I think it's fine. I think it's something that a lot of times unexplainable things do happen. But when it's multiple points that are up for debate, it starts feeling a little bit fishy. So that's the first fishy point. The second fishy point that doesn't make sense is that according to various people, when they arrive at the scene, that car was in park. These are just people on the internet, mainly from Angie and Angie's side. Perhaps one of the construction workers put it in park to make it more secure. We don't know because we don't know who they are. Perhaps it was always in park and the car malfunctioned, or perhaps it was never in park and we don't know because the police reports don't specify. But it has been widely reported that the car was in park by the time that the police get there. Which, if that's the case, can't you prove it by getting the car's black box and figuring out what went wrong? Did the car malfunction? What happened? Well, Aaron apparently declines to have this car forensically analyzed. Grant's car is not forensically analyzed to figure out what happened. It is very, 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 very unlikely that the car would be in park and still roll down the hill like that, wouldn't it? Others argue that maybe the car was never in park, But that doesn't make sense because if the car was never in park, Grant would not have time to get out of the car and then get behind the car in a way that it would roll him down and drag him down.
You're saying it's going to go down so much quicker?
Yeah. It would probably go down while he's in the driver's seat.
Right. Immediately when he steps out, the car's already going down. He wouldn't even get behind the car is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
So then it doesn't make sense that the car was never in park. But if the car is in park and it's still rolled down, that doesn't make sense either. And you know what doesn't make more sense about that is I do think that, listen, I don't know what Aaron Solomon is, but if I had to take a personal gander, a personal guess, he seems a little litigious. He seems like he would like to sue someone. I think he would sue the shit out of Toyota is what I'm saying. I think that if he knew that the car was in park and it still rolled down the hill, I think that he would get his black box analyzed and he would sue the shit out of Toyota.
Wait, that is such a good point.
That is my opinion. I don't know. That's just what I'm saying.
Wait, that is such a good point.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Right. I will be so angry.
At the car manufacturer.
Yeah, I will be angry at so many people for something like this that happened.
I would be on a campaign against the manufacturer.
Yes.
Which also, I do love a Toyota. They're very reliable cars. So that's also another point that people are like, Toyotas, especially the Toyota Tacomas, in recent production, they're like really reliable because they're made for working cars, but he doesn't. He doesn't get it checked out. He never talks about Toyota ever again. He's never like posting on Instagram like, don't buy a Toyota. Nothing. I mean, maybe he does privately, or maybe he has and I just haven't seen it. Is my personal opinion that I would assume that he is someone that would like to take legal action against a massive corporation. But more than that, even in both versions, the end placement of Grant's body is very strange. He lands on his back with his face facing the street. The car is facing the facility because it's reversing down. So he parks with his front facing the facility and now it's rolling downhill, but his body is facing the street. So you would have to imagine there's some sort of tumbling that's happening. But if there's tumbling that's happening, they can't really, Angie says that when she went to the scene, she couldn't find other points of blood to indicate a tumble happened, like impact 1, impact 2, impact 3. It's just right where his final resting place is. So it doesn't make sense, is what she's saying. And a lot of people have been trying to do accident recreations through words, which is very difficult to even envision. But it's like, no one can agree that this makes any reasonable sense. It feels like Karen Read all over again in the sense of like, even if you really want to believe it, it's so hard to even picture it in a way that doesn't feel like it's straight out of like a movie because it doesn't make sense. Like you have to work really hard to make it make sense visually. He doesn't have a lot of cuts or abrasions on his body to indicate any sort of rapid or intense tumbling or skidding or dragging had occurred. And it's strange. Even then, let's say his car is falling. He realizes he has nowhere to run and doesn't run sideways, which maybe he can't. So he just tries to outrun the car and runs into the ditch. So people were thinking that. People are like, okay, maybe it's weird. So maybe he turned around to run away from the car, to outrun it, right? And then he jumps into the ditch and then he lands on his feet and then maybe he lands on his back hitting his head and then the car lands on him. But there's no fractured ankle. There's no broken ankle. There's no trauma to the ankle. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, especially when you're landing on jagged rocks. I do believe that you can probably jump 5 feet down and you'll be fine. But on jagged rocks, there's no way. A lot of people are having a hard time. How is he facing on his back away from the building? Additionally, Aaron is apparently sitting right there in the car, right next to Grant's, and he doesn't see what happened. The next time he looks up, his son and his car are just gone. So he looks around and he finds them in the ditch. All that's happening while he's just sitting in his car checking work emails. Angie says when she goes to see Grant's body in the hospital, Aaron has already rejected an autopsy. He has rejected donating Grant's organs. And alarmingly, she claims, Aaron keeps telling her, we're going to be a family now. We're going to be a family now. Angie has a lot of questions. Angie says, this is what she knows. We know that the car was in park, and we know that the cars were in the ignition. And again, I don't know how accurate this information is. I don't know if maybe one of the witnesses had asked for the keys prior and had put it in the ignition, trying to move it. I don't know. For one, she says the grass around that area, completely fine. The grass where the car apparently ran over Grant before landing in the ditch, not a single blade of grass, she states, is even bent or messed up. It's perfectly fine. Additionally, most of the rocks are undisturbed and there's barely any blood on them. Doctors noted that Grant had a major head trauma to the back of his head, including severe lacerations and suspected skull fractures. He had blood coming from his mouth, nose, and ears. Angie says that she was expecting a lot more blood on the rocks because when you read the medical report, it sounds like he was bleeding out on the rocks. Now, Aaron and a lot of people argue that it was a lot of internal bleeding, but she's saying that also doesn't make sense because if he just like fell and hit his head, that she's saying it doesn't make sense. The internal bleeding would make more sense if he was dragged through the pavement, ran over, but there's no evidence on the pavement. There's no blood on the pavement. So she's saying that doesn't make sense either. There's no scratches on his skin, according to Angie, no abrasions, and she's confused by all of this. Further, it's been questioned how Grant doesn't have burns. If they had been driving an hour to get to the facility on, this is, summer in Tennessee, underneath that car is hot. It's very hot. So if you're in contact with the vehicle, I did ask someone about this. If you are under a car that has been driving for an hour, like if you're a mechanic and you get up under there, if you touch the car, you're going to get burns on your body within seconds. Perhaps the argument is that Aaron wasn't physically touching any part of the car, but the person that I asked, they said that a lot of mechanics, they still would recommend not because there's radiant heat, especially if you're not really accustomed to it. You're going to feel it could burn you. Now, there's no record of any sort of burns or anything. According to a Instagram account called Freedom for Gracie, now this is the contentious, highly argued Instagram account. Aaron says Angie is operating it. Angie says, no, I'm not. Aaron wants there to be a subpoena for the IP for the operator of the account. It's a whole thing, but it does appear that whoever is running it is very close to Angie because there are a lot of documents that they're able to get their hands on and post on that account that only Angie would have. I don't know if she's the one operating it. I don't know if she's one of the people operating it, one of the many people, but it's very, I don't think it's highly debated.
Why can't she be operating it?
Well, because there's a lot of potentially defamatory things on there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so he's like, if you're talking about me under your name, I'm going to sue you.
Yes.
But instead, it's a Instagram account that's talking about them. Okay.
And Angie is like, that's not me. Now, this Instagram account states that a Summer Regional Medical Center document reads that the medical examiner stated his cause of death was cardiac arrest, cause unspecified, blunt trauma arrest with traumatic brain injury. The caption for the Instagram post begs the questions. Why does Grant's body not have bruises, scrapes, lacerations, burns all over it if he was dragged across the pavement, riprap, and rocks while being dragged under a truck that drove for an hour? Wouldn't it be hot under that truck, causing burns on his body if he's stuck under it? If someone is dragged across pavement under a truck, wouldn't there be a bloody trail? Wouldn't Grant have yelled, screamed if his truck started moving if he was out of the truck? The question is, how do you get hit by a truck, roll under the truck, somehow attach to the truck, get dragged by the truck, get thrown in the rocks that are at a vertical angle, and miraculously land under the vehicle without any other markings on the back of your body? The Instagram account alleges Angie remembers when she saw Grant in the hospital. His body looked perfect. She was expecting him to be mutilated with blood everywhere, but instead, he just looked like her Grant. She was in shock at the time, but she remembers thinking in her head, not a scratch. His body is not squished. His body isn't torn to pieces. Nothing. And there's really nothing. The witnesses are gone. There's no CCTV camera. We just have Aaron's version. And Angie decides she's going to grill him about that day. And she's going to record him and make sure that his story never changes. And this recording, this hour-long recording, is up on YouTube. Aaron states they had gotten there early. No rush. See, this is where, again, people are like, did you have an appointment? Did you not have an appointment? That's why the appointment thing is important. We had gotten there early, so there was no rush. We have time. And he says, the last time I see him is literally like right here. And he's like showing Angie how he's closing the front door of the truck. The truck is there. They're like using the truck right now as like a show and tell.
So confused.
And the truck looks fine. That's another thing. There's like no damage to the truck. So he's like opening the driver's side door and he's like closing it. And he's like, yeah, this is when I last see Grant. And then he motions like he's about to open the back door. So he's saying the last time I saw Grant, he's getting out of his driver's side, closing the driver's side, and then opening the back. Or it looks like he's trying to open the back.
I look down, then I look back up, and I see him because we were early. We had like plenty of time, so there was no rush. We had our time. So the last I see is him literally right here closing this, about to open this. And I'm thinking, oh, he's just going to get his gear, and I'm going to check this email to make sure it's not important, and then I'm going to get out, and we're going to go in.
And that's the last you saw him was right there.
Yes.
And the truck wasn't rolling at that point, because you would have noticed it.
Right.
But when he gets out, he doesn't see Grant. He sees Grant's car at the bottom of the ditch and, quote, I'm not thinking worst case scenario at the very beginning when I first got out of the car. I start coming down this hill, and at first, I'm looking through the windshield to see if he had hopped back in by chance, because I don't see him standing there. So he's like, oh, did he get into the car and now he had like driven into the ditch? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, maybe he got back in somehow and I don't see him. So I'm above the hill and I look down, and he says that he could tell instantly that Grant wasn't covered up by the wheels. Like none of the wheels are on Grant.
Oh, he saw him immediately under the truck. Okay.
Yes. And that's maybe why he sounds so calm in the 911 call.
What?
I don't know. In my mind, in my opinion, in my personal personality and my panic for loved ones being in danger, I can't relate. But
he said that's why?
No, he lists a bunch of other things. He says he didn't see him being crushed by a wheel or anything. Aaron is explaining to Angie that he clearly saw that the front tires are not on top of Grant. He is not sure if the back tires ran over Grant. He doesn't know anything. He says, I don't know. I didn't actually see everything happen. He says that he doesn't jump down the side of the ditch because he's immediately calling 911. But also a couple of guys were telling him he needs to sit down right now.
I was more in the front of it, and I'm calling 911 immediately. You know, people are like, man, you need to sit down because you're...
Indicating that he's so distraught that maybe it's best for him to not go down into the ditch.
What? What is going on?
Aaron theorizes out loud.
Also, like, are those guys just happen to be there at the right time? That doesn't make sense. If he's calling the cops and they're already there before him, we know 100% there were people there because it's on the call.
We think that there's 3 guys. The employee could have been wrong, but we can at least hear one other voice. Aaron theorizes out loud. Let's say by chance the back door caught him. So he's saying maybe by chance he opened the back door and the car starts sliding down. Let's say by chance the back door caught him and he gets knocked out somehow when he first hit, and it drags him down the parking lot, down the ditch, and he tumbles down through the ditch. His head could hit 2-3 times. He states that the car bumper was basically on the street because it fell down the side of the hill with so much force that it just like went bloop back up onto the street.
Back up on the street?
Okay, to give you an idea, the ravine, the little ditch, it's like a tiny incline back up onto the street. So like down the ditch and then like a tiny little speed bump. And that's the street. Okay, so he's saying it just fell with so much force that it almost went back up onto the street. Because when you look at the picture of the car, the weird thing is the nose of the car is going down into the ditch from the street. That's almost what it logically looks like if you just look at the picture. That's what I thought happened when I just first came across this case back when it happened. And I saw the first picture. That was my initial thought. And then I quickly realized that's not what happened. It backed up. But when you think about backing up, I just imagine it landing very differently. And so I think to come up with a logical reason, whether it be true or just him even trying to understand the situation or, I don't know, something more nefarious.
It reversed all the way back onto the street rather than driving off. People think it's like driving off the street into the ditch.
My descriptions. Okay, let me be a little more clear.
Like why does that detail matter is what I'm trying to understand.
Yes. So another theory is that Grant is either placed into that ditch or someone hit him on the head with a rock and he fell into the ditch, and then someone drove the truck from the road into the ditch, covering his body. If the car were to reverse down the hill and run Grant over, it's a steep hill.
Yes.
And when it goes down this steep hill, some people would imagine, and maybe this defies the laws of physics, that it would land maybe almost still up the hill. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the bumper would get caught on something, or maybe it would even flip
or the back of the truck is like in the ditch, correct?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what people imagine.
Yeah.
But Aaron is saying perhaps it went down the hill with so much force because the back of the car is not in the ditch. The front of the car is in the ditch. And the back of the car is kind of
No, it's on the opposite
sidewalk.
side. It's onto the other side of the ditch now.
Yes.
That makes sense. So I envision a V.
Yes.
Instead of, the back of the truck is at the bottom. Right now, the top of the truck is at the bottom because
Yes.
it's reversed into
Yes.
the other end of the V now.
Yes, but it's like a very small incline for the sidewalk, right?
Right. I see.
But
Okay.
people are saying it is very weird.
Yeah. So one the theory is the truck was never up there. You just drove straight from this side.
Yeah, into the ditch.
Right.
Now there are other things confirming.
Wait,
Yes.
is that why somebody think Grant's head is facing up?
Yeah.
Because if that's the direction, see, that's why I'm having such a hard time picturing, because the way you're describing the recount of the story makes it so hard. Versus if you're just saying the car drive off, it makes it easier to envision.
And the recount of this story is very confusing. Even when I am seeing the pictures, I cannot. Usually, I'm a very visual person. If I even read a few sentences about how a series of events happen, I can usually picture it very clearly in my mind. This with the pictures, and I kept thinking, I'm just really not a car person. I'm just really not a physics person because I can't see it. I can't see this occurring.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Yes. Okay. Wow. Okay. Continue.
There's not any sort of variation of this scenario where I go, oh, okay, I can see that. It just is weird. I can't see, it's like fuzzy.
Whoa, this is insane. Okay.
Now, people are saying that the car is also very strange. So Aaron is saying, well, maybe it just fell with so much force that it ends up, the bumper side is almost on the sidewalk now because it was just going down that fast. Aaron states, and me being there makes it even worse for me because I'm like, what if? I wish I had. He says in hindsight, he wishes he had just gotten out of the car right when he had gotten there. And he says that it just makes it so difficult for him because he was there when this happened. Then he says something that rubs Angie and everyone the very wrong way. He says, there are so many what ifs. That's why I said it has to be a God thing.
There's so many what ifs. That's why I said it had to be a God thing, because it's so freaky. It's so freaky. And because I didn't see the whole thing, nobody knows except God.
Aaron later states, that's why they call it a freak accident, because it's unexplainable. That's the only way I can. Like I said, I thought the other day, it's a God thing because none of it makes sense. I guess it's, I don't know, even people who are religious were just saying this is a very weird. Usually a lot of religious people will say, if they ever experience something as traumatic as their child passing away before them, there is initially a lot of anger with God, and there might even be a testing of faith and perhaps even a loss of faith and a turning away from religion after incidents like this. But the fact that he so very quickly is like, it's a God thing. What do you mean it's a God thing? Like God wanted this to happen? Like that's very odd. It's not a normal thing to say. And I'm not a religious person, but a lot of religious people in the comments have been saying, no, that's weird. I just would not ever say that as someone who is a strong believer and is someone of faith. Now, Aaron is saying that he's holding it together for the 911 call, trying to be there for Grant by getting the authorities there as quickly as possible. Let's say that's all true. He's so distraught that he can't even see Grant in the ditch because he will freak out. He cannot even go near Grant. He can only stand on top of the ditch and call 911. If that is true, tell me why this distraught man is now laying in the rocks at the ditch to recreate the scene for Angie and it's being recorded. Aaron straight up gets down on his back on the rocks, head up in the clouds, just staring blankly while Angie is filming him and Aaron is placing his body where he states Grant's body was. And one of Angie's friends, who happens to be there, you just hear her say, Aaron, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Oh, Aaron, you don't have to do that.
He's like this.
You don't have to do that.
But Aaron just keeps casually saying, he's like this. The 911 call, I kind of understand a bit more. I do think that when things get really, really high stakes, I actually can present more calmly than when things are just kind of high stakes. Like when things are just going wrong, I'm full panic mode. But then when things are really severe, I can actually be a little more calm. So I can understand why some people can come off more cold in these moments. So like that part, the 911 call, it's weird. I will say it's weird. I'm still in the ditch. I think the voice is less of a problem for me. A lot of people don't like that he sounds calm, that he sounds cold, that he keeps saying, oh my God. That part I can kind of understand. But the fact that he doesn't get in the ditch, I don't understand that at all. That's the part where the 911 call throws me off. Sounding calm and trying to be effective and outcome focused with your communication is not the biggest deal breaker in believing someone is innocent or guilty. But this part is weird. That's the level of calmness in the 911 call that he depicts because he states that he's trying to keep it together. But now that he's had time to process it, and now that he knows that his son is deceased, there must be some sort of unraveling of emotions, and almost like the shock and the grief is now hitting you and you must present something, right? But no, he's just laying in the ditch in the rocks being like, oh yeah, he was just like this.
And this is recent?
Yeah, yeah.
Right after?
Yeah.
Huh. And he didn't seem emotional about it?
No, he seems like he's trying to explain the situation. I don't know if it was like the day of or the day after, but it seems, at least the insinuation is that it was very close to the incident. Because they're talking about the grass and how the grass is not dented and bent.
Oh, they're
So,
at the site checking out the condition. I see.
I imagine if it was taking place a week later, they would not be able to point out those things in a way that makes it a deal.
Was police investigating right away?
I don't know what the police were doing. They said they investigated, but they very quickly closed the case. And they don't really give us factual information on why they closed the case. They don't tell us, hey, we did A, B, C, and D. We've come to the conclusion that there's no foul play. They're just like, no, it's a closed investigation. Naturally, after this, everyone, especially Angie, is more confused about what happened that day. She said, 1, there was really no investigation. 2, wasn't Grant's truck found in park? 3, so it went out of park and then back into park and then was completely fine to drive after that?
I would want to put the car up there again just to see if it will roll down in park. Or
that's true.
Right? If I'm the dad, I would do that again just to check and show like, okay, there's something wrong with this car that killed my son.
Okay, I think, in my personal opinion, if Aaron Solomon has nothing to do with Grant Solomon's death, which legally he has nothing to do with Grant Solomon's death as of right now, that's one thing. I do think that, personal opinion, I don't think he's a good dad, just for the sole fact of like, when you watch Angie's video of him trying to figure out what happened to his son, he's like in the car, in the Tacoma. And he's like, I guess it like popped out of park. And it's just like, I wouldn't even take this half-baked answer for if my utensils went missing in the house. I'd be like, I gotta investigate. I gotta figure it out. It's gonna keep me up at night. Like, what do you mean?
And he's a news anchor.
Yeah.
So
but he's just like, I guess it's very quick to accept that this is a quote unquote freak accident.
Yeah, that's weird.
And usually a lot of people, I mean, I was on Reddit too. A lot of people were saying that with freak accidents, it's actually difficult to accept because you start, there's a lot of like, well, no, that doesn't make any sense.
No closure.
Yeah, it feels very like unsettling. You don't feel settled with what's happened, and it takes a longer time to get to the grieving stage. But it seems like he's very quick to accept, like, okay, well, something happened. We don't know what, but it's sad. Odd. And like, not to compare anything, but a lot of people are like, I wouldn't even accept that closure if this were like my dog. Like, you would want to get to the bottom of it. Like, who, what?
Yes.
This is my loved one.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm not just going to move on. Now, the only witness to all of this is Aaron Solomon. There are no video cameras within a mile or so. Aaron had stayed parked at the top of the parking lot, never went down to go near Grant. Why doesn't he go to his son? We don't know. Angie believes that there is no evidence that Grant was ever even at the top of the parking lot. She firmly believes that he was rather placed in the ditch and the car was driven into the ditch. But if what Angie is alleging is true, what motive does Aaron have to kill his own son? Also, his girlfriend at the time of his passing, Hannah, we've actually talked to her briefly. She's very sweet. There's a lot going on, obviously, with the case now that Angie is facing her own charges. And I will say, a lot of people have opinions about Angie or Aaron. I think that a lot of the third parties, such as Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah, there's really no incentive. There's no incentive for them to say something that may not be true or for them to exaggerate anything. Like, if anything, they have, I feel like their motives are very pure, because a lot of people question Angie's motives. They're saying there's a lot of things that have been disproven later that we're going to get to, or there's a lot of things that maybe she said that were not factually accurate and she probably knew it wasn't factually accurate. There's just a lot. It gets very messy. There are text messages. She gets caught in a lie at certain times in court. Some people have a lot of sympathy for that, saying that it was just a lot of abuse and she's just desperate to get her kids and she shouldn't have lied, but she felt like there was no choice. Other people are saying, like, if she's lying about that, we don't know what else she's lying about. I think ultimately, I will say, with the days passing, more people are against both the parents. It seems like they just don't like both the parents, and they think that Gracie is a victim. Whether she is a victim of sexual assault by her dad, whether she is a victim of being manipulated by her mother, or maybe a combination of both. Everyone believes Gracie. They want to help Gracie, but it seems like more and more people are kind of turning on both of the parents. At first, everyone was heavily in support of Angie, but the tides have been kind of shifting to just, not that they like Aaron, but like, maybe we don't like both of you. So people want to protect Gracie. And I think that's why a lot of people think that third-party perspectives are more pertinent to this case, such as Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah. There were talks from Grant's friends that he was trying to get custody of Gracie now that he was 18, and Gracie is still a minor. So he wanted to get Gracie out of the situation with Aaron. And now that he's 18, he could legally do that. And there's, this conversation that he saw that his mom was not getting believed in the court system. He's a guy, he's a young man, he has a potential baseball career ahead of him. He seems like he would be a good, reliable person in the court system that the judge would be inclined to believe.
So this friend who came out who said this, that's a real account of someone's statement.
This friend told Angie.
Oh, okay.
So that is where it gets tricky. However, Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah, she has come forward to say that his relationship with his dad has always been rough. He never really talked about it with her, but she would notice that he would sometimes get emotional. There was one point where he cried because he didn't want to go back to his dad's place. And it just seemed like there was something going on. He was always extra protective of her when his dad was around, which she thought was strange. So because of that, she didn't really have a lot of interactions with Aaron Solomon. It seems like she does feel like the dad is weird. Now again, can the dad be weird and the mom be weird? Yes. But also the dad could just be weird by himself, And there's a lot of things that the Freedom for Gracie Instagram account has been posting, such as pictures of the inner portion of Gracie's thigh. Angie states that thigh, there's a bruise on there. It is from her being assaulted by her father. Aaron claims it's from a rash from her swimsuit, because I think she was on the swim team at the time. So that's been up for debate. But there is another Instagram video that Angie claims that she took when she went to go see Gracie at a baseball game, or like at one of the high school games. And it's talking about how Aaron would put soap in her during bath times and it hurt and she didn't like it.
How far? Yeah, when Dad did the soap, how far did it go up there?
A lot of people have problems with this video being posted.
The video of Gracie's talking?
Yeah, you can hear Gracie talking. You can't see her. It's almost like Angie was hiding her phone. It's so hard because I do see people's own perceptions and stories tainting their version of events. Some people who have had very narcissistic parents growing up say this is exactly what my mom or dad would do. They would plant these stories in my head, and the way that Angie is leading these questions and saying things like, tell me what your dad would do again, it's exactly like trying to get ammo on camera and use it against everyone.
Yeah.
So those people are pulling from their own anecdotal experiences, which, are completely reasonable, right? We're all human. And then other people who have been essayed by family members or in general are saying, this is what happens. This is the only evidence you can get because you can't really gather evidence. And you would be surprised at how often this happens in family units. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's just really difficult to say,
Yeah.
It's just hard. And then I start getting in my own head of like, okay, well, am I tainted by my own personal experiences on how I personally feel about this case? Not that my personal opinion even matters in any sense of the case, but. And there's also this video of Aaron where he goes to pick up Gracie from her school. Gracie does not want to go with Aaron. She's like, I don't want to go with you, Dad. I want to wait for Mom.
I want to ride with Mom.
All right, so then after the party, you go with Nate Grant to Mississippi.
I don't want to go to Mississippi, please. I just want to.
At this point in time, it seems that Aaron has custody of the kids. And so he's saying, we've had this conversation a number of times, but it's going to stop. Gracie will be coming with me at some point, whether you like it or not. He's talking to even the school administrators. It will happen because I'm not going to continue to allow us to be breaking the rules, and you shouldn't be allowing it either. And it's not just about what you want right now. It's much bigger than that. And I've tried to play nice and be nice about it, and you've been with your mom way more than you're supposed to, and way more than what the judge. And then Gracie is like, but I want to. And he's like, it's not about what you want.
It doesn't matter what us three think. We've had this conversation a number of times, but it's got to stop. Gracie will be coming to me at some point. Whether you like it or not, it will happen.
So even this clip, a lot of people are pulling from their own personal experiences. Some people are saying, I had a parent just like this. They were heavily abusive. Like, this is their nice side in front of people in public. Imagine what they're like behind closed doors. Other people are saying, it just seems like he's being very firm and probably not nice. But it's not.
He recorded this?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who did?
Well, Freedom for Gracie posted it.
Who's holding the camera? Like,
you can't really tell.
just somebody's holding the camera?
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's Angie.
Oh. It's just a video of him.
And Gracie. Like, it looks like a secretly recorded video of Gracie and him.
Okay.
Yeah. Regardless, Angie says that Grant wanted to get his sister out, and Angie believes that Grant knew that Aaron was not happy with this. She says, before Grant left that morning to go to Gallatin, he stopped in front of my door and said something that was so out of character. He said, Mom, I don't want to die in Gallatin. So I begged him. I pleaded with him to not go, or I would go with him. Let me sit in the parking lot. I thought he was talking about his lungs from COVID. He was getting over that. We had to have x-rays done and see doctors. I didn't want to be a helicopter mom, but I just thought it might just be that, the lungs. He said, no, Mom, you're not going. An hour later, I got a phone call that he's gone. The GoFundMe for Justice for Grant reads, Aaron Solomon, who is currently free to roam the streets as if he weren't a rapist, molester, and murderer. We believe Gracie's older brother and protector, Grant, lost his life at the hands of the same man, the only witness to Grant's death, who has yet to tell the same story twice. Aaron Solomon was never investigated. The case was simply closed. With your donations, we will bring this man to justice before he can do any more harm to Gracie and her mother, Angie, or anyone else. Gracie needs help paying her legal fees, and Angie needs help hiring people to do the work for Grant that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Gallatin Police Department have refused to do. We can't let the good old boys win. Grant lost his life at a time when he was just about to speak out against his father for sexually abusing his little sister. It was his life's mission to protect Gracie, and now he can't. Gracie demands the safety and freedom that she's been denied over and over and over again, and she demands justice for her brother. She demands accountability for the corrupt court system that put them in this position and the corruption that continues to deny them justice. During Grant's vigil, a candlelit vigil, everyone was chanting justice for Grant. People were holding up signs, reopen the investigation, stop denying the truth. But the police won't. They won't open the investigation. In Gracie's YouTube video, she states, I'm so scared of Dad. I've seen him do terrible things to people I love and myself. Because of this, I strongly believed he killed Grant, and now he was going to kill me. I know he killed my brother, and now I'm scared of him coming near me or coming to get me again or hurt any of us.
He's a liar. I'm so scared of Dad. I've seen him do terrible things to people I love and myself. Because of this, I strongly believe he killed Grant, and now he's going to kill me. I know he killed my brother, and now I'm scared of him coming near me or coming to get me again or hurt any of us.
Since then, 2020, Angie has been very active on social media trying to build awareness for this case for Grant Solomon. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that they raised close to $200,000 for the Freedom for Grant and Freedom for Gracie GoFundMe accounts combined. Angie says all she wants is a proper investigation, an autopsy, well, an exhumation now, a toxicology report, an accident reconstruction, something, but she got nothing. So now she wants to use this money for that. For a long time, Angie is on podcasts, on social media, talking about what we can do to help. And then she just disappears. Like a year or two ago, she starts slowing down in podcast appearances. She doesn't disappear per se, but a lot of creators report that they could no longer get in contact with Angie. She just kind of ghosts them. Others are saying that the social media profiles are oddly quiet out of nowhere after $200,000 have been raised. You know, it's just quiet and there's not much news, not much updates until earlier this year. Angie Solomon is arrested for a bizarre murder for hire plot to have Aaron Solomon killed. And now everyone is confused because is Angie Solomon a desperate mom who is just trying to get justice for her own son and take justice into her own hands because nobody's listening to her? She's going on podcasts. Nobody's listening to her. She's going on News Nation. The police aren't reopening the investigation. She's going on doing on all these things and nobody is caring. So maybe she felt like she had nothing else to lose and this is what she has to do for her daughter. Or did she take the $200,000 and what did she do with it? Maybe she had no plans to reopen the investigation. Maybe that was a ploy to get money. Maybe she brainwashed Gracie into believing that her dad abused her, also that she can get Aaron Solomon's $1 million trust. Or is Angie Solomon unwell and has she brainwashed her daughter into believing in all of this abuse? And now that they've raised $200,000 from the GoFundMes, which by the way, she doesn't have anymore clearly because she couldn't even pay the hitman. Where did that money go? That's a big question. Where did that money go? And now that she's run out of that money, supposedly, is she after Aaron Solomon's $1 million trust? What is the motive? Is it justice or is it money? That's what they're arguing. So with that is where I leave you with this part of this case. I will be back for the next part and let me know your thoughts. Stay safe and I will see you in the next one. People always say if your husband, or probably worse if your ex-husband, purchases life insurance for you, that's usually an indicator of something nefarious, aka he's probably going to try to kill you. I don't think that there is a single sign that is more blatant, more obvious than that. Well, according to Angie Solomon, there is. October 6, 2020. So this is a few months after her beloved son, Grant Solomon's death. Aaron, her ex-husband, who is also the dad of Grant Solomon, he goes to purchase 3 more grave plots right next to Grant Solomon. One for Gracie Solomon, their daughter, one for Angela Solomon, the mom, and a third for himself, Aaron Solomon. Why would Angie's ex-husband purchase 3 grave plots right next to their deceased 18-year-old son? First of all, Angie and Aaron, they hate each other. They've had a very contentious divorce since 2013. They spent the past almost decade hating each other, and nothing indicates that any event took place which made them reconcile. Would they really want to spend the afterlife together, laying side by side for the rest of eternity, just letting the soil decompose them? And their daughter, Gracie Solomon, at that point, she was 14 years old, 13 years old. Most likely she's gonna grow up, get married, start a family of her own, and want to be laid to rest with them as an old, aging grandmother, right? Unless Aaron Solomon has other plans. The Freedom for Gracie Instagram posts about the grave plots that Aaron purchased. And it reads in short, why? Why? He and Angie have been divorced for years, all the while he is slandering her to their community. Quote, and why in the world would a father think his daughter would need a grave plot at 13 years old? Wouldn't Gracie want to grow up, get married, and have her own future and family, and be buried next to her husband someday? He never talked about it with Angie. She could understand if he bought them for himself and shoved that in her face to keep her from being buried next to her son. But for Aaron to put her and Gracie's name on it sent chills up Angie's spine. Aaron has a motive with most everything he does. They're friends, and Angie's thought was, quote, murder, self-exit? Maybe that's dramatic, but a life with Aaron is a life with fight or flight. Every fiber of their being believed Aaron had something to do with Grant's death. And now Angie and Gracie believe that they are next. What was Aaron Solomon's plan with the grave plots? Did he kill his own son, Grant Solomon? And is he trying to take down the rest of the family next? If that's the case, why is Angie Solomon the one in jail for trying to kill Aaron? This is the case of the Solomon family. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Georgia Mountain Food Bank. Now more than ever, with SNAP benefits being paused and the holidays coming up, their work to end hunger can be life-saving. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few content disclaimers: there's allegations of DV, childhood essay, and incestuous abuse, so please be careful. Today's case is very complicated. It's a situation where I do think everyone on the internet, they've got their own opinion about this case, and there's no way that you're going to change their mind. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what other pieces of evidence arise from the opposing side. Nothing matters. They're sticking to it. There have been a lot of accusations that have not been legally proven in court. It's complicated because legally we want to protect our team and we want to protect ourselves from any sort of lawsuits, but you have to remember that just because something is not legally proven in court doesn't mean that it isn't true. It doesn't mean that it hasn't happened, but because of that, it just gets messier. There was also a defamation lawsuit against many different parties. There were cease and desist being sent out. So just for the purpose of that, we're going to be pretty careful with our wording. We're going to do our absolute best just to compile and aggregate the allegations made online, the netizen opinions, and even conspiracy theories online, so that you can come to your own personal opinion about this case. Any alternate theories, opinions, accusations are put forth by either parties involved or by netizens I found online, their comments, and people that have made everything public. Like, everything is publicly available. These are not representative of our own opinions regarding this case. And a small disclaimer here: if we show any sort of document, if there's any annotations, highlights, question marks next to those have been done by whoever originally uploaded the document. So that was not done by the Rotten Mango team. Additionally, one other quick thing: there are lengthy social media posts, lengthy podcasts, lengthy interviews, and an even lengthier defamation lawsuit that was filed in civil court. If there is a statement that I'm reading by quote, again, these are all publicly available information, but some of them have been condensed for brevity without losing the original purpose of the exact statement. So with that being said, let's get into the recap. There's really no effective way to recap what happened in part 1, so please go watch that video or those podcasts first, but I'm going to give you just a timeline refresher. In 2013, Angie and Aaron Solomon go through an exhausting divorce. Angie accuses Aaron of trying to kill her. Aaron accuses Angie of spreading lies and trying to self-exit and then blame it on him, and trying to defame him as well as brainwash the kids to turn them against him, their own dad. Angie's own father testifies against her, and that becomes a huge point of contention in the whole divorce proceedings. It is an exhaustive legal battle. Angie and Aaron continue to fight over custody after 2013, with Angie claiming and alleging, along with their daughter Gracie Solomon, that their father Aaron has been abusing Gracie ever since she was a little girl, primarily essaying her during bath times. That is the primary allegation. There has been multiple open child services investigations against these allegations, and they have been closed without any significant findings. Does that mean that the abuse never happened? That's not what I'm saying. A lot of the time, CPS or DFACS or DCS will close investigations just because they're overworked, understaffed, or sometimes you just get a social worker who just doesn't care. That's all you get. That's it. So it doesn't mean that these things didn't happen, but there are multiple open and shut investigations that have found, I guess, no damning evidence against Aaron Solomon. There are other big allegations placed upon Aaron Solomon, such as essay against Gracie, physical abuse against Angie, as well as potentially a human trafficking, sex trafficking ring that involves mega church leaders, the governor of Tennessee, a senator of Tennessee, as well as Gracie being a victim of that ring herself. So this is all happening after the divorce. Then in 2020, a few weeks after Grant Solomon turns 18, he passes away. At this point, Gracie is 13, so Gracie is their only remaining child left. And now one version of the story of Grant's death is that now that he was 18, he wanted to get custody of Gracie and expose his dad for everything that he's done. The other version is that the truck rolled down the hill, rolling him over before landing in the ditch and killing him. A year after that, in 2021, Gracie, the 14-year-old remaining Solomon child, posts a YouTube video exposing her dad, Aaron, and claiming that her dad has killed her older brother. Then in 2025, this year, Angie Solomon is arrested for trying to hire a hitman to take down Aaron Solomon, her ex-husband. And it gets complicated because Aaron Solomon does have a potentially in the 7-figure range, at least $1 million trust fund that would go to Gracie.
If he's dead.
If
right?
he's dead.
Mm-hmm. But we don't know the exact amount.
Yeah, we don't know the exact amount. There's an incentive for both parties to either play it up or play it down. So even that's up for debate. Angie Solomon likes to insinuate that there's millions of dollars on the table. Aaron Solomon states that he only really received like $1 million and most of it was already used. I think the reason that it gets confusing is once his aunt passed away, this is his aunt's inheritance. She passes away, he gets a trust fund, and I think half of it was in land that he stated at least a few years ago that was not sold. So he's saying, I never sold the land, so I never realized any profits from the land. It's just there. It's a sitting asset. I'm not liquid for that land. And then the other portion of it, he received in payments of $100,000 a month. So that makes it seem like he's receiving $100,000 a month every month for an undetermined amount of time. But it could have been 2-3 months. It could have been 5 months, right? It's up for debate. So with that recap, let's get started. Divorces are the one thing where people consistently spend a lot of money to spend a lot more money. There is no rationality behind a divorce. It's, hello lawyer, I would like to pay you $150,000 so that I don't have to pay my partner $50,000. Or, hello lawyer, I'm going to secretly try and commit tax fraud amongst other federal crimes just so I don't have to give money to my partner because being with my partner feels like I'm being in prison. Yes, I understand doing all of this could put me in real prison. That's completely besides the point. That's not even what I'm talking to you about. One divorce attorney says, the craziest request I ever got was a client was asking me to get her half the shampoo bottles she left behind in the family home. She was kicked out of the house. I asked her, under the sink, like, where are the shampoo bottles? And she said, no, the shampoo bottles in the shower. There's 2 to 3 bottles. Half the bottles are full. I want half of each remaining half.
And she's trying to be petty about it, right?
Yeah. So 2 to 3 bottles in the shower. They're half empty already. And then she wants half of each half. I ended up telling her that she paid me $50 just to read, receive, and respond to this email. And I will waive the $50 if she just takes that $50 to CVS and gets some goddamn shampoo herself. Another says, doorknobs. It was a regular house. They were not special bronze doorknobs, brass doorknobs. It was a regular builder grade home, regular doorknobs. Yeah, they fought over it. I offered to buy them new doorknobs if they would just settle. It was bad. Obviously, some people say it's not about the shampoo. It's not about the doorknobs. It's about pure spite and winning. One post online reads, a divorce lawyer told the story of a rather well-to-do couple. They spent months and months and tens of thousands of dollars fighting over absolutely everything, all the way down to a single ceramic ashtray. I can't remember the significance of it, but I think it came from the husband's family side. I don't know, but even after everything that had been decided, they spent many more months, and I think they totally spent $100,000 fighting over a singular ashtray. Then after a court hearing, the wife finally won the ashtray. She promptly strode out to the white courthouse steps and smashed the ceramic ashtray, left the pieces all over for the husband on his way out to see all of it.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it doesn't just stop there, because it's not about an ashtray, right? Another husband, he left his wife's prized koi fish on their doorstep of their house to die. She was so distraught, she couldn't come to court. He killed 6 of her fish. There's never a dull or a happy day in family court because everything has a deeper emotional reasoning. Obviously, it's not just about an ashtray. It's not just revenge. It's not just about fish. It's about being an abusive animal killer, but you get it. Nobody really gets divorced over what they say they're getting divorced over, like a bathtub or Tim McGraw, the country singer. One Reddit post reads, I went to school with this girl. She married this really rich guy in Ohio, moves in with him in Ohio. They seem to be getting along. 6 months later, out of the blue, she files for divorce. Up until that point, all I heard from her was how well it was going. Anyways, turns out, our little buddy had a fetish for getting off on pee. He asked her to pee on him in the tub. At first, she agreed to it because she thought it was like a one-time thing, but he kept asking for it more and more, and she tried to decline it respectfully by saying, the bathtub's too small, it's too cramped. So next day, she comes home to 24 construction workers and heavy equipment tearing the bathroom walls in for a new bathtub. A week or so later, they finish up the bathroom with a brand new giant bathtub. She comes home to a sign left on the fridge with a note to drink up. She's got some watering to do. I don't know what she put down as the official reason for the divorce, but it's definitely the bathtub. Some would argue it's not the bathtub, it's what he wanted to do in the bathtub. It's never the bathtub. Just like how Angie Solomon and Aaron Solomon don't get divorced over Tim McGraw, the country singer. If the whole point is to make Angie look crazy in court, it is working. Whether it is true or not, it's up for debate. But Angie's dad testifies against her, but so does her longtime friend. She gives a declaration to the judge, and she details a very specific situation that she's had with Angie. Do you know Tim McGraw? He's a country singer, and he happens to be married to another huge country singer, Faith Hill.
Is this divorce hearing, or is this for, what is this?
This is later. Okay, so Angie is trying to appeal a lot of the judge's prior decisions of custody being placed 77% in Aaron. And Aaron is fighting it back, and a lot of people are siding with Aaron, such as this alleged former friend of Angie, who writes a declaration to the judge and is like, I need to tell you about Angie. She's not who you think she is.
So this is between 2013 and 2020 or 2025?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then he also uses this declaration in a defamation lawsuit later in 2023.
I see. The friends.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the friend said, that Angie told her Tim McGraw was going to leave his wife, Faith Hill, to be with Angie. Angie's friend writes a declaration and says, Angie claimed that Tim McGraw was singing to her at the concert specifically, obviously staring into her eyes and, quote, hitting on her. She was furious at Aaron because he didn't confront Tim McGraw about this. She also told me that Tim McGraw and Faith Hill were getting a divorce because he was so interested in her. Of course, the McGraws did not get a divorce, and I believe Angie made the whole thing up. Angie is potentially having a Your Name moment at a Tim McGraw concert. Maybe she was kidding, maybe this never happened, but in the court system, it's not looking good for Angie. She's not getting a good look from this former friend's declaration. Nor is it a good look that her dad more or less tells the judge that he would not be comfortable if Angie was inside of his house and he was falling asleep. He says he would not be comfortable if his daughter was there while he's asleep. Nobody asked for that kind of example, but damn, he's giving them. He's telling the judge, I'm going to tell you about her condition because I love my daughter. However, she's a compulsive liar. I cannot have a conversation with my daughter. I never look forward to my daughter calling me, although I love to hear her voice. And I love when she tells me about the actions of the kids. I can never expect to have a conversation with her unless there's some untruth that's going to be told. Unless something is going to be stretched. He tells the judge that Angie can never not tell a lie. She's never been able to tell the truth, which again, this is the same dad that she filed an order of protection against, so we don't know how accurate or how trustworthy his observations are. Meanwhile, most of Angie's doctors all state that she's perfectly capable of being a good and fit mother. They do not see her ever being a danger to her kids or living in a false reality. At least that's what's been reported thus far. Side note, even in 2021, a Nashville EMT comes forward and states that he responded to a call to the Solomon family house years ago. He says he remembers when he got there, Nashville Police Department were already at the scene. They had gone into the house, so the EMTs were mainly standby outside. He was familiar with Aaron Solomon. He had seen them around the neighborhood, probably on the news. He was always cordial, and it was the same energy that night. Aaron Solomon comes out very cordial, very polite with the EMTs. He's telling them, perhaps even apologizing for his wife's actions, stating that his wife is clearly mentally ill and causing all this trouble.
What are they there for exactly?
A domestic dispute.
Oh.
Now, Angie Solomon and the two children exit the house, and Aaron's demeanor quickly changes. According to this EMT, he became red in the face, and his facial expression showed that he was very angry, very agitated, and it was very obvious that Aaron was filled with rage. He stated that he recalled that Aaron made a few steps towards Angie, but was stopped by the Nashville Police Department. Furthermore, the EMT allegedly states that it was pretty clear to him and to all of his colleagues who the instigator of this incident was, and they're all thinking that it was Aaron.
So Angie's friend and father is pointing finger at Angie, but this EMT and their colleagues are saying Aaron is the problem during those fights.
But I mean, you know, a lot of people have been disputing this EMT's version of events because he only came forward a year after Grant Solomon's death. And a lot of the coverage after and during Grant Solomon's passing in 2020 was very anti-Aaron. So some people are wondering if, because this allegedly happened years ago, could he really have such a strong memory of this random couple? And is it accurate? And they're calling to the fact that a lot of eyewitness testimonies are never really accurate, not because people are trying to be deceitful. It's just humans are not that smart. We're not as smart as we think we are. But others are arguing, no, like I've been an EMT, not me, but like others are arguing, I've been an EMT, and trust me, like you remember certain people and they're just like singed into your brain. For whatever reason. I mean, sometimes it's not even like the biggest, craziest call that you get. Sometimes it's just like, I know that guy from church. And so this is going to be singed into my memory whether I like it or not. But more importantly, a lot of Angie's doctors are stating that she's perfectly well and healthy. So why doesn't the judge believe her? According to Angie, a former court-appointed guardian for the kids say, "It is my firm belief that Aaron used wealth and personal connections to win favorable decisions to the detriment of their daughter Gracie, Grant, and Angie Solomon, leaving them open to harassment, sexual, mental, and emotional abuse, and leading to the untimely death of Grant Solomon."
Who is this court-appointed guardian?
Yeah, okay, so this is like someone who would become the kid's guardian very temporarily while custody is getting resolved. And this particular one has remained anonymous. But Angie has posted a letter showing that it was written to the judge. I don't know if it was written to the judge. I don't know if it was submitted. Technically, anyone could put letterhead and write whatever they want. I do think it's difficult because on one hand, you can understand why someone is wanting to stay anonymous in a situation like this. But on the other hand, it definitely doesn't add credibility. The former GAL says that it's all because Aaron has money, millions of dollars that he has inherited from his aunt after she passed away. Coupled with the right connections, Aaron Solomon can, some people believe and allege, that means he can just do anything he wants. I mean, just about. Angie believes that Aaron is part of the good old boys club at Grace Chapel in Franklin, Tennessee. This is a church, boys protecting boys type of church. Angie says all the most powerful people in the state attend this church, and they sit right next to Aaron Solomon, and it's all a boys club. Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee attends that same very church. Governor Lee was actually recently in the news for refusing to touch state reserves, a $2 billion rainy day fund for the entire state of Tennessee. He refused to touch it to help cover low-income working parents who lost SNAP during the government shutdown. So there's that. A lot of the influential judges, including Judge Johnson, one of the judges that ruled in favor of primary custody going towards Aaron instead of Angie, she goes to that church. Her husband, who happens to be Senator Jack Johnson, a senator from Tennessee, also goes to that church. Grace Chapel in Franklin, Tennessee is considered a mega church. On a typical Sunday service, they have about 3,500 attendees at their service. And according to Angie, Aaron, the governor, the judge, the senator, they're all good buddies with the main founding pastor of the church, Steve Berger. Steve Berger is no longer a pastor at Grace Chapel. He was the founding pastor, but there was church drama because there's always church drama. I think religion is beautiful. I think organized religion with infighting within the organization is very ugly. Steve Berger is also a little bit terrifying. He has now gone into politics, which is, I think everyone can have their own opinion about what it means to be religious while also being involved in how the state is run. But Steve Berger has publicly stated that his goal is to disciple members of Congress so that what they learn is then translated into policy. No separation of church and state is his entire dream. Yeah. And it appears that there are connections with him and a congressman who wants to get rid of the second term rule for presidents, meaning a president can only serve 2 terms. So there's a lot of connections there. Probably a lot of money because it's a mega church. A lot of money. And they're actually sending out cease and desist. So I love a good cease and desist from a church. That's like one of my favorite types of cease and desist because something about it, I'm like, I don't know, it just like riles me up. Maybe it's my religious trauma. But anyway, what does that have to do with Angie? Angie claims that allegedly Judge Johnson ruled in favor of Aaron. She, and this is a huge allegation, but this judge would have discussions about all of her cases with the church pastor, Steve Berger. This is what Angie is alleging. And Steve Berger is allegedly close with Aaron Solomon. So he would tell her, God is with Aaron, so maybe you should rule against Angie. That's kind of the allegation at hand. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know. I don't even know how the structure of a mega church works, if like the founding pastor even hangs out with any of the congregation. It all feels like some bigger coordinated effort is what Angie is saying. And it is very strange. She states that people at the church never paid her any attention. Nobody cared about her. But then suddenly, the night of Grant's memorial service, members of the Grace Chapel Church, quote, inserted themselves into my house. And she's stating that they barged into her house, and they're desperately trying to convince her that Grant died from having abdominal injuries to his organs and that there was hemorrhaging in his stomach. She basically states more or less that they're trying to gaslight her into believing that Grant Solomon died naturally from this accident. With an Instagram post reading on the Freedom for Gracie Instagram, why did these people from Grace Chapel keep trying so hard to gaslight Angie about what happened to her son? Why does Grace Chapel keep appearing at Angie's door or in her text messages the week of Grant's death and weeks after? They never wanted to help Grant, Gracie, or Angie in the years before. Why now? Why in this way? Because the good old boys club. Protect the good old boys club. Some people argue, or it could just be a mega church. And typically with mega churches, I used to go to church back in the day. And like the one thing about mega churches and why people are kind of interested in going to them is there's not as much of a community built around it. So it's not everybody knows everybody's business. And so it could very well be that nobody really talked to Angie until they found out someone from the congregation or someone from the church, they had this tragic accident happen to their son. And so now they're actively reaching out because that's maybe what God would want them to do. I don't know, right? I don't know. There is that argument out there floating around. But the theory of the good old boys club changes in the degree of severity. There's like a light, medium, dark version. The light version. Some people believe good old boys club, there really is no good old boys club. That insinuates there's some sort of conspiracy, there's some sort of organized effort, and there really isn't. It's just men protecting men, typically, from allegations of abuse. It's less of a coordinated effort to make sure Aaron is found not guilty, but more so internal misogynistic biases. Our good friend Aaron from the church, he could not do such a thing. Like, not our Aaron. We've been going to church with Aaron for years. We would have known if he was doing something like that. No, our judgment is perfectly great still. There's no way. Angie, however, I always knew she was a little cuckoo. I never really even talked to her. She barely comes to church. They believe it's just coming from people who are probably very powerful in the church, and a lot of them, in netizen opinion, are not good people. However, are they really going to help Aaron in particular? It's probably just this internal bias that they have. A lot of these netizens that believe in this theory think Aaron's not even part of the elite. I mean, it's unclear how much Aaron Solomon is worth. According to a few transcripts, probably $1 to $2 million, which is a substantial amount, but it's not I'm going to DC and swaying congressman amount. It's not lobbying and taking a private jet to the tech industry to lobby something. It's okay to these people. So would they really protect him? No, it's probably just a matter of, oh, I know that guy from church. No, he's a nice guy. And Angie, she seems a little crazy. And like, where's the evidence? I don't see any evidence. So we're going to rule in favor of him. The next level up, like the medium conspiracy, is that Aaron knows something about these very powerful people and they are working together to make sure that he's happy so he doesn't tell anyone what he knows. Why would Aaron know anything? Well, he goes to the church. Maybe he's got eyes and ears. Maybe he just happened to be at the right place at the right time. Or he previously worked as a news anchor. Perhaps he came across information on Tennessee's finest and greatest people that would make it harder for them to get reelected, make it harder for them to make a bigger step into Washington. Now, a few things about this particular theory I will note is Aaron Solomon was not a big name in the news world. You know, he was mainly a sports anchor, not a super well-known one at that. He was not on ESPN covering the Super Bowl. He was just a local sports anchor and then a local morning news host for the local TV. It's very rare that these anchors are privy to such sensitive information about the elite, especially when you're not at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would think like the nation's handful of top anchors maybe know a little too much, and that might be it.
Yeah.
I mean, these are incredible positions, incredible opportunities. I'm not discounting anything about his career trajectory, but I'm just saying I don't think that that would naturally put him in a position to gain any blackmail material or any sort of high-level information on these people. However, he could have just been at the right place, at the right time, whether it be at work or whether it be at the church. Then we have the dark theory, the most intense theory, the severity of the allegations of this one being incredibly high if true. At one point, Angie claims that these guys all run a sex trafficking ring in Tennessee, that they're all involved, stating that Aaron trafficked his own daughter Gracie to these people. On the Freedom for Gracie website, on the Angie's About Me page, it reads, over the next decade, Angie would go on to battle not only her ex-husband, but a corrupt court system, a cult-like private school, and a church with connections to the highest offices in the country. I don't know if any of these allegations are true. And also, 2 things could be true and 3 things could be true at once. So I don't know how connected all of these different facts are, but here's where it does get weird. According to Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah, and a lot of his other friends, Grant had set up a meeting with the founding pastor, Steve Berger, the main pastor, to talk about how his dad, Aaron, had been abusive towards him.
Really?
Yes. So
this is pretty confirmed by like third parties.
Yeah, I understand some people's skepticism against Angie. I understand some people's skepticism not against Gracie, because I think that ultimately, whichever way you spin it, whichever way, if Aaron is bad or if Angie is bad or both of them are bad, ultimately Grant and Gracie are the victims in this story. Regardless, right? Some people do have skepticism towards what Angie is also alleging with Gracie. Because some people are saying that she could be manipulating Gracie or brainwashing Gracie or making Gracie say these things. Some people point to Gracie's YouTube video saying that she doesn't look comfortable. Some people say these don't sound like words that a 14-year-old uses. The fact that she's reading off of a paper, her body language, she's glancing off camera at times. People are all using that to try and say that Angie is brainwashing Gracie into saying these things. So regardless, I think when it comes from a third party who really has nothing to gain from saying anything, it's interesting. Now, Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah, she has corroborated that Grant never really talked much about his dad, but when he did, he just never really seemed to want to go to his dad's place. She remembered there was one time he was crying in the car because he just didn't like the idea of going to his dad's house. So he didn't. And he was always oddly very protective of Hannah around his own dad, which he thought was interesting. But she states that Grant had an appointment with Steve Berger and was going to tell him about the abuse that his dad was inflicting. Steve Berger says no such thing ever happened. Indeed, Grant did set up a meeting with him, but it was just to talk about how he can get closer to God. Steve Berger apparently states in a video, a sermon video, you just never get a 9th grader making an appointment with you to talk about Jesus as a crusty old gray-haired preacher. But Grant did, and he sat in my office for well over an hour. He just wanted to know how he could draw closer to Christ. And it stands out to me.
This was after his passing?
Yeah. I mean, clearly even Steve thought it was weird that this 9th grader was like, I just want to talk to you about how to get closer to God. So a lot of netizens are saying, yeah, maybe it's weird because that's never what happened. Steve thought it was weird. Netizens think it's weird. They all think it's part of some bigger cover-up. Because Gracie in her video claims that she told the school, she told the church, nobody did anything about it. Also, the church and the school, going to be very careful with my wording here. They're not legally affiliated. They are two different legal entities. And they
What
have,
school? The school she goes to?
Yeah, so Grant and Gracie go to a Christian private school, Grace Christian Academy. And the church is called Grace Chapel Church. Or Grace Chapel, right? They're legally two different entities. They have two separate governing bodies for both organizations. It's like if...
What's the connection though, besides the name? Are they run by...
It seems like they're connected. It seems like if Nike were to come up with a drinks brand and call it Nike Coffee, but they created a new LLC, a new corporation for Nike Coffee, and they've got a different board of directors for Nike Coffee. But I mean, legally speaking, I guess they're two different entities, but like technically,
Yeah, okay.
I guess,
I see.
The affiliation is very strong.
Right.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
So Gracie is saying that the church and the school, they never did anything about it. Grant's girlfriend at the time is saying that Grant probably told Steve about it and Steve didn't do anything. So what's going on? What are they hiding? Why would the church not just go to the police? Why would they not investigate? Why would they not do anything? Because it's a church. Aren't they supposed to stand against stuff like this?
Yeah. But also the police? Hello?
Yeah. Now, Grace Chapel Church eventually releases their own statement against these allegations that reads in part, recently a 14-year-old girl posted a video on social media platforms about alleged abuse that she had experienced in her family. We just can't imagine how difficult it must be for that young woman to be caught in the middle of a custody battle with her parents, while also dealing with the tragic death of her brother. Since the original video, a variety of websites, blogs, articles, and social media posts have spread information maligning Grace Chapel, Grace Christian Academy, and our founding pastor, Steve Berger. The church notes, to clarify, the three parties, the church, the academy, and Steve Berger's ministry are, quote, are all separate legal organizations with separate oversight and missions. Which again, if you have to word it like that, it just means that there must be some level of entanglement, perhaps even just socially, because the wording is very precise, that there are three separate legal organizations with separate oversight. But the church continues with their clarification by stating, considering the number of false accusations being made, we felt it would be important to clarify a few things so that our church family could understand Grace Chapel's involvement and how to pray for this situation. There were never any allegations by anyone that any abuse took place at Grace Chapel or that it involved any Grace Chapel volunteers or employees. The allegations of abuse in 2018 was between a divorced couple regarding their own child and had nothing to do with Grace Chapel. There has been false reporting that Steve Berger, when he was serving as Grace Chapel's senior pastor, had been informed about the abuse during a meeting that took place on May 7th, 2018, and did not report it to the proper authorities following that meeting. The claim that somehow Steve Berger knew of the abuse and didn't report it is categorically false. In fact, the alleged abuse had already been reported to the sheriff's office on May 4th, 2018, 3 days before the meeting with Stephen even took place. Grace Chapel has and will continue to make sure that any allegations of abuse are reported to the proper authorities. All of our staff and volunteers go through child safety training as well as background checks. Please join us in continuing to pray for this family, and if you have any questions, please reach out to us, Grace Chapel. Not really doing themselves any favors, the church also goes on to clarify something very weird, stating, in a recent article, there was also an issue that one of the family members who attends Grace Chapel is not a member of the church. It's important to note that Grace Chapel has a specific process for membership, and this individual, Aaron Solomon, has not gone through the process and is therefore not a member. But the church does go on to clarify that member or not, everyone is welcome. Membership is not a requirement for participation and fellowship within their church community. I will say that's a very strange thing to make distinctively clear for everybody, considering there's pretty strong connections that Aaron at least attended the church with a high frequency on most Sundays, even taking pictures of himself at the church and then sending them to Gracie. 2 Sundays in a row, he texts pictures of himself at the church, writing to her, at church, thinking of you, love you, miss you, heart. Then the next Sunday, a picture of the church and an accompanying message. Pastor Steve mentioned Grant for the 3rd Sunday in a row and preached about heaven today. Hope you can watch it. Because, it's a mega church. They like to upload their sermons onto YouTube and stuff. I don't know if the church is involved. I don't know if the church is not involved. I also think that I have way too much religious trauma to even come to an appropriate conclusion without being tainted by my own anecdotal evidence and personal opinions, right? But I do think that the responses are just a little weird. I've met a lot of religious people. I've met a lot of people of faith. And regardless of the fact that, of anything really, I don't think any of them would respond to such a sensitive topic and allegation in this manner. It was just weird. It was just weird. And I think it just makes everything feel unsettling.
Yeah.
It feels a little heartless. Even the way that they write about Gracie feels a little bit heartless. The way that they write about the family, even if they are not involved, even if they're being dragged online, I think that there are better ways to go about it. I would imagine more of a business entity, a corporation to respond in this apathetic, cold, legalese type of way. But anyway, that's just an opinion that has no indication of guilt or innocence. Yeah. Now, on top of that, the church has also been sending out cease and desist letters to creators. I don't think that I'll be on the receiving end of one. However, it would not be the first time. It actually just gets me more riled up. So there's that.
They've been sending it to YouTubers and stuff?
Yeah, they've been sending a lot of cease and desist.
Really?
Yeah. But it's just weird. Again, overexcited legal action is not a sign of guilt. I just personally think it's weird behavior. Also, while we're at it though, I also think the school is weird. The school that both Grant and Gracie went to, Grace Christian Academy, they are, again, I think closely affiliated, even though they have separate legal and governing structures between the church. Regardless, Gracie said at that age in her life, when she was just figuring out what had happened to her in the abuse, she had nobody to talk to about the abuse. So she's talking to her friends at school, telling them what's happened to her. And the school tells her to stop. There's a video recording that has been posted on Freedom for Gracie, where it's school staff telling Gracie and Angie that a lot of the kids have been impacted by Gracie talking about what happened to her.
Like a secret recorded audio?
Which, side note, Gracie says, again, nobody would listen to her. The police won't listen to her. Child services won't listen to her. The church won't listen to her. So, who is she supposed to talk to about it? And she has so much trauma, so she's talking to her friends about it. I mean, who else? And the school administrators are heard saying,
I've had 3 parents over the weekend that said, my child came up to me and asked me, what is sexual abuse? You know, where is this coming from? You know, so a lot of kids are being affected by what she's gone through and what she's telling people, and then they're so young. We're talking about 10 and 11-year-olds, you know, so they don't know what to do with it, and then they go tell somebody else, and then it's like, I just don't want it to become the talk of the school or to grow a life of its own.
I get it. I think it could be startling for some parents, but also it could be a great time to teach your 13, 14-year-old kid about abuse and what to do if you witness abuse, or if your friend tells you about abuse, or if you become a victim of abuse, or, I don't know, teach your kids not to abuse. The school, though, the tone they use makes it seem more like it's upsetting the parents, it's upsetting the kids, they're not ready to have this conversation, so let's not talk about it. The school administration then goes on to worry out loud about this becoming the talk of the school, saying for her sake, it isn't just about 6th grade for her. This is, you know what I mean? These are her peers all the way up. So I don't want something that's going to be detrimental to her, that's going to, she's not thinking about the future. She's thinking of right now. But I'm thinking about the future and how this is going to follow her and her peers. And then I also have to think about what other students who are now having to deal with this. And not just from a school perspective, but as a mom who's raised daughters, I'm looking at Gracie's next 6 years, not just right now. And the things that are said and the opinions that are formed and all of this is going to affect her freshman year, her junior year. So they're all just worried about her.
So they heard, at this point, the school, all these adults and all these, people heard what happened to Grace, because that's what she's telling everyone. And their concern is that's going to affect her future. That's going to affect everybody else's school life.
Yes, so I was able to dig really deep into some local forums. I think it's confusing and conflicting. Interestingly enough, more people on a local scale in Tennessee seem to be more on Aaron's side.
Okay, tell me more.
Now, Angie states that he waged a local campaign against her, spreading lies about her.
Okay.
And so that's why she had to take it public on social media to get the truth out there. But then other people locally are arguing that the teacher probably said it like this because the teacher doesn't believe the abuse happened, and the teacher believes that Angie is brainwashing the daughter. So this is the teacher's way of saying you're brainwashing your daughter, and now you don't even understand the implications. Like, this is her life now. It's not just like a conversation she's having, like this is going to impact her.
Yeah, I guess
yes.
Yeah, I guess the feeling is like I feel very conflicted because I feel like we don't know the full picture, right? What truly happened. We obviously don't want to spread lies or whatever. But what made them believe that Angie is lying, I guess? It's just so frustrating because the police are not investigating. But how do you know if this didn't 100% sure that this didn't happen? Do we know this? We don't know this. Right?
We don't know this. I also think maybe being a police officer in this case, being a social worker, being the judge in this case is trickier. These are trickier things where there are massive implications to whether you close an investigation or how you rule in the court system, because there are lifelong things like custody being held by one person or one person having supervised visitation. Like, there are lots of implications. I think it's weird that a lot of these third parties, like the school, are being the judge and the jury. If it were me, I don't think that would be how I handle it. It's just, okay, well, this is what's happening. And maybe it is a good time to talk to everybody about what to do if your friend is talking to you about abuse, or how to speak up after you feel like you have been a victim of abuse, how to not abuse people, like how to see the signs of abuse. I feel like that would be a great time. You know, I think there are heavier implications for specific roles, and they need to try and give some sort of verdict. Like the police, they need to have some sort of verdict in terms of closing a case or not. Same with social workers, same with the judge. But when you're just at a school, I don't know why you have to decide that maybe Angie is lying, so maybe I should handle it this way. Furthering Angie's point, there are videos of Aaron coming to school to pick up Gracie from school.
And I've tried to play nice and be nice about it, and that you've been with Mom way more than you're supposed to, and way more than what the judge said.
There shouldn't be a
It doesn't matter what you think right now.
Gracie has clearly told the administrators that her dad is abusing her, that she is terrified to go with her dad. And the tricky part is the judge has stated that she is to be placed in her dad's custody. So her dad's picking her up from school, and the headmaster is just telling Gracie that these allegations are old news and she's got to get in the car with her dad. It just gets so bad that the headmaster of the school puts out a video statement saying, please come to us so that we can give you the truth. I always say that we're not going to believe everything that your kids tell us about you, so please don't believe everything that your kids say about us.
What is going on?
That seems to be kind of the way that they do things. I don't know. I guess it's just weird. Again, there's no implication of guilt here through my wording. I'm just saying that in my personal opinion, it's just a very weird situation. But when it comes to allegations that Angie has brought against Aaron, there isn't as much concrete, detailed evidence to the allegations as maybe a judge would want. It doesn't mean that these things didn't happen, but just the nature of a lot of assaults, the nature of being essayed by someone, allegedly by someone that is your guardian. The whole point is to not leave evidence. The whole point is to not get caught. So we don't really have much concrete evidence, but we do have heavily disputed pictures. Remember, we talked about the bruising on Gracie's upper thigh? Angie claims that it was from abuse. Aaron claims it was from a swimsuit. It's not clear. There's also another picture that Angie shows as evidence of Gracie's eyes. Her eye bags are super swollen. She has dark circles. Angie claims that this is after Gracie was with her dad for an extended period of time. She would come back, and this was clearly a sign of abuse. I feel like my eyes have looked like this before. It's like some sort of really bad allergic reaction. She did have eye surgery previously. I'm not sure what it was for, but there are mentions in a court transcript of Gracie having eye surgery and then moving into the primary bedroom with her parents for a while. So I don't know if this is from the eye surgery. I don't know if she's always had issues with her eyes. So there's just been all of these heavily disputed pictures. Everything is disputed is what I'm trying to say. So it's very hard to definitively say anything. But one thing that seems less disputed is Grant Solomon's death. Most netizens think it's very suspicious. One netizen writes, I mean, this makes no sense. Whoever is covering up this murder is an idiot. Everyone sees it, yet the justice system has done nothing. Aaron Solomon should be rotting in a jail cell for first-degree murder. Another comment reads, Angie was railroaded in her case, and she had to jump through all these hoops to even just be able to see her children. The courts made her out to be a mad woman, completely crazy and unfit, which is maybe why Angie felt compelled to take matters into her own hands by trying to hire a hitman who happened to be an undercover agent. 5:30 p.m. Friday night, Aaron gets a phone call. It's not a number he recognizes, but he picks it up. Hello? It's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Are you home? No? Well, I've got a man at your door right now. Aaron says he already knows it's probably to do with Angie. He's explaining to the investigator that he's actually out of town, ironically, for a wedding, a celebration of love. Aaron says the investigators pretty bluntly just tell him, well, since you're out of town, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, we arrested your ex-wife. She tried to hire someone to kill you, and she's being booked right now. Aaron says in that moment, he just, quote, I was in disbelief. I was in shock. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. This is not real. This is not happening to me. And since the divorce, Grant's death, and the subsequent social media discourse, Aaron has decided briefly to sue Angie and her friends.
Angie's friends? Who are they?
Yes, who are also helping her allegedly run social media accounts that are, Freedom for Gracie's website, her Instagram. Some of them are posting on their personal pages, but for defamation. Aaron's attorney argues in this defamation lawsuit that the defendants, Angie and her friends, are only concerned with destroying plaintiff and generating outrage on social media in an effort to raise money and sell products. While they have tried to paint themselves as noble defenders of free speech, in reality, this is a campaign of malicious bullying, cyberstalking, generating clicks, and spreading lies. So there are three camps of people. One who believe that Aaron is an abusive killer and he found a way to make Angie seem crazy so that no one in the justice system believes her, and he's getting away with not even just essaying his own daughter, but for killing his son who was trying to save his sister.
I'm sorry, what happened to the defamation lawsuit?
So he decided that he was not going to go through with it. He withdrew his defamation
Really?
lawsuit. And I think the main reason is this was like I forget how many pages that lawsuit was. It was a lot of pages, and there was so many exhibits. It was hundreds of pages. The whole point of a defamation lawsuit is to argue that you have lost a lot of money. There was no way to prove that he lost money, and also the fact that he hired an attorney to put together this very heavy documentation that's going to cost a lot of money. Defamation lawyers, they don't do anything pro bono typically, and they don't just like write a whole lawsuit and file it for free. So I think it just would have just burned money. So or he could have known that he's lying about being defamed, right? I don't know, right? You could spin it either way, but just let's say benefit of the doubt, it could be just the money wasn't making sense. It could be also the fact that he knows that Angie maybe doesn't have money. So it's like, okay, you're spending all of this money. Angie doesn't have money to give, even if you win.
Got it.
And if she's got nothing to lose, she could just make another account and keep posting about you. And then you got to go through another, it's...
I see. That makes sense.
Or it could be the fact that he knows, allegedly, some things Angie claims could be true, could be the allegation, right? Everyone wants to see it a specific way, so you could see it all the ways. Now, you have the first camp of people who believe that Aaron is evil. Then you have the second camp of people that believe that Aaron isn't particularly a great person, but Angie also seems to be very problematic. They believe that she's coming up with stories, whether she believes it or not is unclear, but she's convincing her kids of these stories and turning them against their dad. Then you have the third camp of people. They believe both of them suck and both of them are abusive, probably in their own ways. They think that Aaron is suspicious, especially in connection with Grant's passing, but they also believe that Angie is strange in the way that she's going about everything. So the three are, to put it simply, Aaron is bad, Angie is bad, and both of them are bad. From executive producer Ryan Murphy comes your next TV obsession, All's Fair, starring Kim Kardashian, Naomi Watts, Niecy Nash-Betts, Tiana Taylor, with Sarah Paulson and Glenn Close. A team of female divorce attorneys leave a male-dominated firm to open their own powerhouse practice. Fierce, brilliant, and emotionally complicated, they navigate high-stakes breakups, scandalous secrets, and shifting allegiances, both in the courtroom and within their own ranks, in serious style. In a world where money talks and love is a battleground, these women don't just play the game, they change it. They'll never settle. Don't miss the show everyone will be talking about, and watch All's Fair, now streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply. What happens when a funeral home cannot fit a body into a casket? I mean, it's a particularly niche problem that I don't think most of us would be on the receiving end of solving, but apparently Williamson Memorial Funeral Home in Franklin, Tennessee has that exact problem. And according to Angie Solomon, she believes their solution was to break her son's ankles so that he would fit into the casket. And now this is from Daily Mail, so it could be as credible as a rock that just flew in through your window with a note. But it states that Angie saw Grant's feet. They were contorted. This is during a private family viewing prior to the funeral, and she demanded that the lower portion of the casket be open so that she could see what the hell is going on. She apparently tells Daily Mail that she almost fainted when she looked inside the casket, and there was nowhere on the hospital records that indicated that his ankles were injured, but they looked like they had been broken. So it must have been done by the family home in order to fit him into the casket. No, because there's no other solution. There's no other reason for it. There's no other answer. Then it's been alleged that someone from the funeral home told her that they broke Grant's ankles so that he could fit in there. These allegations kickstart a Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance board investigation, and they have, at their board meeting, a statement. There was no evidence present other than the mother's recollection that the descendant's ankles had been broken, as alleged. The funeral home has said after the conclusion of the Tennessee board meeting, these allegations are intentionally defamatory, especially knowing the closure of the complaint with the Tennessee board. So ultimately they say this is not true. There's no evidence that this has happened other than Angie Solomon's word. But others think that it's weird because just 14 months after Grant's death, Angie Solomon's son's death, the funeral home is sold to a new owner, which could point to a bigger conspiracy. Or it could just be a very normal sale. But clearly, this whole situation does beg a bigger question. Is Angie Solomon unwell? Is she accusing people of things that are not real? Or is there a bigger conspiracy at hand? So we've covered pretty in depth Aaron is bad. Let's go through Angie is bad. Aaron's big claim is that Angie is mentally unstable and has been. The judge clearly saw that in 2013 during their divorce proceedings and placed primary custody in his care. But even with that, he states that he wanted her to be part of the kids' lives. So he let them see her more than they were allowed to see her, as decided by the judge, adjudicated by the judge. And she has been planting seeds in their minds ever since then. More or less, these are his claims, that Gracie has been brainwashed via parental alienation, which is when one parent alienates the child from the other parent by spreading lies and manipulating them. It's actually a pretty common thing, but to believe that her dad Aaron has been essaying her since she's a kid. He believes the video is part of that evidence. The court even decides that because of that video that Gracie posted, they need to place her in DCS custody because it's just, quote, fear of psychological harm. When Gracie posts that video on YouTube in 2021, she was in Angie's custody. After that YouTube video goes up, Gracie is briefly taken out of Angie's care by the Department of Child Services because they think that there is fear of psychological harm being done in the household. One of Angie's former friends even tells the judge, Angie will say whatever she needs to say to get whatever she wants. She can be extremely persuasive to a grown adult. How much more can she influence a child? I am appalled that she has destroyed Gracie's relationship with her father and completely disregarded Gracie's best interest in privacy in mounting this campaign against Aaron. Aaron's lawsuit against Angie states that Angie and her side have allegedly shared highly confidential documents and testimony from juvenile court proceedings that contain sensitive information about their children with the intent of those being shared online. So his whole argument is like, if she were a good mother, she wouldn't even do this. Others are arguing, well, she did go to the police. She did go to child services multiple times before resorting to this. It's not like this was the first step in her process. So it's people are confused. You know, I think each side has their own belief. The whole thing, though, Aaron is saying Angie is ruining Gracie's life without even considering what she's doing, all for the sake of taking him down and getting donations. He states in his lawsuit, I do not blame Gracie for these ever-changing allegations. I believe she is merely a victim of severe parental alienation by her mother. She has been hearing horrible and untrue things about me from her mother since she was a small girl.
My name is Gracie Solomon. I'm 14 years old, and I'm here to tell my story. I just want to say before we get into any of this that it's coming straight from me. It's all me, and no one else is telling me what to do.
In the video, Gracie states that she's doing this on her own free will. But later in a podcast, Gracie's not there, but Angie states that because of that video, Gracie was placed in DCS custody, and she says, for the video that she didn't even willingly do.
For the video, she didn't even willingly do.
AKA, so did she willingly do the video by her own free will, or was it not? I don't know.
That's bad.
For Aaron's lawsuit against Angie, he provides a lot of declarations, sworn documents by people who want to share their perspective with their judge, mainly anti-Angie perspectives, which either means a lot of people don't like or don't trust Angie, or this could be the good old boys club at work. I don't know. I guess it's up for you to decide which one is true. The funeral director gave a declaration to the judge where they state that Angie was there with Aaron when the entire family purchased grave plots near Grant's gravesite. So she's saying, I'm so shocked that because I went online, and Angie is making it seem like she came across this information and was so shocked and thought it was like, oh my God, all I could think about was murder, like he's going to murder us, basically. But the funeral director states, I asked who would be handling the financial part of the arrangements. Miss Solomon was adamant that Mr. Solomon would be handling all contracts and payment, and that she would not be responsible for the payment. Basically saying that Angie was the one that wanted it more than Aaron, it seems. They write, any suggestion that these plots were selected or purchased without the knowledge or input of Angie Solomon is not accurate. Side note, she also states how they have strict policies of not having loose items on the grounds. Like, it's very hard for them. This is actually across most funeral homes and memorial grounds. You can only have very specific vases that are usually like welded into the signage, the marker, the grave marker.
You cannot put anything on next to it on there?
You cannot go and place teddy bears. Okay, so typically what happens is the weekend of a funeral, you can.
Right. They don't want things just everywhere.
But you cannot, because just maintaining the ground, they have to mow the grass. A lot of people pay a lot of money for specific funeral sites because they want their loved one's gravesite to be well maintained and the grass to be lush and all of these different specific things. And so it is a strict policy that they're not allowed to have loose items on the ground. It's very hard for them to maintain. Well, for Grant's gravesite, the funeral director says in her declaration that for a long time people were leaving baseball stuff, like baseballs, loose baseballs, baseball bats, like little baseball figurines, baseball hats, like all of these things. And the funeral home tried their best to be accommodating, not just for the weekend of the funeral, but even for a little while after, because they were thinking, well, this is a young man who died abruptly, so we want to be as accommodating towards any friends or family who are just making their way out to the gravesite to pay their respects. But then eventually it's like, okay, now we got to stop the loose baseballs and all of these things. She moves the baseball items from Grant's gravesite. She's like, I moved it. And Angie comes in furious, and she keeps accusing Aaron of removing all of the things that she left. And the funeral home director calmly states, like, it was me that removed it because, as I've told you before, you're not allowed to leave these things here. And like, I thought you knew, but anyway, now you do know, right? She thought that was it. But then, quote, I later found out that someone posted on social media that the items were taken off of Grant's grave, and the implication was that Aaron Solomon had the items removed, which again was not the case and had been explained to Miss Solomon. Now, the strangest part of this is that Angie's family supports Aaron, not Angie. According to Aaron's lawsuit, he states that during the divorce proceedings, Angie's own dad testified that Aaron never abused the kids. I don't know what that testimony means. I don't think it means anything, because I think that a lot of abusers get away with abusing victims with nobody knowing. Like, I don't know what that means. But he allegedly states that he's seen Angie brainwash the kids against their own dad. Angie's former friend that testified about the whole Tim McGraw thing, you know, the country singer that fell in love with Angie, that friend. Yeah, well, she writes further in her declaration for the judge that Angie tends to live in her own chaotic fantasy world. Oh, so even about the whole fact that Aaron was either fired or let go or walked away from his job at the news station, that's been highly debated. Angie states that he was pushed into a corner to resign because they found inappropriate, not safe for work files on his work computer and they didn't want a scandal. So he then had to quit. Aaron is saying that's not at all what happened. In fact, like, I got promoted to being a morning news anchor, but they wanted restructuring to happen and they wanted me to go back to sports. I didn't want to go back to sports. And Angie was the one that was like, hey, then you should go find a company that values you for what you're worth and not just stick with this company and let them bulldoze you. Angie's friend states that was the case. She says, quote, you know, Angie started a very dramatic Facebook blog about the horrible things that WSMV was supposedly doing to him. I remember thinking it was not very professional and would probably ensure that he would not be hired by any other news organization. So she's saying, like, Angie never mentioned at the time when this was happening, at least to her, that there was any sort of pictures found on his device. In fact, it seemed like she was mad at the news station. And she was going on Facebook and writing these things, which we couldn't pinpoint. But, you know, I thought it wasn't professional because then he's not going to get hired by any other news station.
I see.
I will say another fellow news anchor of Aaron's posted in 2011, "Dear friends, you may have noticed my longtime friend Aaron Solomon hasn't been at my side at my news desk. I wanted to let you know that Aaron has decided to resign. Some changes were coming, and although he was asked to stay with Channel 4, Aaron decided to leave and concentrate on him and his wife's business. I will miss my friend, as I'm sure you will too. I appreciate your concern and your loyalty to Channel 4. Blessings, Holly."
Okay, so it sounds like there's no bad blood when it happened.
Yeah, so I imagine because Holly was his morning segment fellow news anchor, so it was the two of them. And I imagine if they found not safe for work things on his device, if I were Holly, but again, I don't know Holly, right? If I were Holly, I wouldn't write that.
Yeah,
I'd be like, good riddance. Like, that was crazy.
Yeah,
he's not a good person, and I hope he never gets a position of power, and I hope he can never get hired anywhere else ever again. I've seen people say, well, what if he and Holly were having an affair? And I think it's like, I think if it's one person, if it's just the pastor or just Holly or just the teacher but I think it becomes like a very widespread net that's occurring right now. So it's all a bad look for Angie. However, I do think this part is weird, but according to court transcripts from this particular hearing back in 2013, the judge literally states that he never hears proof from witnesses. Like, that's not his thing. But he wants to bring in Angie's dad to hear from him and get his side of things, even though he normally doesn't do that. So, like, why are we doing that now, right? I don't know. The judge continues to ask Angie's dad about what happened after, and he's focusing on the shower incident. That's like the biggest thing about the divorce proceedings is, did Angie try to self-exit for attention in the shower? Because remember, yeah, he's saying it was for attention. Or did Aaron try to kill her? So the judge is asking Angie's dad about what happened, even though he wasn't at the house at the time that this took place.
Yeah.
But he's being asked, and the judge is giving time to this matter, and I thought that was weird. But he doesn't even see her at the hospital. Angie's dad doesn't even see Angie at the hospital after this shower incident. So I really don't know why he's being questioned in any of this. But he says, you know, for Aaron, he had to, when he found Angie in the shower, he had to fastly get the dryer cord from her neck. And again, I don't know how he knows this. This just hearsay because Aaron probably told him, and that he did not have time to take a picture with his cell phone. And when he called me, he was outside the house, I think. So remember how Aaron finds her in the shower. She comes to, she's fighting him, punching him, and is like, get off of me. And then according to Aaron, she's like, I'm going to beat you up for 2 hours until the kids wake up. So then he leaves the house, leaving her with the kids. And then he goes in the Kroger parking lot to call Angie's parents, which I also think is weird. I think it's very weird. If I am having some sort of situation, I would imagine you call the police. I would imagine you call the hospital for my own well-being or something. I would think it's weird if you call my parents, especially parents if I'm not getting along with them. It's one thing if I get along with my parents, and I do, but for Angie, she never got along with her dad. She filed an order for protection against her dad before this happened.
And he found her because, allegedly, he found her because she tried to
exit. Yeah.
So then he leaves her alone.
Yeah.
For hours.
Yeah.
With kids.
With the kids. And if you would think that someone is in a state of self-exiting, they could also take the kids with them.
Yeah. That's so weird. So it sounds like from both sides, there's some kind of altercation that happened that night. We just don't know what exactly was the cause.
Yes. And the only person that might know would be Grant. Because according to Angie's story, Grant woke up. And that's why Aaron stopped trying to kill her.
According to her.
Yeah.
Right.
But according to Aaron, neither of the kids ever woke up. And he didn't want to alert the kids. The way Aaron describes it, it's almost like this type of stuff happens all the time. So it's not even like I'm going to call the police. So it's not like a shocking moment. It's kind of like, here goes Angie again. That's how he describes it, and why he's not calling the police or taking the kids or like doing something very drastic. Now, remember how Aaron he's in the Kroger parking lot by himself, and he calls Angie's dad. And Angie's dad tells the judge, Aaron milled around the neighborhood, until about 6 o'clock, went back to the house when the kids woke up so that they wouldn't be concerned, why daddy was gone. We didn't go. He's talking to the judge about him and his wife. He's like, we didn't go. We waited. We just waited for time and prayed to God about this matter. And then we went to our church services that morning. In which situation would one pray and go to church after your son-in-law calls you to say that your daughter tried to self-exit? Like, I feel like you should pray. Yes, that's great. I think praying can do a lot of things. But in this specific time frame, perhaps medical intervention could do, a tiny bit more. He's asked, did you want to see her? The judge is like, did you want to see her eventually when she goes to the hospital? And he says, certainly. No, I take that back. I don't think it would have been good for us to have seen her at that time. I don't think that she would have wanted to see us under those circumstances. We had to admit her. He also admits, I think she's just a very nervous individual. Describe how, right? When we're sitting around a lot of times and we're talking, she is fooling with her fingers. She could just be so bored of you. I don't know. But he continues, and this is something that's prevalent with her for some time, and I'm just lost for any other descriptions, Your Honor. It's just weird. A lot of netizens say it's a conflicting feeling. On one hand, these testimonies don't do Angie favors, but they also kind of don't do Aaron any favors. Especially the fact that the judge at the time states that he found Angie's dad to be very vague, but still credible. Vague and credible. Those are two words that are typically not put together in a way that makes people feel reassured. Then later on in the custody battle and divorce proceedings, Angie is ordered to undergo a forensic mental health examination ordered by the judge. The judge also chooses which doctor would see Angie. Dr. Freeman. Dr. Freeman allegedly states that Angie is fine and well. The judge throws out the examination.
Oh, that's weird.
According to Angie, the judge does this for no reason at all that she can understand. Just decides, never mind, I'm not going to use this as a factor of my consideration for anything. Forget we ever did that. That's not the only thing the judge refuses to let into evidence. But according to Angie's side, quote, the judge would not let this be presented because he looked at Angie and said, you wrote this yourself. You are mentally ill. If you send one more letter to me, I'll have you thrown in jail.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's according to Angie, though.
Yeah.
Not court transcript.
No, according to Angie.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, there are parts of the court transcript where the judge is like, I think you're lying to me. I think you're lying to me. And I think you're unwell. Yeah. I will say not helping Angie's case is that this person who wrote this letter wants to remain anonymous. So it's not like it could be easily cleared up right now, whether or not the judge is right. However, the letter reads in short, my name is blank. Redacted. I'm writing to share my concerns. It goes on to talk about how Aaron is not a great coach at kids' sports games. However, Angie is a great coach at kids' sports games. And then, quote, comments from citizens reflecting Aaron's behavior have been the following. Something's not right about Aaron. Secretive, sneaky, shifty. He has a lack of eye contact. He's awkward and he's untrustworthy. So it's slightly vague. I don't think that it would have been helpful regardless, but the judge doesn't allow it. Even though other vague things have been allowed, like the finger fidgeting. However, I will say the judge is weird. At one point, Aaron's defense attorney, while questioning Angie's dad on the stand, who is clearly not doing his daughter any favors, the attorney asks him, does Angie lose her temper easily? Angie's attorney objects because that's a very leading question, to which the judge responds, it's close, but I'm going to allow it. I'll allow it. Auntie Bev strikes again, okay? So they allow it. And Angie's dad responds, yes, she does. However, the judge is like, can you give us a specific example of how she loses her temper easily? And he says, I believe my son-in-law has briefed us on. I'm asking things like you have witnessed. The only time she lost her temper with me was on the phone, the last conversation we had. Okay, so does she lose her temper easily or just one time? That doesn't sound like someone that has a short fuse. The judge then asks him, what part of her behavior was causing concern? Because her dad testifies it didn't feel safe for her to be around the kids. He doesn't even feel safe taking a nap if she's in his house. The judge is asking, like, is she hallucinating? Is she seeing things that don't exist? Is she paranoid? Like, what does she think people are out to get her? Oh, yes. Yes. Give me an example of that. I just wish I could recall them. She's always had a very jealous heart towards her husband, feeling that he was always involved with other women, and she's expressed to us a lot. And I don't know what kind of illness that would be, under what entitlement that would be under, but Your Honor, I just can't give you an exact illness. I know that I would be very concerned with her being with my grandchildren at this time. To which Angie's attorney pipes up and is like, what if Mr. Solomon was having contact and communication or relationships with other women? What if your daughter was really telling you the truth about that? Ma'am, I'm a man of the Bible, and I believe in truthfulness. And I try to, I just despise in my life constantly hearing turmoil. Yeah.
Oh.
So my feeling about the dad is, even if the abuse is happening, he's not one to listen.
Yeah.
That tells me everything I need to know about the dad. So that tells me his entire testimony means nothing, at least to me personally. Constantly hearing turmoil and this going on and that going on and this going on. And I just asked you, sir. I never believed it. I would never believe it until you showed me proof. But after all of that, the judge states that Angie can no longer bring new claims against Aaron for at least 6 years until Gracie is at least 18 years old. A judge declares that Angie is an abusive litigant and blocks her from fighting Aaron in court until 6 years later, which is incredibly aggressive, right? But it is stated in Aaron's new lawsuit that a lot of it has to do with the fact that during their divorce, someone had reported to the Department of Child Services, during the divorce proceedings, that Aaron Solomon is abusive. And they investigate and they close the case. They don't find any abuse. Doesn't mean that there wasn't abuse, but they state that they don't find any abuse. Now, Aaron Solomon is like, I'm pretty sure Angie did that to get the upper hand during the custody battle. Angie testifies on the stand. No, I didn't. So the judge orders DCS workers to report who made the initial accusation, and they more or less state that it was exactly Angie Solomon. The report from the divorce courts read, the court finds that Ms. Solomon has not been honest with this honorable court as it relates to the referrals to the Department of Child Services. She in fact made the reports herself, which again, does that mean Angie is insane and is willing to do anything to win this divorce and custody battle, such as bring forth false allegations against Aaron? Or does it mean that Angie is so desperate for someone to finally protect her and the kids that fine, she lied about it because nobody believes her, so why would she say she reported it because nobody believes her? I guess it's up to you, because we are all legally allowed to have our own opinions. That is, we're not allowed to have free healthcare, but we at least get free opinions in this country, so that's fucking great. But later, the court documents reportedly read that it will not be ordering parental time with Angie because, quote, the court's great concern with the false statements made and Ms. Solomon's overall lack of honesty with this honorable court since these proceedings first began. The most damaging testimony to Mrs. Solomon came from Mrs. Solomon herself. Simply stated, Mrs. Solomon, I do not believe you. And I will say there are some parts where it is harder to believe Angie in the transcript. So during the divorce proceedings, Aaron's attorney confronts Angie and states, you told the judge that you don't have any money. Because that's the whole thing. They do fight over money in 2013. You told the judge you don't have any money, but you raised $17,000 over the internet. So this is in 2013. This is before most of the nation even knew about the Solomon family. But you raised over $17,000 over the internet by telling people that he stole your babies. So she allegedly went on Facebook and alleged that Aaron Solomon kidnapped the kids from her. and she needs money to get them back. So allegedly, people donated $17,000. And what did you do with that money? And she says, first of all, I didn't tell anyone I needed $17,000. Did you raise $17,000? No. How much did you raise? So far, I've only been able to acquire $3,900. So some people are pointing to this and connecting it with, it does seem like she's always looking for donations. And, the judge is upset with her mainly because the judge is saying, why would you write on Facebook that he kidnapped your babies? Because I signed the restraining order. So technically, you weren't allowed to be around your kids. So technically, if anyone's to blame, it would be me. But you went online and wrote that your ex-husband kidnapped your kids, or your husband kidnapped your kids. And then she states that her Facebook was hacked. And so that's really not a good look. But probably the part that reflected the worst on Angie in the divorce is the shower incident. Remember how in part 1, Angie kept saying her version where she alleges that Aaron tried to kill her. Aaron's version is that Angie tried to self-exit. Well, during the divorce, it comes up a lot, and according to the lawsuit Solomon v. Solomon and transcripts from the original Solomon divorce proceedings, which we were able to get our hands on, Angie allegedly sent messages to Aaron immediately after the incident. Text messages that read, quote, "But it's over for me now. You live with it. I'll always be watching over you. So this is my last writing on this earth." Quote, "I guess I will prepare for what exists for the cowards on the other side." And with religion, there is usually a connotation of self-exit being a cowardly thing.
Right.
And frowned upon. So the word coward is heavily debated. She writes, "I am not trying to self-exit. I made a bad choice for attention." So now it's almost insinuating that it was not a self-exit attempt, but it was a fake self-exit attempt for attention. But I accept responsibility for that choice, and I have learned why I did it and won't repeat it. I'm hysterical and I'm ending it all. You are gone and you took my babies again. I won't be alive through this day. I found one bullet in the chamber and I left a note for the babies. I can't live this way. I called mom and I told her and dad goodbye. I never wanted to hurt myself, but I can't stand this pain and you won't talk to me. You took my children. Again, I hope one bullet does the trick because I'm not sure I know what I'm doing. I guess this is for old Ange. I'm scared to do this, but I can't live without you, Gracie and Grant. Here goes. Then another thread where Aaron texts Angie, "And I have a picture of you in the shower when you tried to self-exit with the blow dryer." Angie responds, "Oh, Aaron, you took a picture before you tried to help me? That shows me where this has gone. Just go find another. I staged that anyway, but who cares? Use it against me. Now I'm a complete wreck. I won't be making any field trip or to the school. I'm beyond hysteria. I gotta calm down. All I wanted was to be loved, nothing more. Unfortunately, I wouldn't kill myself, but you would memorialize my faking it to get attention and use it against me instead of loving me."
That is crazy. So that came out during the divorce. Wow.
Angie states she doesn't recall sending these messages. She just knows that Aaron is the one that put the cord around her neck. Then she's presented with another text message that reads, "I'm hysterical. I'm gonna end it." And she says, quote, "I do not recall sending that. I did not see anything on here that says that I sent that." So they have a recess where the judge is like, "I'm gonna go eat my sandwich in the back in the chambers, and I'm gonna Angie, give me your phone."
What?
So they take Angie's phone and they find the text messages.
They scroll back and wow.
She says then, "I don't recall saying that, but if I did, I just said it because I knew it would bring him back home with the kids. So I just said it because I knew that's the only way he would get back." There's a text message from Aaron to Angie around that time that reads, "Please don't do anything drastic. I love you. The kids love you. You need to get more help. Seriously, I'm worried about you." Which some people believes goes to Aaron's argument that Angie is unwell and is constantly doing these types of things and accusing him of things and is unfit. Then Aaron's attorney presents another email that Angie allegedly sent Aaron that reads, "I'm not wanting to self-exit. I made a bad choice for attention, but I'm accepting it." And so she's asked, "What are you talking about in this email?" And she states, "In order for Aaron to stay at home with me, I had to take ownership of what happened." Tell us what you're taking ownership for. What bad choices are you taking ownership for? Angie's explaining that in their marriage, when anything goes wrong, any sort of violence takes place, she has to take ownership and fault for it in order for him to come back. And all she wants is her kids to come back because she doesn't trust him with their kids alone. So she's saying, this is just because this is what needs to be done. I will say a lot of netizens understand to some degree. They say that in toxic abusive relationships, the abusive partner will have you saying things or taking responsibility for their abuse by saying that you will work on not triggering them to violently assault them. Things of that nature. So she's stating that's the only reason that this happened. Now, the reason that a lot of netizens are a little conflicted about whether or not to believe Angie in this scenario particularly is that she doesn't just outright tell the judge that. I think perhaps, maybe, if she had said, hey, this is what happens because of A, B, C, and D. But then others are arguing, well, maybe she kind of tried, but she's not that good with communication. She's not that good with expressing what's happening. Maybe she's just discovering that she's being abused. So it's just it's hard for her to put into words why this is happening to her, what's happening. But she does state, like, that's how I would get him to come back. But others argue if that's the case, why did she lie and say she doesn't remember sending them? But maybe she doesn't remember sending them, but they were on her phone. So it's just all sorts of complicated. And then the judge does something that is annoying. The judge asks her, why did you even want him to come back? And she's like, because the kids, and I don't know, like she doesn't have a good reason, which again, like a lot of people in abusive relationships don't have great reasons. But the judge is like, and this is the man who you said put a cord around your neck and you wanted him back? So the judge, I think, is not particularly my favorite judge, does not seem to have, at least in my opinion, the best understanding of toxic abusive relationships, whether it is Angie and Aaron or if it's not. But it's just, why would you ask that? He continues to ask, why would you want that man back? I wanted him back because I love him. I loved him then. But what you're saying to me doesn't make any sense. These are all the reasons why people are starting to, even in 2025 after Angie's arrest, are starting to turn on Angie, and they believe that there's a lot that she's hiding that we don't know about. And they're hoping that potentially a criminal trial, a trial for murder for hire plot, will bring answers finally. A lot of people believe that there are too many unproven claims going in too many different directions. Angie has accused Aaron of being part of that high-powered sex trafficking ring, and then we never really hear much of it ever again. We hear that he was, on top of being accused of being an abuser who has manipulated, tortured, and assaulted his family for years. Also, potentially, he took pictures of her while she was on drugs and positioned her body and then showed those pictures to third parties. And also that he was drugging women on a large scale whilst he was working as a bartender. Freedom for Gracie posts on Instagram a picture of Aaron wearing a tutu and Halloween makeup, making a drink, and the caption reads, "This was Halloween." But Aaron worked as a bartender at night. Even as a professional businessman, he continued bartending. Post-divorce, Angie has heard stories that Aaron drugged women back in these days before people knew what it meant to be roofied. We don't really have any other claims or other people coming forward. I mean, sometimes the Freedom for Gracie Instagram page will say people have come forward, but we don't really get more information out of it. And normally I would say I would feel inclined to believe it. But obviously with highly contentious divorces and custody battles, I've seen people say absolute insane things about their ex-partners, so I don't know. Aaron claims that all of this is not even just to destroy his reputation, but, quote, it's part of a concerted commercial scheme to sell products and raise money for Angie Solomon by misleading consumers with false statements to generate sympathy. And for the longest time, Aaron Solomon was silent. And a lot of people took that silence as guilt. I think a lot of people were thinking, why would you not come forward and say, these are not true, like this is not me? And Aaron Solomon was arguing that he did with the community, he did with people he cared about. He didn't feel the need to do it on a national scale. But eventually, after Angie Solomon's arrest, Aaron is featured on 2 episodes of a Good for Grief podcast. It's a very small podcast done by one of Aaron's friends. I believe they also attend Grace Chapel Church. And so this is not just like an unbiased confrontational podcast interview. This is not testing the theories, testing the evidence type of interview. It's not investigative. It's completely, here's my friend. I'm just going to use your platform to say what I want to say, which is, fine. But It's an interesting podcast. It's an interesting listen. He's asked in that podcast if he feels relief in the strange sense of the word, because the way that Angie was arrested, the podcast host believes that this shows the public, this shows the people who was the crazy one in the relationship. Aaron does start getting emotional. He says, I don't know if relief is the right word, because it's hard to hear no matter what, the mother of your children and the person you married speak so easily about wanting you dead. That's very hard to hear. It's hard.
I don't know if relief is the right word. It's hard to hear, no matter what, the mother of your children and the person you married to speak so easily about wanting you dead. That's hard to hear.
He says it's validating in some ways. He says, quote, it's also somewhat alarming and disturbing how many of her supporters still want me dead and speak outwardly about it online. And you're like, so my head is on a swivel every day, and that's not fun. He says he hasn't spoken to Gracie, his daughter, in 5 years. He says, my heart hurts of her because I can't remember if I said this before, but with all that's gone on, I feel like I failed in not protecting my daughter from what has happened to her via her mother from a mental perspective. He says, this whole time I've been very quiet. I wasn't sure it would benefit her at all for me. And for both parents to be out there on social media or on a podcast or on a blog or a TV show or a documentary or whatever, I'm kind of saying my side, although there's been plenty of times where I wanted to. So he's saying he never really spoke up prior to Angie getting arrested because he felt like it would not benefit Gracie. I guess it would feel like it wouldn't accomplish a whole lot, but it might help and feel good, I guess. For the main thing is, if it could help my daughter see the truth, to have the truth out there, that could be a plus. That's really the main reason I'm doing this. So he's saying now that Angie's been arrested, maybe this is like another additional way of, maybe after Angie's arrest, he's saying maybe Gracie is opening her eyes. And this is like, hey, here's a very easily available truth out there, his version of the truth, right? He says that he's grieving the loss of both of his kids. Quote, and being a dad was the coolest, most important thing in my life, and it went away quickly. And so the darkness and the abruptness of that is hard, and to feel, like I mentioned before, the day of my son's accident, the helpless feeling of not being able to protect and help and recover and fix, and to try and not be able to help that and not be able to help my daughter in a different but also very dramatic way is very hard to deal with on a daily basis. Aaron says that he hopes in a way that if there is a criminal trial for Angie, he says he hopes a lot of the truth will come out. I will say the podcast episodes, it's hard because both the parents, when I listen to them on most podcasts and interviews, they seem very rational people. They seem like they've got their head on straight. Angie all the time seems like she's got her head on straight, except when she's kind of saying things that don't align with other things we've heard, such as Gracie saying that she's posting that YouTube video on her own free will, and then later Angie is saying that she didn't want to do it. So those are the times where I kind of raise my eyebrows at Angie in her podcast interviews, but otherwise I never get this sense that she is this weird attention-seeking narcissistic mother who would manipulate her children. I don't get any sense of that. And then with Aaron, I actually don't get, I don't think you can get a sense of whether someone is a predator. I don't think so. Like, I think if you say you can, it's very difficult. So that's, I don't even want to say that I'm judging that, right? I'm not saying that he is or is not. I'm just saying like, it's not something that I would sit there and be like, let me see if someone is a predator when they talk about something random, right? But I don't get like this very conniving vibe from him either. What I get from him is he seems like the guy that just lets things happen and like not in a good way. I don't know. Like when I listen to the podcast, I'm like, okay, well, maybe it makes sense that he doesn't want to sue Toyota. I don't know. Like on one hand, he seems litigious, but on the other hand, he seems like the type of person that's like, oh, well, moving on. My son died suspiciously. Oh, well, moving on. He doesn't seem meek. He just seems like, I don't know if it's a lack of care. I don't know if it's a lack of parental care. I don't know. But even when he talks about Grant's death, I will say this is the parts where I'm like, that's weird. He says Angie's trying to blame his death on something. And I was literally having this conversation with somebody else earlier today. It was just a freak accident. That's what they're saying. It was just a freak accident, that it can't be anything other than it was. I've always been a believer that things happen for a reason. We're not in control at all, and we never know when our time is going to be. And the longer I live, the more I see that. And he says, as for the 911 call, I mean, when I first glanced down and first saw Grant under the truck, I almost fainted. My knees went weak. I went to the ground, but pulled up my phone and called 911. So, I mean, I literally tried not. I was going to hyperventilate. We just had to get people there. He also states, quote, at the accident scene, the last thing on my mind was that he wouldn't be alive. I knew it was bad. I just knew it was bad that we needed professionals there. But the last thing on my mind is that he wasn't alive or wasn't going to make it. As for the funeral, he spoke at the funeral, and a lot of people have things to say about it, which I tend to agree with. It is a little weird. He goes up onto the podium. See, I don't know. I can talk myself into both things. I don't know if it's him trying to be stoic and not get super emotional on the podium, so he falls into that newscaster role, but it's a lot of strange hand usage. He's like, as some of you guys may not know, I'm Grant's dad. I just want to thank you for being here, and all your words have been so supportive to us. But then some people point out when his hands are clasped together, you can see that it looks like they're shaking. He definitely doesn't seem supernatural. He's not on the podium like, I want to thank everyone and giving, his hands. It's like a very uncomfortable usage of hands, whether it's nervousness, whether it's emotions. I don't know. It is weird, but is it weird because he's grieving? I don't know. And he was just saying that for the funeral. He was trying to be strong. He was trying to be strong for Gracie, but also Angie. And in the funeral speech, he does talk about Angie, and he brings Grant into Angie and talking about how Grant loved being held by Angie when he was younger. And so it seems like on one hand, I can see him trying to, although we've been through a lot as a family, like let's try to come together for this very difficult moment. And I even want to show my ex-wife that I'm trying to be there for everyone. But on the other hand, it's also like, I don't know, the accident is so weird. And there's a lot of moments where he's very vague in that interview, in that podcast, and he just says things that maybe I personally don't get. But also, the same could be said for Angie. In an interview, Angie is asked, why would authorities cover for Aaron Solomon if what you say is true, if the forensics show otherwise? Why would anybody cover for your son's father? And she responds in a way that a lot of people find problem with because it's just so vague. And she says, that's the question. Is who is Aaron Solomon? Who is he really? And really what you're seeing here is in the sadness of Grant not being here any longer, it's just a pattern, just a continuation of the pattern of life that we've lived from 2013 till the day in July 20th, 2020, under Aaron Solomon's control. It's just a continuation why no one helped ever at any point, why no one stopped and stepped out of the circle and helped Gracie and Grant just as children on their own. There's a forensic evaluation and interview on file at the Williamson County Sheriff's Department that was arrestable and they let it go. I don't know. So if one adult had done their job, Grant would have been able to step in and do the job that adults are supposed to do. So some people thought it was a little vague. Some people thought that there are points where in different podcasts, I've seen at least 2 different times that this has happened, where the podcast host will compare Aaron Solomon to the Murdaugh family, also a Southern family, also a highly influential Southern family. I think the Murdaughs are actually influential. I don't know how influential Aaron Solomon is, but there are times that people have pointed out that she kind of smiles at the comparisons, the analogy, the tying of the 2 names together. So I don't know. Some people think that's weird, but also Aaron is weird too. I think Aaron, during the interview, the podcast interview, he has these really weird emotional moments where when he talks about what it's like with Grant being gone, I will say he's emotional throughout the entirety of the podcast. And there are other times that he's emotional, but in regards to Grant, he's talking about how Grant being gone, quote, he's got so many friends that are still doing well in baseball. So I'm seeing a lot of his friends doing awesome things in their baseball. And a guy that he played with just got called up to the big leagues. And another one that he beat in a state tournament as the sophomore just got to the big leagues. I've got all that coming at me every day too. I've just been a heavy time in just so many different angles. So yeah, there's that.
A guy that he played with just got called up to the big leagues. Another one that he beat in the state tournament just got to the big leagues. I've got all that coming at me every day too, in just so many different angles.
People think this is evidence that all Aaron cared about was Grant's baseball career. Others argue that Aaron just happens to be a sports guy, so this is the way he communicates is through sports, and maybe this whole thing is him saying that the potential that his son had in life. So it's like the potential is gone because, his life is gone. But others are arguing, see, like he literally only cares that Grant's friends are doing well in baseball, and he wishes his son was here to do well in baseball. I mean, it's just up for debate. A lot of people are just commenting different things. One netizen just brings up the 911 call and says, that's really the only thing we have to go off of. And dad is too calm. And with the mom in podcast, she lies and cries without tears. And I find them both sick. And I just think, poor kids. Another comment reads, this feels like when it's all about me. Couples collide. It was never about the children, it's always about winning. R.I.P. Grant, and I pray for Gracie. Another netizen comments, imagine having a possible psychopath as a dad and a pathological liar as a mom for parents. Poor kids. So where are we now? Aaron has since long dropped his defamation lawsuit against Angie. This was in 2023, and now Angie is awaiting a potential criminal trial. She is out on bond. During her bond hearing, the judge says, I have to say that I have deep concerns about the defendant's ability to see the situation she's in right now. So I'm going to reduce the bond to $250,000 only on the condition that she's under house arrest. Plus, you're going to have to remove all telecommunications devices and internet devices from the residence. And if somebody slips her a telephone, she's going to be right back in jail. The only exit she would have is to come to court. That's the only time she would be allowed to leave the premises. And then he looks to the prosecutors and says, I guess you could set up a jamming device outside her house like the North Koreans.
I guess you could set up a jamming device outside her house like the North Koreans.
Weird comment, but a lot of people have been arguing about this. Some people say that this is actually no one has a right to bond. Like, just so everyone knows, some people are arguing nobody has a right to post bail. Like, the judge can deny bail for anybody. If you are suspected of committing a crime, especially with Angie, there's an audio recording of her committing a crime. There's enough evidence, there's no right any American has to be let out on bail. Mm-hmm. It's up to the judge. So that's one argument. Others are arguing this is really inhumane because if you don't have a single phone in the house, what do you do if there's an emergency? What if there's a fire in the house? What if you trip and fall and you hurt yourself? You can't even call 911. So that has been a huge debate of people going back and forth. And then, of course, the other party will tell that party, well, then just go to jail then where you have a phone. So it's been back and forth. She is out on bond, and Angie's attorney tries to argue that Gracie should be able to have her phone in the house. So Gracie is 18 at this point, so there's no longer an argument about custody. And so she's with Angie, and the attorney is like, well, Gracie needs her phone. Maybe she can just use her phone in one room of the house.
Gracie is in the house?
Yes, it seems like it.
So that means Gracie also have no internet, no phone, no access.
I think Gracie is now going to stay with a friend of Angie's because the judge is not having it. He says, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. It's either all gone or I'm not doing this at all. Whether your daughter can go stay with that other lady or not, he's like, I don't care. So with that, we're just going to have to wait and see what comes out of this.
So, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
What is Angie facing?
Just a murder for hire charge. Probably will plead guilty. I think so. I don't think there's going to be a criminal trial. I think she'll plead guilty. I think she'll get 8 to 30 years is usually the sentencing. But if you plead, you're looking probably on the lower end of 8-ish. But a lot of people have been given 20.
Wow.
So 5 to 20 is what I said, yeah.
Oh. And do you know exactly what happened? She just went on Google?
No, so there was a civilian. So I guess she had been asking around. Or maybe she asked someone and they were like, I know someone. So a civilian comes to the police. They go to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. And then they get an undercover agent. And there was actually a civilian involved in all of this. An undercover. I guess they went undercover. So they're like, oh yeah, I know a guy who worked with my buddy John. And so I'm going to introduce you to this guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this is just a neighbor.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just a regular suburban person who is like, oh, I got to go to the cops. So
Wow.
Angie, though, is awaiting a criminal trial. I feel like there's probably going to be some sort of plea deal. I don't think that there's going to be a trial.
If she pleads guilty, then we probably won't have any more answers for
No,
anything.
Nothing, yeah.
But if there is a trial,
Mm-hmm.
then we will know a lot more.
Yes, we'll know a lot more, but it will still be limited considering you can't use your own trial where you're the defendant to bring a... It's hard to get things against Aaron admitted.
Right.
You know, so it'd be a little difficult. I imagine that there would be a lot of legal barriers that the prosecutors would try to block to bring up all these different things that would be against Aaron, right? Because then you're basically saying, well, the victim deserved it, so I was trying to kill him, you know what I mean? So I think that there's that. But I mean, we'll know a lot more than we know now, I imagine, with a criminal trial. But I don't think it's going to go to trial. I hope it does, just for the sake of so many people have donated money. So many people have been so invested in this case. And just if something did happen to Grant, that's probably the best shot to get an open investigation. That's probably like the best shot to get any sort of extra information to force the police to get an investigation. So I do hope that I'm wrong, and I do hope that there is a criminal trial, but I think it's unlikely.
You said there's a gag order on the whole family?
Yeah, the whole family is under a gag order, and even if they weren't, I mean, it's probably advisable that they would not talk, yeah. But Angie has previously said about Grant's death, there has to be a way, with all the ways involved in covering this up, there has to be a way to carve out what happened to Grant. We had a child die and no explanation for it. We have one witness, and that witness's story cannot be true. So if not that, then what? Which, interestingly, like 2 months ago, well, end of October, 2 of the witnesses from the car accident have been located. They've come forward to the police. We don't know what they've said, but they were out of state. They were driving through the state. They were working in Tennessee, and they were out of state. They weren't keeping up with social media. They weren't following these YouTube channels and podcast episodes. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know what they saw was that big of a deal. They didn't even know if Grant Solomon was dead or alive. They just helped, and the truck couldn't come up, and so it was a whole thing, and then they left.
That's so crazy.
Now 5 years later, they're saying, oh, sorry, we didn't know. But hi, here we are.
Wow.
So it should be interesting what they have to say as well.
Yeah.
Because they might be the only people that have something to say that might be worthwhile.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on this case? I mean, it's such a confusing case. I will say that when I first went into it, all I've heard was that everyone's on Angie's side. And that's kind of where I initially thought too, right? And then people start changing their minds, and I started seeing more and more as time was developing of people questioning both sides. So it's been interesting to see how even the netizen opinion has been shifting. So in 2020, I recall everybody was on Angie's side.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
what I'm saying.
and-
Without more information, I don't even want to make any.
Oh, yeah, I don't think
I don't want to feel anything, because who knows what really happened here.
And I also do think that one thing I want to clarify is being on Angie's side or not believing Angie or believing Angie has no correlation with whether or not you believe Gracie. I think regardless, Gracie should be believed. I think that she's ultimately a victim in some way, shape, or form.
Every scenario, it's a sad reality.
Every situation, every scenario, whether the sexual abuse happened, did not happen, and that's not me questioning it, but putting out all these hypothetical scenarios out there, she is still a victim. Yeah. But what are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.